Hey, how's it going? Yep. Mhm. better. That's good.
My sports coat.
Yep.
Or blazer, whatever we decided on. how was your time in between tilting?
I just played some challenge mode. I went on a crazy run in challenge mode. I think.
Really? How many wins?
I'm at 18 wins right now.
No way!
I still have a heart left. I couldn't find games anymore.
Dude, that's amazing. Are you so like for challenge mode, do you like jot down notes beforehand or anything, or you just go in?
No, I'm not that try hard.
I love it. No, that's amazing that you can get 18 wins without it, because that's what Seppi and I were talking about. You know?
Oh yeah.
You could just kind of write down the stats of all the monsters and then kind of like go in with all that knowledge.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
it's even better.
Yeah, if you play it enough, obviously, like you get a feel for the things, like you know that like Sonya, like only really one shots like Sierra, Gianna, and Zera too. Like everything else survives Sonya, or yeah, but like I guess they're like low health, and then you can like also pair like Miles plus Sonya kills like then you know Misty or like yeah, some other things, but.
Dang, dude, I'm very impressed. 18 wins is hard. It would be hard to find games at 18 wins.
Yeah, it took me I think 20 minutes to find a game at 17. And then I ended some guy's run who was at 20 wins, so I guess last heart.
That's brutal.
Yeah, so 20, and yeah, I guess I still have a heart left, so I don't know. Maybe I'll get some more games later, but. Where's Sean though?
I'll be right back.
Yep.
로드 투 글로리 영광으로 향하는 발걸음 그 발걸음의 끝이 서서히 보이기 시작했습니다. 서머너즈워 월드 아레나 챔피언십 2025
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the SWC2025 Asia Pacific Cup. My name is Evan, and with me at the virtual desk, it's Topa V and Sean B. Topa, let's start with you, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Super excited to be here at the virtual desk. Unfortunately, we're not there in person in Busan, but still excited to be here.
Yeah, that's very true. It's very much a live and exciting event in Busan tonight. But Sean, it was just mere moments ago that we were all in Brazil there together, man. How are you tonight?
Man, I can't wait to show you guys what my region is capable of.
That's a good point. You were telling us out in Sao Paulo, you were expecting Pooh to take this whole thing, man. I'm excited for this one. We have 8 powerful opponents here at the last step before the World Finals. So ultimately, our job here today, much like the previous regional cups, is to narrow that number down to 3, the final ones that will populate the bracket at the World Finals. And it's all going to culminate in a bracket drawing live tonight too. But before we get there, Topa, we have a lot of exciting games. If you had to put your finger on one for the audience to keep their eye on, which one would you single out?
Ooh, I mean, if I had to single one out, it would be that Sean is missing from the picture. No, I'm kidding. It would be that match between Frank and KELIANBAO. KELIANBAO, obviously the winner of last year. And Frank, he's been here many times before and definitely a formidable opponent for him there too.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, KELIANBAO has been making a tear ever since 2024, and people are still trying to figure out a way to stop this guy. He is incredible. He's found his way into every avenue of competitive Summoners War, be it the Legend tournaments and beyond. So, Sean, do you believe that this man right here on screen, Pooh, has what it takes to take him down?
He is probably one of the most try-hard RTA players to ever exist in this game, to be honest. I think from a couple seasons ago, he's been consistently in the top 5 RTA player on the ladder, which means he grinds every day. He understands the meta in and out, and he is ready for pretty much anything comes his way.
Heck yeah, man. His track record is insane. He's an SWC 2024 world finalist, last year's APAC Cup champ, as well as boasting a 64.7% win rate in the prelims. He is unstoppable. And then we've got SCHOLES here, Topa. So you were doing some digging before. What do we know about SCHOLES coming into this?
Yeah, so SCHOLES is the fastest man in Korea. That's also in the interview, but that is, very much true. If you guys have seen that screenshot floating around of the plus 241 speed segment, even over a year ago, that is this man right here. He is extremely fast. So, if he can make it through Pooh here, I think he might have a pretty good matchup here to the rest of the field.
Wow. Yeah, that's a great note. I didn't know that was him. I'd seen that circulating before, but that is crazy. Yeah, SCHOLES boasting incredible speeds and more. And Sean, here we've got Frank, who's queued up to go against KELIANBAO. What do we know about Frank?
I think what we do know about Frank is that he is definitely going to be playing the meta as well, just like every other player on the bracket, except for that one mysterious factor. But the thing about playing the meta is that you also exposed to the enemy that, hey, I'm playing exactly this, so you know exactly what to do. So I hope that he brings something new to the table. Maybe he got some secret LD that he hasn't told anyone about.
That's what I'm hoping for too, man, because we were very blessed in our last regional cup. We got to see some pretty out there picks. We saw people deciphering strategies live and to varying results, and it was very fun. Now, if anybody can give us a good show here, Topa, it's last year's reigning champ, the World Finals winner from 2024, KELIANBAO. Tell us more about KELIANBAO.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this man needs no introduction. He is still so relaxed. Look at him just wearing some shorts there. That is just so funny to see, walking on stage, greeting everyone. And I mean, yeah, KELIANBAO obviously very strong. I think he's only missing, a couple LDs out of every LD in the game. And obviously, has the runes to back that up as well.
Yeah, no kidding, man. He is just one step away from doing this in his sleep right here. He's got just the utmost confidence in the arena. He's definitely the man to take down. Now, here comes ZZI-SOONG. So, Sean, ZZI-SOONG, he was joint third in 2023's APAC Cup. Tell me a little bit about what you know about Soong.
I think he's probably one of the most veteran Korean player for SWC because he has always been here for many years now. So he is a very veteran player, which means he's going to be very experienced. He doesn't really fear the crowd because I think Topa knows the feeling of playing on stage. Look how comfortable he is right there in his hometown as well. I mean, home country in the hometown.
Yeah, home court advantage. It goes a long way. You know, we've been talking a lot about Sao Paulo and, you know, the cheers. It goes a long way. Takuzo, Topa. Takuzo is a favorite at the caster desk because Takuzo has been a caster for the Japanese casting team.
Yeah, it's always great to see, you know, caster going to player, player to caster. You know, we see these interactions here. And Takuzo, you know, he's also participated in SWC before, but, you know, nice to see him make him all the way to the regional cup here as well.
He's actually, historically done very well in SWC. I think, you know, Sean, earlier we were talking about it, and it was like, time for me to show him how it's done. You know, I got to get down there and get my hands dirty, right, Sean?
Exactly.
Yeah, coming up here too, ETOWARU. So he had some pretty flashy LDs there, Sean, and a 75% win rate in the prelims. What do we know about ETOWARU?
I think he's probably very hungry for an APAC win because just like ZZI-SOONG, he has always been around for the Japan qualifier as well, but doesn't really make it far. So I think this year might be the year for him.
It's a great call out. Yeah, he's boasting some cool picks too. He's got the Light Gojo, got the Laura to support it, Vivachel, and more. We could go on, but I won't. And last but certainly not least, Topa, it's his first appearance, TC.
Yeah, TC, you know, he's definitely going to, as you mentioned, it is his first appearance here, and he's definitely that dark horse in today's tournament. You know, not many people know much about him, myself included, you know, and I think TC could definitely maybe bring something unique to the table and, you know, take the tournament by surprise here.
That's definitely one of my favorite parts about SWC 2025 is getting to see the new blood shine. You know, we've seen a lot of people who maybe haven't even gotten their toes wet when it comes to these live big regional cups, and it's cool to see folks like TC join the stage here next to these giants, right? You know, and some of these giants happen to be wearing shorts. It truly is all eyes on KELIANBAO tonight because everybody is planning on how to take that man down. So this is going to be a historic tournament. Folks in chat, people in the audience there in Busan, you know, enjoy, get ready. This is going to be a crazy matchup here all the way down the bracket. And again, guys, it's the last step here. This is the final regional cup before the World Finals in Paris on November 1st. Everybody here is vying for a slice of a prize pool with total $216,000 in SWC 2025. Like I just mentioned here at our tournament overview, this is the last regional cup, guys. 3 more slots to fill, and after this, we're going to have a full bracket for the World Finals in Paris. That date again, November 1st. Mark your calendars. Whether be there in France or be there in your seat with some popcorn in hand, ready to watch sparks fly. And again, today, we're doing best of 5 the whole way through. It's a single elimination bracket. We're doing SWC mode. It was crafted for this, so you know sure as heck we're going to bust it out. It's otherwise known as the Face Your Fears mode. You get a pre-ban, but you can't consistently pre-ban the same unit multiple rounds in a row. Of course, tonight, there's more than just registration on the line and a ticket to Paris. You also get $10,000 USD. Here are the other world finalists that are already qualified. We got Kang Jing, we got Les subbing in, we got Guts the Berserker, Raxus, Payfix, Golem, we got Raigeki, Xezus, and Panda Like. This is going to be crazy, guys. So Topa, what are you feeling here when you're queuing up for a regional cup like this? What are the nerves like?
Oh, the nerves are there. You know, the first round is just everything, especially in this year when, you know, there's actually a meaningful third place match as we see here in the bracket. You know, that third place does go to Worlds. So just winning your quarterfinals match guarantees you at least 2 more games.
That's such a good note, too. You know, you just got to make it to third. That's what everybody's got on their mind here. And of course, you know, folks are prepping for KELIANBAO. That's going to be a big one to keep your eye on. Sean, do you have a match that stands out to you?
I think I'm looking forward to the potentially semi-final between Pooh and KELIANBAO. That would be like the rematch of last year APAC final. And I wonder what's going to happen in there.
That's a really good point. And folks, the prediction event may have already locked down, but I want to remind you again, to check your predictions, keep them by your side just in case we have a crazy bracket breaker. And of course, by participating in the prediction event, watching the tournament, and redeeming the coupon codes that'll be popping up throughout the show, you'll be getting SWC emblems, which you can stockpile and then trade in for bigger and better rewards than previous years. There's an LD scroll in there, there's an all attribute scroll, there's a legendary scroll, and more. So make sure you grab those coupon codes when they pop up. I have certainly stockpiled them. I just got the all attribute scroll and I'm waiting to summon it. Topa, if you got to summon one unit, any unit out of an all attribute scroll, what would it be?
Ooh, any units, that includes LDs, huh? Oh, that actually makes it a bit more difficult, but you know, there are definitely a lot of LDs in the current meta. You know, I was fortunate enough to get the Light Horang myself, so maybe I would have to say, you know, honest Vivid Shell. That might be an underrated pick, but I think Vivid Shell would be the one for me.
Vivid Shell would be so good for you. I'm seeing picks in chat, Nefties, I'm seeing Maximilian, Sean. If you had to pick one, what would it be?
Man, that is tough. Because I own a Lucifer, so I think I am a very biased person towards things like Talisman, the light, what do you call that thing? What is the collab name? Light Ryu or the Light Phoenix. Oh my god. If you've seen some crazy Light Phoenix tech with Lucifer Leocom on a Nemesis whale build, oh, that is crazy.
People even asking for a Yule Dog and more Dark Zenny and stuff. It's crazy. Look at this. Folks are so stoked to be there live in Busan. That is so cool. Again, guys in chat, we're just hot off the heels here of Sao Paulo. And it was just a crazy fun time, right, Sean?
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible being able to cast and hear the crowd behind me, even though it came at a cost that I couldn't really hear Topa most of the time. But the crowd was absolutely insane. Every single prop was like, whoa, you know, that was pretty crazy.
The ground was shaking. Oh, man, that was so much fun. Yeah, so looking ahead to this first matchup here, Topa, what are your predictions going in with Pooh versus SCHOLES?
I mean, it's hard to, you know, not throw my vote for Pooh here. And he's the previous APAC Cup champion, so he's the reigning champion here. But SCHOLES, once again, you know, is the fastest man in Korea and, you know, one of the fastest in the world. And I do believe that he is quite a bit faster than Pooh here as well. So if, you know, SCHOLES can leverage that speed to his advantage, I wonder how Pooh is going to react.
We'll let Pooh introduce himself here in his player profile.
Đến nay thì Pooh đã có 7 năm chơi game và mọi người cũng biết đến Pooh là đương kim vô địch cúp châu Á Thái Bình Dương SWC 2024. Pooh đã chuẩn bị tốt nhất chiến thuật ở trong game và ngay cả sức khỏe tinh thần ở ngoài đời. Tôi sở hữu lối chơi đa dạng, tôi có đủ sự bình tĩnh để xoay chuyển mọi tình thế nếu như gặp khó khăn. SCHOLES, Pooh rất vui vinh hạnh được gặp SCHOLES tại Busan. Bạn cũng đã tốt lên từng ngày và hy vọng chúng ta sẽ có một trận đấu tuyệt vời tại giải đấu hôm nay.
And there he is, on stage, physically and mentally refreshed, taking care of everything that he needs to win this game. That's great. And Sean, you were saying that he's got quite the profession over there as well.
Yeah, I think he's a real life. Nah, should I say that? Can I say that? I don't know. I mean, it's his personal stuff. I don't want to say that. But the funny thing was,
he's got a great profession though.
It's like a rare time where I can understand what the player is actually saying. Every single word. I'm like, yes. Oh, I get him.
Man, dude, if I'm SCHOLES, though, I think he might have pronounced it SCHOLES, like you pointed out there, Sean. I think if I'm him, I am probably tripping about this matchup, man. This is a really hard one, Sean.
Pretty much, but I think if you're like top 4 all the time, people also study you like frequently, so that might be a bad thing because your replay are always up there. He played crazy one games.
That's a good point. Let's see what his headset is at with SCHOLES.
안녕하세요. 저는 한국에서 가장 신속이 빠른 남자 스콜스라고 합니다. 약 6년간의 예선 도전 끝에 드디어 아파컵에 진출하게 되었습니다. 푸 선수입니다. 기복이 없고 이제 뱀픽에 있어서 유연함이 어떤 선수보다 강한 선수이기 때문에 정말 실수를 하지 않을 것 같은 선수라고 생각합니다. 저랑 SNS로 많이 전략을 주고받는 사이인데 이렇게 만나게 돼서 굉장히 영광이고 이번에 꼭 완벽하게 승리하도록 하겠습니다. 우승이 목표긴 하지만 후회 없는 경기 그리고 다시 봤을 때 정말 재밌는 경기를 꼭 하나 정도는 남기고 가고 싶습니다. 이번 대회를 준비하면서 거의 2주 넘게 잠을 제대로 못 잤는데요. 많은 전략과 정말 많은 몬스터들을 준비했으니 기대해 주셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
And there he is. Here comes SCHOLES coming to the table here to meet his opponent, Pooh. So Topa, he's saying he has not slept in preparation for this. He's been up trying to draft strategies, change up his monsters. We talked a lot about how players prep before this, but what's your evaluation of that technique?
Yeah, I mean, to each their own, right? Like, if that works for him, that's great. It almost reminds me of, you know, you're like studying for a test or something, right? Like, some people like to cram it all in last second, you know, they lose sleep over it. But then others, you know, say that, like, you need your brain to be fresh. You need to have that good, you know, 8 hours of sleep before your exam, or you need to have a good breakfast. So, you know, we'll see how SCHOLES will perform here.
Yeah, hopefully the lack of rest doesn't get to him here. Because it's all going to be on the line. If you lose this one, you're out of the tournament, and SWC 2025 is over for you. Yeah, it's been very interesting, chat. We got a chance to talk to a lot of players and see what their prep is like. And it's interesting the diversity and how folks like to prepare for a tournament like this. Some don't play for an entire week beforehand. Others are doing exactly what he just cited, which is prepping to the very last second. Sean, why don't you walk us through what you see here on screen for Pooh, his record, and as well as his most picked?
I think I can see that we have a very, very strong meta player. We have the Shiho, we have the Ciara, pretty much what we expect from like a top 10 most played RTA monster list right now. And you would have like 5 of his monster up there. And even though I think Pooh went to the lower bracket for the prelim because he kind of met the final boss in the final round prelim, and you can see that he recovered rather easily against Flynn once again in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and both of these players have a very similar top 5 most picked in terms of what was drafted within the prelims and as well as their recent drafts. So they're going to be fighting for some of these meta choices. Of course, the unit that stands out there to me, Topa, is that Annabelle with that AoE defense break and slow. It's pretty powerful.
Yeah, Annabelle has been very powerful in current meta. You know, Okeanos being so popular, Annabelle's kind of started to rise to the top as well, you know, being that water cleanser. Usually rune at 100 resistance, as you mentioned, you know, that skill 3 with a 3-turn defense break, right? Even if you violent proc, you actually cannot get out of that defense break. So that is very backbreaking, especially with that slow too.
Yeah, she was like, she's kind of snuck her way into like being a fun pick to counter what people are bringing to the table. We got people in chat saying that they're certified Megami haters. You know, we can put them next to Sean, who's a certified Chow hater, and more.
I think Annabelle rise was definitely due to the rise of things like Fire Megumi, that's for sure, and also Fire Bayak. So we have a lot of like fire thing that disrupt you, and Annabelle is pretty much like one of the best counter for that. And we don't see a whole lot of immunity on the top 5 unit for both player. And the moment you don't have immunity, I think Annabelle just works like a charm with that AoE debuff.
She does. That's a very good point, actually. She gets even more powerful when there's a lack of a way to prevent that AoE defense break and slow that she's throwing out there. So we also see that Jogun represented there. Sean, he has really risen back up into a powerful position in the meta.
Yeah, I think that small little buff that he got from the balance patch pretty much solidify his place in the meta, allowing the control and the aggressive playstyle to come back. And then when you go a bit slow and you get stripped by Jogun, you pretty much lose the momentum so quickly. And if you have one unit off wheel, you can say goodbye to that unit for like 5-6 turns. And that is pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, absolutely backbreaking. Like it's crazy how much that can put you at a deficit. I mean, it's literally putting you at a 3 to 4 monster deficit right at the start here. Guys, here we go. We're about to step foot into match number 1 here at the Asia Pacific Cup for SWC 2025. Topa and Sean, take it away for round number 1.
Yeah, here we go, guys. First match between Pooh and SCHOLES, and we see Pooh right there with the legend finish badge. You know, SCHOLES is going to be staring that down as we get into this pre-bans here.
I wonder what's going to be the pre-ban. We got Gianna, we got the Yeonhong pre-ban. So the fastest man of Korea lost his fastest speed set, potentially. And you can never go wrong with a Gianna pre-ban.
Yeah, definitely not. I wonder, yeah, if SCHOLES does have his Swift set on a Yeonhong. You know, that monster has extremely high base speed, so doesn't necessarily need that fastest set. Maybe it's on a Jogan instead.
All right, we got a Sierra first pick right there. Pretty classic first pick, fit into every playstyle, do damage to every single element, doesn't really care. And also very simple to rune in a way that you just need her to be fast and either very tanky or big bomb damage.
Yeah, a lot of these players even have both. You know, they have really tanky CRS, but also just bomb damage on the artifacts that can achieve that insane bomb damage, especially when paired with this Jogan here. You know, Pooh picking up that Fire Megami of his, very much of his, you know, favorite monster alongside that Shiho.
And then we have the rock, paper, scissors draft style. Everyone just trying to counter the enemy draft. But I think SCHOLES kind of walked his Jogan into the Shiho right there. And even though he picked a counterplay to the Shiho, we got Pooh drafting the counterplay to the Josephine. But maybe knowing this coming, he might be rocking a triple defense Josephine. You never know that.
That would be a first. You know, Josephine likely has enough hit points to just survive a Sonya straight up, but Pooh is presenting a lot of threat here. Now also going into a Lamila, you know, which does not have any hard control, so can actually that provoke land on the Josephine.
All right, we got an Okeanos getting picked up here. Not exactly incredible per se. I don't know about the Okeanos draft though, but we got the Ella draft as well. So SCHOLES is going turn 2-ish here with the cooldown reset, with the heal, with the immunity. Let's see what Pooh decides to do here, because he can go even more aggressive and punish this turn 2. But oh my god, nah, what is that? What is that, Topa?
Round 1.
That is a Chow, if my eyes are not deceiving me here, and that most likely is signaling a Sierra ban, which is quite interesting to see. You know, yeah, SCHOLES assuming the turn 2 position, you gotta wonder, like, is everything Sonya proof on his side here? Like, you know, the Sierra is probably the most likely target for that, but now that, you know, Pooh probably wants to ban out that Sierra, do that Chow last pick, I wonder if the Sonya has anything left to hit.
Oh, we can see 2 Sonya target right there. I wonder if they're Sonya proof. I think Ella is definitely Sonya proof, because there's no need to build any real stat on Ella. You can build her whatever you want. So speed, defense, definitely gonna be the way. But I really wonder what that Josephine is on.
Yeah, the Josephine is likely going to get comboed here by that Sonya, and it does get ignored defense on. Yeah, doesn't die, but Monkey follows up quickly, and that Josephine is out of the picture.
Oh, but unfortunately, you have to use the monkey attack on a Josephine, though. Without speed lead, he can still tank, and that is the nerf Sonya that we're seeing from the, I think, previous balance patch right there. Okeanos getting shut down as well. That's a very lucky move from the Megumi.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Megumi does have that 50% chance to remove the right buff there, you know, minus resistance, and doesn't manage to land there, you know. Ella's still getting the immunity up there, so SCHOLES is not fully out of this match, but it's looking very dire for me, especially with that resistance coming out on the Lamila.
I think even with the CO landing on the Lamila, I think Okeanos is going to have to deal with 2 different water monsters, and that's definitely going to be very, very tough. And his auto damage is gone as well. And I think Pooh just got the very, very first game super easily done against SCHOLES. I think that Ella last pick kind of just led his team to be absolutely destroyed by the Sonya turn 1.
Yeah, I was surprised to see, you know, SCHOLES, the fastest man in Korea. He already had the speed lead and a fast monster on his field, so surprised to see that he did not contest the speed harder there, especially, you know, against such a strong monster as Sonya there.
I think maybe it's true that his fastest speed set is on the Yeonhong, and the moment you lose your fastest set, you just feel very inconfident in going into a speed contest.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case. You know, he will have his Yeonhong available in this match here, and Pooh will have his Gian available. So as we go into game 2, we'll see who the pre-bans are, and that might, you know, tell us a bit more about the direction that these players want to go here.
We might be seeing a Heigang pre-ban with a Gianna early pick here, and that's gonna allow Pooh to go for a quick little strip stun as well. But with SCHOLES going turn 1, maybe that's not gonna be very easy for a Gianna to go.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that, you know, since SCHOLES does have his Yeonhong available and potentially a lot more turn 1 threat, Pooh's Gianna is going to be a bit harder to use, so Pooh wanted to split up that, or take away another speed 1 threat from SCHOLES in that Jogan, and SCHOLES banning out Tianlang, knowing that that is a hard counter to Yeonhong and potentially an Oliver that he may want to pair with that.
It'd be crazy though. Pooh first pick Yeon Hong right here as a statement. Like suddenly, oh, I just pulled Yeon Hong yesterday. Oops, that'd be crazy work. But who's deciding on the first pick? I think he's waiting. Oh, he's gonna go for a speed lead early for the first pick.
Yeah, taking away the Oliver, knowing that SCHOLES probably wants to pick that monster up for himself as that Tianlang is in the pre-ban, but Fire Megami also a monster that gets heavily countered by Tianlang and now available for SCHOLES.
I think the Annabelle being drafted a little bit too early right there, because we've seen from America Cup with Badowny picking Annabelle early as well, and then he suddenly forget to pick and he strip, and then he go first with Annabelle because his Annabelle was crazy fast, and then he achieved absolutely nothing.
Yeah, another thing here is that on Oliver is a pretty good counter to Annabelle. You know, probably have max accuracy on this Oliver, and being a resetting monster, Annabelle could get those extra turns with those lucky skill 1 sleeps. But now Pooh, assuming a turn 2 position here, going with a Nyx, there's a lot of debuffs that SCHOLES presenting, and he's actually just picking more debuffs into a Nyx here.
Yeah, as a Layla enjoyer for many, at least from 1 year ago, Nyx is probably my number one most hated unit when I use Layla, because the inconsistency is just so unpredictable, and I think Sko is walking right into a Nyx, maybe even Ragdoll, into some sort of like Juno. Oh my god, that is even worse. Like, I will give up. Like, if this is an RT ladder match, I'll give up right now. I'll just hit the X button.
This is definitely not looking good for SCHOLES here. You know, that Layla pick was definitely too early going into a Nyx, and you know, the Layla turns the Nyx team into sort of a ragdoll there. Every time the Nyx prevents a debuff from being applied, it is boosting the attack bar of the team. But SCHOLES now picking that light Horang, you know, who we saw doing some great work last week in Brazil.
But unfortunately, that Light Horang came a little bit too late. Might probably get banned right there, because he's the only one that doesn't really care about debuff. He also doesn't care about the Light Horse passive that much, because he does a lot of damage with his artifact. So it's going to be an easy Light Horang ban, and Skull got to pick his poison. Is it going to be the glancing? Oh, he chose to have both poison on the field. Oh my god. Is this bravery or just throwing random? Like, what is he doing? How?
Yeah, that's super weird. I think SCHOLES somehow just got like tunnel vision, thinking that his Horang is getting through, and knowing that Lamila is probably the biggest counter to this Horang. But like, you just can't be expecting that. It's the last pick. You should be knowing that that's getting banned. And I mean, we see Pooh even taking the turn 1 here and just controlling SCHOLES when he's supposed to have a control team.
And the fact that the Nyx went in and actually reset everyone is pretty crazy. And we saw the Nyx passive already activated on Oliver and giving the team turn. Oliver getting the best violent prop possible to double reset the Annabelle. I think the game might soon be over the moment Annabelle goes down, because without sustain, I think Score, there's no way he can out-sustain this anti-debuff squad. Ooh.
And Pooh also having very good speed tuning there. The Eleanor moving last, getting that immunity up, so Annabelle cannot chain those sleeps, get additional turns back in that heal. But, you know, does get that 1 additional turn either way. Heal is now available.
And the lack of protection. Oh, unfortunately, all or nothing became nothing for the Shiho. Did not land a single stun right there. And right now, there is an opportunity for the Annabelle and the Layla to start going crazy. But every time they move, there is a good chance the Nyx going to boost the team attack bar. So we are seeing the return of Ragdoll, but it's just not Ragdoll.
Ooh, but SCHOLES definitely has a window here. Megumi could get that skill 1 defense right into a Masha, potentially getting a violent proc, but Megumi has a very low activation on that skill 1, especially with Nyx on the field. It's not going to have any luck there. Masha, can she get a proc? Nope, and also just gets Nyx passive, giving Pooh's team even more attack bar.
Here comes the AoE, a lot of debuff onto the Oliver, but did not manage to strip the immunity unit, and voila, the Oliver's back with a lot of healing. But the good thing is the anti-cleanse stopped the cleanse on the Oliver, and Oliver is still under the stun effect. However, the Shiho is about to take another turn again, and I think somebody's about to come.
Yeah, Eleanor has the glass passive up now as well. Oliver getting the violent part, getting resisted on the Annabelle, so might be SCHOLES saving grace here, but Shiho is coming. Will this take out Annabelle? Opts to go for the Megumi instead, you know, confirming that kill there. Does not, whoa, that's probably a max resistance Megumi, but either way, can't resist death right there. Oliver surviving by the skin of his teeth.
But unfortunately, Annabelle still doesn't have any skill available, but probably can get a quick kill on the Oliver. But when that is nah, that is not real. What?
through the glancing passive, through the Nyx passive, this Annabelle somehow manages to land a sleep on probably a high resistance monster at that, but not confirm the kill on the Oliver, so Eleanor does get a little bit of heal, but Masha crits through the anti-crit too, and takes out the Oliver. Shiho now stunning the Annabelle.
That's gonna be the greediest play, bro. That is crazy, but he got it. And unfortunately, his team is not getting any better. Even though the Oliver is down, the Shiho is stacking up his stat and now doing massive damage, taking down the Annabelle. And with glancing so much on the field, the unit that rely on debuff like Layla and Masha is not looking so hard anymore.
Yeah, the Shiho damage is incredible there with that skill 3 doing 3,000 a hit. That is probably 18,000 total. That's probably half Annabelle's HP, so definitely overkilling that monster. And now there's no sustain, all the Nyx passive, Eleanor anti-crit, anti-everything passive. No way that Skulls can really get through this anymore.
Alright, we got the glancing of Layla, which means no debuff. We have the Masha hitting into maybe take down the horse right here if she's lucky enough, but unfortunately she's also not very lucky. And I think the Masha is about to go down very, very soon. Shield's gonna take this one alone, to be honest. And Pooh is gonna get 2-0. We are moving to match point for Pooh right there. Absolutely incredible performance.
Yeah, strong showing right out of the gate for a defending APAC Cup champion here. So, I mean, this is exactly what we expected out of Pooh. Skulls, definitely had a little bit of a misdrafting going on there. Could have picked some monsters maybe in different order. Some monsters were too early, or some other counter picks there. And he definitely needs to get his game together here, because this is potentially his last match at APAC Cup.
All right, we're going to game 3. Last round premium was Tia Lang and Joe Gunn. This time it's probably going to be the Yon Hong and potentially the Gianna back at it once again. But when the two units available, both of these players did not choose to go for their round 1 pre-ban units. So maybe they don't even really need those. So they may pre-ban something else.
Yeah, that was interesting to see, but it's also for Pooh, he also has the Tian Lang available against this Yan Hong had he not pre-banned that. But since, he's already at 2 points to 0, the game 1 worked phenomenally for him. I mean, that was just a complete outdraft in that game. So it just goes for the safe Yan Hong pre-ban, doesn't want any surprises there.
All right, we got a first pick for Skull right there. Let's see what he wants to play. He's going to go for the Ciara, but what if Pooh steal the Jogan this time around?
Well, Pooh doesn't really need to steal the Jogan. That game 1 went just fine for him, so I would be definitely content running that game 1 back as Skulls is picking up that Sierra, and Pooh does do just that same response as in game 1.
All right, we're gonna find Megumi. We got the Shiho getting picked up right there, and let's see if Skull goes with something else this time around. Let's see if he tries to contest for speed, getting some fast base speed unit in there. But we got the Jogan getting picked up once again because we are creature of habit, right? We just love playing Ciara Jogan. We will stick to Ciara Jogan.
Does change up a little bit here, however. Last time that was a Josephine in the Annabelle spot, so this Annabelle likely going to be anti-Sonia, or Pooh doesn't care though. He's just running it back with the Sonia and the Lamila once again. And this Annabelle just has to be anti-Sonia because Skulls gotta remember that game 1 and how he just got dominated by that Sonia.
And we got, he picked up the horse to be a bit more defensive against the Annabelle AoE defense down and slow debuff. And maybe he want to use the Sonia on the Ciara instead. We got now something that is definitely going to be built with defense. We got the Abelio getting picked up right here. Skulls going with a bruiser strategy and the Light Huarang last pick as well. But I think once again, the moment you last pick such a strong hard carry, it's definitely going to get banned. And your team is not exactly countering the enemy team that well as well.
It really isn't. This Abelio makes me feel like Skulls doesn't actually have any Sonia traps, and instead is banking on the fact that he survives the Sonia with just enough health for the Abelio pass the pop and then pick those units back up. But Pooh now debating on his last pick, locks in a Amber here, a monster that we haven't really seen much, but could actually perform very well with all those heal blocks to counter the Abelio.
Definitely, the heal blocks looking really good against Abelio in particular. And Amber was also available for free for every single player via the recent event. If you picked up Amber, max level, very, very strong unit. And it got banned because the heal block is just way too strong. We got the Light Harang stay on the field. And let's see which one is going to go down to the Sonia.
Yeah, this is a crucial moment in the game. Potentially our last game of the first set here. Sonia, who do you go on? Will she ignore defense?
Here we go, Sonya. Oh, calculation was made and it was correct. Yeah, Belio's gonna save and provoke the Shiho. Incredible moment right there for Skull. So maybe this time around, this Light Hwarang is gonna shine.
Yeah, that is exactly what Scholes was going for. You know, that was calculated from his part. That's probably a minus winged animal there. Designed to survive the Sonya, but go low enough for the belly of the rocket. I mean, that is just a phenomenal provoke on the Shiho, preventing it from using skill 3. Now Jogan is getting that skill 3 off, getting the strips available, and I will often go for heal instead of the defense breaks.
Things are now looking a little bit rocky, but we can see that the Sonya is not very squishy, very efficient rune coming out from Pooh right there. Not just having great damage, but also a decent amount of health and defense to survive the damage of whatever the enemy is cooking. And the Light Hwarang will need a bit of time to build up his momentum. The Shiho is in the scroll trap, but definitely not for too long. Remember, Skull doesn't have any immunity, which means the moment Shiho come out, all or nothing will be very, very scary.
That will be the case, but the Shiho is also sitting at 0 attack bar. Those Hwarang does have some time to stack up here, but that Sonya was extremely tanky, so I'm not sure if Skulls can really take this Sonya out before he gets another skill 2 off, but that final part definitely helps.
Alright, we got Sonya going in. The Annabelle's going to be the target of this Sonya. The moment you take out Annabelle, you take out a very, very hard carry on the side of Skull. But unfortunately for Skull, he's not doing that just yet. Maybe this turn's going to be the turn?
Can this Hwarang do enough damage? Skill 2 with the additional damage bonus from having buffs. There is enough to take out the Sonya. That violent proc last turn was absolutely crucial because Sonya did have skill 2 available. And once again, we saw turn 1 that, you know, Sonya did get the ignore defense, but Shiho still has all skills available. Hwarang now defense proc, but will be able to move out of that before Shiho goes.
Oh, this Hwarang is making wave in every single region. Top tier RTA unit right there. Unfortunately, not bringing out the Shiho just yet. And now defense broken. This might be bad.
That is almost enough to take out the Hwarang, but in doing so, just puts it in the Belio range. You know, Belio right there, picking the Hwarang right back up. And I believe there is a skill 2 coming soon. Jogan could actually just use the skill 2 to cycle turns here. Does just that get sort of all of these buffs from Pooh's side, and Hwarang now with the attack buff skill 1 is going to be doing a lot of damage to Shiho.
I can't believe it. Abelio was actually the pick that got Skull the W if he wins this game right here. Abelio saving Annabelle, Abelio saving Light Hwarang, Abelio saving Skull Chance in SWC 2025.
Absolutely phenomenal, you know, calculation and just knowing exactly how much damage that Sonya did there. You know, he countered it phenomenally, right, with that Abelio. Also did get that very, very fortunate provoke on the Shiho that may have decided the match there even.
Alright, we're going to game 4. The light unicorn drafted by Pooh wasn't really working out too well. It did not work like the Abelio. It did not keep the Sonya or the Shiho alive. On the other hand, it kind of boosts Light Hwarang damage in a way.
It did, and yeah, it's an interesting unicorn pick there. You know, the Sierra doesn't really care about anti-crit, and you also know that Skulls does have that Light Hwarang, as mentioned, almost as benefits from that horse. So questionable draft from the Eleanor from Pooh there, and we'll see how he rebounds in this game 4 as Skulls now pre-bans the Nyx.
Oh, which means the Layla is coming very, very soon to see what Pooh decides to do here. Maybe he's going to switch it up a little bit, but he's going to go for the Oliver first pick once again. Skull did not really contest for Oliver whatsoever at all, so maybe he doesn't really care. He's going to go for the Fire Megumi Shiho this time around.
It's interesting to see that Pooh is still favoring this Oliver, as you mentioned. Skulls did not really care for this monster as much. In both games 1 and 3, the Oliver was available throughout the entire draft, but was never picked up. So Pooh definitely has a couple different drafts prepared against Skulls here.
Alright, we got the Fire Megumi Shiho getting picked up. Pooh has the Josephine, has the horse, has the Tian Lang available, but decide to go for another wind monster, and that's going to be the Sonya. But I think Sonya, even outspeeding Shiho, will have problem killing Shiho with the nerf passive, and with both being very, very fast, she doesn't gain that much damage bonus as well.
Pooh is all gas here, that is one thing for sure. Pick up a second speed in the more, and still really just favoring that Sonya, which is quite surprising to see. He must be really confident in this Sonya, even though he has not gotten a single, you know, one-shot kill in this set yet.
Over there, we got a fire unit. We got Elemental King unit getting picked up by Skull. But over there, we got another Elemental King as well. Kind of, because she doesn't really care about your element. She lands her debuff. She does her damage all the time anyway. And we got Lamila getting picked up by Pooh. And we finally see his Gianna getting used as well. Last pick, very, very good position to pick Gianna because there's so many counter to this particular unit. So picking last, just make sure that she will be a very good force ban.
Yeah, Pooh has the speed threats here already in the game, so probably going to be outspeeding Skulls. Can just pick up that Gianna for that very oppressive skill 3 as well as the bomb damage, which once again does not care about element. With countering that Horang, Skulls now picking up a Vanessa, getting a second speed lead, but doesn't really have another fast monster besides the She-Ho here.
I think it's a great counter to Sonya pretty much, right? And also it helps with the damage of the Light Horang in the late game. Very good for the Bruiser angle that I think Skull is going for, but it could also be a very good force ban.
And Pooh opts to go for a Megumi ban there. The Sonya is let through, no surprise there. And Lamila is once again banned. Gianna makes it through the battlefield as well, which is a bit surprised to see. Pooh will be definitely going first, but how much can the Sonya really do here?
Even if he killed the She-Ho, he could not kill the She-Ho, unfortunately. The She-Ho come back with attack buff and he will allow... Oh, wait, that is a Nem-Will Gianna, but sort of tanky-ish. But it gets stunned anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Has an interesting build on the Gianna for sure. Having that Nemesis cut in there, but getting stunned, then, you know, not being on violent, cannot proc. So this Gianna was kind of a dead pick in that sense, now that it doesn't get a skill off, doesn't get attack bar boost there, but the bike will be moving and like take out the Gianna.
Gianna's gonna go down to the bike. Unfortunately, it has to be like not too tanky, so that the Nem will actually proc, but that is also a big glaring weakness to the Gianna build right now. So we might be going to a game 5 because Pooh was all gas and all the gas kind of running out a little bit here, Topa, and he doesn't really have a way to kill the Light Horang at this point.
He really doesn't. This Light Horang has been a bane for Pooh to deal. He banned it in that game, in the first game, and since then this Horang has been tearing it up here. Oliver does get a nice violent proc there alongside that more violent proc. But still, there's just not that much damage in this. Ashore has very low cooldown, just a couple procs and it's right back into skills.
I think I have a feeling I know which one is going to get the pre-ban if we're going for a game 5. When we are going for another Light Horang turn here, doing very decent damage to the Sonya and doesn't lose attack bar, doesn't lose skill. The more going in for the damage, but is that too late now? Light Horang going in for the finishing touch onto the Sonya, and that might be GG.
That is most likely GG here with Sonya, the biggest damage dealer gone. Oliver still has some potential, but this Horang is so fast. He slaps to Oliver. That defense break from the Vanessa Raptor combo, almost taking out the Oliver. She-Ho also moving the attack buff, takes out the Oliver. Moore is also really trying his best with these violent procs, but it just won't be enough here, Sean.
Yeah, he's losing attack bars, getting focus, getting maybe even death broken, silence. There's so many things going on against the Moore. If he get like procs every turn, or if it's a siege battle, he can proc 4 turns in a row, then maybe he got a chance. But oh my god, Skull with the comeback. The home country advantage is kicking in right there.
Yeah, Come just may have flipped the switch there before Skulls, because we are going to game 5. You know, Pooh was looking so dominant, but in these games 3 and 4, Skulls found a way to answer the Sonya, and that's really been the key moment here. And the game 3 was the Velio, just picking up those units from the very low HP, and this game 4 just picking monsters that just don't really, I mean, just nothing dies that Sonya, and there was no follow-up like in that game 1 with that Water Monkey.
All right, going to a game 5. Can Pooh defend his title? Will he make it to the semi-final? It was pretty clear in the first 2 games, and now I don't even know who's that man sitting over there anymore.
Yeah, it's crazy to see here. And as you called it, there is the Light Horang in the pre-ban. Skulls knows it too, kind of shaking his head there. How does he get out of this one now?
Pooh did not do the homework like Raigeki, preparing that little Cashmere toy to counter Light Horang. Unfortunately, it gets to be the pre-ban unit. First pick for Skull. Let's see what it's going to go for. Is he going to steal the Oliver? Maybe first pick the Gianna if he has one?
I don't think Scholes is a Gianna. He's been favoring the Sierra first pick a lot here. It's interesting to see that he pre-bans the Lamila here. He really probably wasn't expecting once again the Hwoarang to be pre-banned, because that Lamila is probably one of the biggest counters that Pooh has been using to counter this Hwoarang. But now Sho's still just picking up that Sierra.
All right, we got the repeat of the previous game here. We got a Sierra on the right side. We got the Fire Megumi Shiho on the left side, which means we'll probably be seeing some sort of Jogan water into a Sonya pick. But the Sonya hasn't been working, Toba. Maybe he's gonna stop doing that.
Yeah, the Sonya hasn't been working, so Skull's probably happy to run back that game 3 there, picking up the Jogan as well as the Annabelle, knowing that those are, you know, Sonya proof there. And now Pooh, will he still just force this Sonya in here, or does he pivot? He's definitely taking his time here a bit more.
All right, here we go. Pooh, is he gonna go for the Sonya? Is he switching it up to oh my god. Funny enough, Skull told us that Pooh is one of the most flexible drafter, and that is not exactly flexibility, but we got the Nikki getting picked up by Pooh right there for some extra AoE damage. That is kind of like an LD Lamila in a way.
It really is that skill 3 with additional damage, just a lot of damage, you know, any additional damage, doesn't really care about element at all. Skull is going back to his Vanessa here for a second speed lead and another effective counter to Sonya. Another thing that Nikki does is, you know, puts that AoE heal block, which does counter the Velio healing. And Skulls, we finally see that Yan Han coming out to play. He is looking to take turn 1 here now.
All right, that also forced Pooh to pick another speed lead, and I wonder if that's gonna allow him to move. We don't know the speed is Yeonhong. We don't know if Sonya Shiho actually can outspeed the Yeonhong just yet. We got the Water Indra getting last pick here. Very solid last pick, no AoE immunity from Skull, and I think it's potentially can be a Vanessa ban, and we're trying to see what kind of raise we got. Or it's gonna be a Sierra ban to take out the damage.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be a CR ban for sure here. Skulls doesn't really have a lot of follow-up for his Yeonhong. I think Pooh is just giving up that turn 1, knowing how fast this Yeonhong is likely going to be. Even for 24 liters, good chance that it would outspeed Pooh here. Knowing, yeah, it's exactly how fast Skulls here is. So banning that follow-up in that CR, and we see the last pick of Pooh getting banned up. But what the heck is going on here? Why is Pooh double outspeeding Skulls? Hello?
Maybe the perks of not running Will Rune. And we got the damage on the Annabelle getting revived. 2 skill out of these 2 units, and the Annabelle is still alive and probably gonna get healed by the Yeonhong as well. And I'm not sure that was a very productive turn coming out from Pooh.
Yeah, he used both of his big skills there. He's not going for the Yeonhong heal there. Wants to get the strips in from the Annabelle. Now the Megami will cut in here. Can it stun this Annabelle here?
I mean, even if he can, doesn't really. Oh my god, it is not looking too good for Pooh right there. Here comes the big heal from the Annabelle.
Oh.
And the classic Annabelle additional turn for some juicy debuff. I think the Fire Megumi is about to exit the game.
Yeah, it definitely is. Does get the slow on the Yeonhong. Megumi does get one more turn. That has to get a violent proc to stun that Yeonhong. Does not get it. So Yeonhong with the skill 3 available, by just boosting up the Annabelle, topping it off, getting out of that slow simultaneously. And this Megumi will be leaving the battlefield here.
Oh, we got the Shiho coming up. We got the Nikki coming up. Maybe we have a comeback angle because Skull also kind of used all of his skill. But the good thing about having the Yeonhong on the team is that you give Annabelle the turn to allow her to get her skill back. But here comes Nikki.
Nikki going for the skill 3 damage, just leaving that defense break on the Shiho can be quite dangerous. Some decent damage there, but Annabelle is going to pick the team right back up. So I think that is a slight misplay coming out of Pooh there. I think Yeonhong has skill 2 available there as well. What? He boosts the Sonya up and now Yeonhong's dead!
Oh, this might be a comeback angle, and now Skull lost his biggest damage dealer. He does have a lot of control right there, but control doesn't give you victory. You gotta actually kill something. And now the target is going to be the Annabelle. We got the big heal coming out from the Nikki, and another turn as well. The classical counter proc, and Annabelle is about to go down. He doesn't have damage anymore because Nikki is also a very, very good healer.
That was super unfortunate for Skulls there. The Jogan, being a fast monster, probably only has about a 5% chance to really glance on the Sonya there, but does glance. And now Vanessa is going to revive the Yeonhong, which is quite a questionable play again, as that gives another target for the Shiho to stun, and is going to make it so that his Annabelle now forced Nikki getting that extra turn, and the Yeonhong is right out of the game. and Pooh will likely be moving on here.
Oh my god, the Nikki draft was definitely incredible. That was a much better healer pick compared to picking the light unicorn because she also provides the aggressive attack and damage, and Pooh will be moving on to the semi-final, one step closer to defending his champion title.
Well done to Pooh. Topa, I gotta hand it to SCHOLES though. He really turned it on in those last few rounds there. Would you say that there was an exchange of misplays at the end?
Yeah, definitely. If SCHOLES does not touch that Sonya, no matter how small of a chance it is to glance, there is a chance to glance at Sonya, and that allowed the Sonya to move in front of the Yanhang. We saw the Yanhang attack bar was glowing before that turn, so she had skill 2 available. If there's any sort of damage on that monster, it definitely would have killed a defense broken Shiho, and just a 4v2 at that point. You probably are winning that if you're a SCHOLES, so that is just heartbreaking to see for him.
Oh, dude, heartbreaking's a good term for it. I definitely felt for him in that moment because he did such a good job locking the heck in those last few rounds, but an exchange of misplays, like we said, kind of resulted in that. You don't want to touch the Sonya. She's such a dangerous unit to touch because then she can come right in and just slap down a unit. Sean, how are you feeling following that game?
Hey man, my countryman is moving to the semi-final. We are doing great, and I strongly believe he's gonna go far. But I can't wait to see what the next match will have for us as well. Because if we have the defending APAC champion, we have the defending world champion moving up next.
Oh yeah, dang Skippy. And speaking of champs, we got the America's Cup champ in chat saying that SCHOLES can catch up on sleep now. Feels okay, man. Great one. Love that, right, Geki? What's going on? Yeah, and Topa, man, that light Hwoarang got another great showcase. It seems like everywhere we go, he's popping up and making a good show for us.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not sure if SCHOLES is going to be catching up his sleep. You know, he might be just having nightmares from that Sonya attack bar gain there after that Jogan glance. But yeah, on the Hwoarang, our defending world champion KELIANBAO does have this light Hwoarang as well. So I think, you know, if Pooh does end up fighting KELIANBAO here in the semifinals, he's definitely going to need to be utilizing that more adaptability in his drafts, because right now his drafts are very one-dimensional, just almost forcing that Sonya every single game. And SCHOLES somehow found an answer to that, and I think KELIANBAO can also find an answer to that if he's going to move forward.
Yeah, for real. Sean, I wanted to talk to you about that too. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen someone commit so hard to a Sonya.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how he commit into the nerf damage dealer, because both Sonya and Nikki got nerfed because they were doing mind-blowing damage, and he still just brute force those units with sheer rune quality. And that is pretty crazy, because I think Sonya is the kind of unit that is very good on the ladder, but certainly on the tournament stage it's just much harder to use because everyone rune is just so good and fast. You saw that the Sonya couldn't even finish the shield because the shield was just way too fast and survived the Sonya, and I'm pretty sure shield probably doesn't have minus win in the artifact.
That's a really good point. Folks, looking ahead to our next match, we got Frank versus KELIANBAO coming up. Here's a better look at Frank.
经历4连之后，又可以重新踏上这个舞台，我觉得很开心。我比赛的时候会比较冷静，还有我对比赛有很多比赛的经验。为了这次比赛，花了更多时间去努力，还有去了解这个游戏环境。宝哥虽然你是世界冠军，但是我也不会害怕，然而我会用我最大的努力去打败他。打败所有的对手，然后踏上最高的那个荣耀。
After a 4-year absence from SWC, now facing the defending world champion, here comes Frank. Topa, that is a tough matchup to be your first one in the quarterfinals.
Oh, absolutely. You know, he's been on a 4-year hiatus from this stage, so he's hungry for that victory. But KELIANBAO, man, how do you really deal with this? I personally don't have the answer, so I'm super excited to see what Frank has cooked up. As he said, you know, he's been preparing a lot for this.
Yeah, he's got to be cooking for it, man. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but I got to give him credit. He's confident. I like where his head's at, because it's like you can't just be faltering to the legacy right? You gotta show up. You gotta do your best, be all you can be, and all that. So I think I'm wishing Frank some good luck here. He'll definitely need it because here comes KELIANBAO.
大家好，我是去年的冠军，今年的垫脚石KELIANBAO。每一个都需要提防，这个靠运气的版本，每一个人都很难打，运气不好就没了。目标就是在韩国旅游，我要吃那个活章鱼。 早输早回家。感觉没什么机会赢，几率很小。
Whoa, Sean, KELIANBAO coming in with potentially the opposite energy as Frank, seeming almost a little unconfident.
Yeah, that was kind of funny that he answered every question and none of them was about Summoner. It's just like, I just want to go and eat octopus in Korea. Like, why am I even here?
You get to the point where it's like he has achieved functionally everything that a man can achieve in the game of Summoner's War, and that means a lot. I'm talking Legend Tournament wins, World Champion titles, and that comes with it regional champion titles as well. Like KELIANBAO has done the rounds. And he was talking about being a stepping stone in there for future folks looking to make their mark on the tournament stage. It could just be humility, might just be a ploy because he's got a lot going for him. But Topa, walk us through what you see for Frank here.
Yeah, for Frank, we see that Dark Monkey, which has been a very strong meta monster, and alongside that, we see a couple speed leaders as well as a segment, and he's also coming in as the high seed here. So no losses so far in this tournament, you know, posting a pretty nice 60% win rate there as well.
That's a really good point, dude. Yeah, in the Dark Monkey King, you know, we've been joking around in the prelims that Dark Monkey King never loses a game. He's Mr. 100% this year, that Dark Monkey King. If he gets that third skill off, the game is pretty much won. I think we've only seen one exception in the tournament run thus far, but it is quite a formidable LV Nat 5. And so, Sean, on the other side here, KELIANBAO has been playing a lot with Sekhmet, Josephine, as well. You know, but what do you know about KELIANBAO's box?
I think the box of KELIANBAO is pretty much like a bottomless pit, kind of. It's more about what he doesn't have, which is not really a whole lot. And he's playing the premium Jogan as well, which is gonna be the Light Twin Angel together with the Dark Monkey King. So he loves his AoE stuff because you can see that everything is almost AoE with the exception of the Ciara. And he is probably one of the hardest players to pre-ban against because what do you even pre-ban against KELIANBAO? He has everything in the game. It's like playing against a dev account pretty much.
That's a really good observation. You know, he seemingly has everything he needs to win, but has he prepared everything? We see folks with a lot of flexibility out there who have just the most random monsters that you might need, those niche picks available at a moment's notice. We'll see if KELIANBAO has done the prep necessary to defend the title. Will he continue forward, or does his SWC run end here? Guys, we're getting into Frank versus KELIANBAO for round one. Topa and Sean take it away for the pre-ban phase.
I just gotta say, I absolutely love KELIANBAO's carrier there too. One line in the carrier, SWC2025 World Champion. That's it. He came as a newcomer last year. He just won the tournament, and you know, this year he was saying he's gonna be a stepping stone, and we'll see if that comes true as his Veronica's pre-ban.
Yeah, stepping stone, but a pretty spiky one to step on instead. We got the Veronica pre-ban. I think he was kind of just like Veronica Gianna the whole way last year, but we got the Dark Monkey King stolen from Frank in the first pick, and over there we got the Hey Gang first pick coming out from Frank, and surprisingly, a Lima early pick.
Yeah, Frank has definitely been cooking here. We also see a little bit into his game plan here. pre-banning that Veronica, knowing that he wants to go into some sort of a hate gang draft here.
All right, the Hey Gang is going to be soft countered by the Light Twin Angel with the strip and attack bar pushback. Frank is going to go for a Tomoe in the first pick together with a Shiho. So he's trying to spread a little bit of stun and maybe locking in a Layla last pick as well.
KELIANBAO answering back with a Vivishul, very strong monster, and once again we see that Light Hwoarang, who has been an absolute menace not only today but in other regions as well. You know, so far actually both of our champions in Europe and Americas do own a Light Hwoarang, so this might just be the monster of champions. We'll see what Frank does to counter this.
I felt like commenters look at Misty and be like, how do I make that but like better? And they just make this unit. And then Misty was so good in the prelim, and now we got Light Hwoarang. But the counter to Light Hwoarang is going to be Christina, that was used in the America Cup, that also failed miserably at the same time as well. Because Christina going early to snipe Light Hwoarang is not very ideal, because without stack, Christina just doesn't do a lot of damage.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't. And another point here is that KELIANBAO actually has anti-cleanse on his team for that Dark Monkey. So if that Dark Monkey is not banned, that does counter Christina. And that is not banned here alongside the Light Twin. So KELIANBAO actually getting his entire combo with that Oliver speed lead into the Light Twins, taking turn 1, and the Dark Monkey just stunning everything. Also, Reset is a very effective way to counter Christina. So Christina does feel a bit off here on.
Maybe we've got a name trap here going in, but the attack bar increase is not going to be enough to push the Lima up after the Hey Gang. And Hey Gang was unfortunately not stripped to sort of cut in between with the glancing dispenser, and so Lima's going to be losing the attack bar to the Oliver, and Light Hwoarang will start going, but that's giving back to Christina. But unfortunately for Christina, Oliver's going to take away her opportunity to counter Light Hwoarang as well.
Ooh, but that Hey Gang getting a very nice double stun there. We'll see how much damage this Christina can do. Is she maybe on Violent? I'm not sure I saw any Nemesis from her. So could actually be built on something different. Does not get a Violent proc, however. She might be ruined. And now Light Hwoarang definitely will speak to that monster.
Yep, the counter got absolutely destroyed before she even took her first shot. And now Light Hwoarang will slowly take that Lima. And if you have invincibility, he also doesn't really care. He's gonna go through all that with bonus damage.
I don't think it will be that slow of a takedown of that Lima here either. Hwoarang just gonna punch that one more time and she will be going down. And at this point, Hwoarang will just probably solo the game. We see he's taking 2 turns in a row, even without a Violent proc. That damage.
Man, look at that. He is killing everybody on the side of Frank's team. So I guess the cook that Frank was trying to do was not really cooking.
Why does KELIANBAO actually just look bored here in the match? He's just kind of leaning in. It's like, okay, another day at the office, you know, Light Hwoarang just absolutely eating the opposing team alive. And we'll see how Frank can adapt to that going into game 2. That Christina, in essence, does have a non-glancing skill 4, which also applies Defense Break and Oblivion. Most likely would be able to one-shot the Hwoarang, but when there's already 2 counters on the field to your Christina, you gotta do something else.
And here we go, the second game pre-ban, not a Light Hwoarang pre-ban. Very brave coming from Frank right here, but we got the Oliver pre-ban, Shield pre-ban. First pick for Frank. He might want to secure the Ciara early to have a bomb skill against Light Hwoarang.
It's not going to be CR first pick, as this Dark Monkey is so contested between these 2 players. But KELIANBAO not going to be letting up on that CR, not giving Frank any chance of taking that monster, just taking that away with the Joe gun this time, not going for the Light Twins. And Frank's cooking is continuing here, Sean.
Wow, rocking the War Young for the speed lead and the attack buff. He might be going in for some aggressive play here, but the problem with War Young is that her base speed is, I need to use so many bad words to describe that. So she's about to get outsped by the Yeonhong so easily over there.
That definitely is going to be the case. I wonder if Frank is going to keep his foot on the gas, trying to fight that turn 1. Does pick up another speed lead, but what can you really have that's fast enough to outspeed a Yeonhong?
I don't know, man. Shio's not on the field. He might be going for a segment even on F9 here, but it might be a little bit too late as well. And locking in the Wind Twin Angel or the budget Laura for the AoE control. But is that going to be enough against Light Hwoarang though?
Yeah, the Wind Twins does also have immunity, but KELIANBAO picking up a Gian to counter that immunity does not have 2 speed leads on his side, but also recognizing that he'll probably outspeed even without the speed lead if the Yanhong is let through, or he will outspeed with the speed lead Jogan combination here.
Yep, could be a plus 240 speed Yeonhong right there. It will outspeed even Yeonmore or Yeonwoo with speed lead. And that's going to allow the Gianna to go in between and stun everybody. And here is the post-draft ban. It's going to be a Gianna and a Dark Monkey ban. And Frank is going to take the turn 2 position. But maybe he's going to be praying that he's going to cut in between with the Moore and stun everybody.
Yeah, that's definitely what Frank is going for here, as he does give up the tournament. That is a fast volume, but it's also off-field, so the seal will be available. Oh, KELIANBAO getting a bit greedy there. If that seal field misses, the volume would have cut in, and Frank would have moved there, but now it does land, goes in the scroll, and attack buffed Sierra is coming. But that Moore actually did a lot of work there, pushing that Sierra back. Not enough, though.
Oh, that little decreased attack bar from the Light rank stopped the Wind Twin Angel to cut in between the Ciara and the Masha lost her beast. Crazy stun from the Wind Twin though. So the Moore and the Wind Twin managed to stop the momentum of KELIANBAO, and maybe this time Frank will have the opportunity to take down the world champion.
I like how KELIANBAO is just using that skill 3 from the Yanhong on the Horang, just all eggs in this Horang basket right now for KELIANBAO. He's almost giving up on his CR a little bit, as his Masha skill 2 is going to be doing a lot of damage. Wind Twins is a very impactful skill 3 here. If it lands slow on that Horang, that is a lot of damage, and it does.
Oh, that is a big slow coming from the Wind Twin, but that doesn't slow the momentum of this character. Take down the Masha. So Frank damage carry is gone from the field. He still have a bit of damage from the William and the Moore, but he need to get that attack up and turn in quickly before the Light Horang and the Yeonhong get even more momentum.
Yeah, Yeonhong with the skill 2 does not get the strip on that Wind Twins, and this Horang is just going to be a big problem, sitting at full HP on KELIANBAO's side. And I'm not sure what Frank can really do to take that down. Does get some good damage on that Moore skill 2, and now Volume does finish off the Sierra. But once again, Horang is here to stay, and now he's out of that slow debuff as well.
Look at that. He took one turn, and his attack bar is full again. That is absolutely crazy. The speed in his unit, and is about to take down the Wind Twin. I'm not too sure if Moore has what it takes to deal with this Light Horang. The Wind Twin is going to go down, and he is looking for the Warrior next.
Yeah, William is next on the list for this Horang, and that is just half of William's HP gone right away. Moore, can you get some Despair stuns? Just even on Despair, does not get the stun on the Yeonhong. William could get a little bit of healing, but I think you might want to try and confirm the heal, but I'm not sure if skill 1's going to be enough here. Goes for the heal.
He is on Despair, but unfortunately that's definitely not going to be enough. This Light Horang taking everyone down one by one, and the Moore is going to go into the slow trap as well. But he's going to come out pretty much immediately. But right into a Yeonhong full heal onto the Jogan as well. The situation looking rather grim for Frank.
It definitely is. Horang with the Raptor combo almost finishing off, and no bottom block there, by the way. Just taking another turn right away. How much speed he gains from his passive, just absolutely dominating here.
Oh my god, somebody got to bring KELIANBAO a coffee right there. He's about to fall asleep. So we're going to a game 3. And I think we might have to see a Light Horang pre-ban at this point.
We definitely need to see a Light Horang pre-ban, or something has to change from Frank's side. He sold his position in the last matchup as well between Pooh and SCHOLES, and SCHOLES was able to claw his way back to a 2-2. Can Frank do the same here?
All right, maybe KELIANBAO can also pre-ban his own Light Horang at this point, to make the game a bit harder and more interesting. But here comes the pre-ban. We might be seeing the Dark Monkey steal in the first pick of KELIANBAO again. We have the Veronica and the Jogan pre-ban, which means Light Horang is still available, and the first pick for KELIANBAO.
First pick for KELIANBAO, likely going to be that Dark Monkey that they have been fighting over so hard. And Frank, his team did not really work in that. He had an idea going into the first game with, banning the Veronica, picking up a Hey Gang, but now he's completely switching it up to a Zeratul and a hopefully fast Sekhmet.
Man, Frank is switching draft every single round, Topa. That is crazy. He has so many strategies ready to go, but at least none of them is really working at the moment.
so far none of them have worked, as he is sitting at a pretty devastating 0-2 position. None of them were really even that close. You know, that Hwoarang has just been such a menace, and I'm so surprised to not see in the pre-bans.
All right, we have Jackson on the field, one of the worst LD5 to use in RT according to many tier lists. This guy just doesn't have a good track record, but maybe this time around against all these attack bar pushback, he might be doing some work.
There's not that many attack bar pushbacks in the end of it all. There's just Oliver and the Light Twins. I guess Light Twins also has a little bit of pushback on the skill 1 as well as that skill 3. But Jackson, this issue with Jackson is that he just doesn't really do much beside that passive. And if you really cannot capitalize on that passive, you know, the robo meta is gone. There's just not that many places where this is that impactful. Does have a very nice Hagen last pick there, but that's likely going to be banned out.
Wow, as I said, I think KELIANBAO actually pre-banned his own Light Hwoarang. He chose not to use it in this situation here. Even though he could easily ban 0-2, pick Light Hwoarang and Gianna, and this could have been a very, very tough game. So we got the 0-2 brand and no damage coming out from Frank early on. Let's see if he can outlive the damage of KELIANBAO. Oh, he outspeed though.
Ooh, that is a really fast segment. Just the 24 lead, still managing to outspeed the Light Twins. Does have quite a good base speed advantage there. Going for the reset on the monkey, but it misses.
And I think the problem with Frank is that he doesn't have a lot of damage all up after this. And the moment you lose the defense now coming out from the segment, you don't really have a lot of damage at all. And the Gianna being a bit slower, I noticed, is probably going to be on a Vio build, and that's going to be a big damage output coming out from KELIANBAO.
Definitely it's going to be a Vio build here. We see the Jackson passive actually just give enough attack bar there for Frank's full team to cut in here. Now just have a little bit of chance with this skill 2 stunning. Man, if only that reset landed on the monkey, you'd have a nice stun on this Gianna. Now you kind of have to choose which one do you go for. Ops go for the monkey, does land the stun there, but Gianna is going to be coming in here. That is, why does he bomb that? That's going to get cleansed by Haegang.
You know what? When you're a bit sleepy, you tend to make mistake a little bit. Like, oopsie, might be, and he cleansed his own bomb right there. And unfortunately, I think KELIANBAO will have to fall this time around because he's suffering from way too much debuff, and he let the segment go in with that AoE death break. And the Chandra is going to be doing some crazy damage here.
We also saw the Gianna land no stuns at all, except for on the segment, which obviously is getting cleansed by the Hagen passive. So Frank actually maybe looking to do what SCHOLES did and more. It looks like he will be taking this game 3 here. Gianna does get another bomb off, so it's not fully over yet. Now the bombs the segment once again. Maybe this time the bomb will stick.
Now, unfortunately, I think Chandra damage is going to be way too much to handle the slowly, but also stop KELIANBAO from actually taking the turn. And he can't really recover from this because he doesn't really have a lot of healing or any healing whatsoever here. And I think this is GG. We're going for a game 4.
There's a lot of damage coming out of this Chandra. Just punching that twin angel for 13,000 right to the face. Nearly taking it out. Gianna will be getting another turn here. If she can violent proc, I believe she will get another bomb off. And that is also a skill 3. So if she can proc here, let's not get the proc. That is the most likely going to be the end for KELIANBAO here. And we are going to round 4.
All right, we might be seeing the return of the Light Hwoarang if KELIANBAO want to secure his place in the semi-final again. A lot of damage from this Chandra. I think Chandra is probably going to be a solid counter to the Light Hwoarang as well with the skill 1 that can do very, very good damage.
We saw True Whale also trying that Chandra skill 1 damage counter the Hwoarang in the America's Cup against Raigek's Light Hwoarang. It didn't work nearly as well as it did for Frank here, but we also saw that there was no Light Hwoarang in play in the first place.
All right, going for a game 4 right here. And let's see if Frank has a chance to conquer the world champion. Let's take a look at the pre-ban.
Pre-bans will be coming in. That Veronica will be available for KELIANBAO, but he has not been using that even in the game 2 that it was available. And I don't really expect him to be using that either. Now it is a Oliver in the pre-bans, and the Light Hwoarang is still available.
Unfortunately for Frank, that is a fact. And first pick for Frank here. Let's see if he's going to take the Dark Monkey early on. Probably one of the strongest follow-up unit in this game right now, with the anti-cleanse, with the stun, with the defense break, and the most important thing, the consistency of landing all those mentioned debuffs.
Yeah, it's such a strong monster. No surprise to see getting picked up first there. But we're going right back to that Game 2 draft that really didn't look that good for Frank. KELIANBAO had a very convincing turn 1 and victory following that in that Game 2. So what is Frank going to do differently here in the picks 4 and 5? And so far, it's nothing.
We are going back to the same draft right there that did not really work out for Frank. And KELIANBAO with the last two Gianna, but the thing is, we saw that the Gianna was actually on a slower build. So maybe this time Frank's gonna ban out the Yeonhong, and he does ban out the Yeonhong, and potentially getting the first turn, because we also saw that Woo Young from Frank outspeed the enemy Jogan after.
Yeah, so Frank will be moving first here in this match. Will that make enough of a difference? Can he snipe the Sierra with his Masha here, or the Gianna? Something is going to go down if that Masha can connect the defense right here.
Right, first round strip, getting a nice despair stun on the Jogan, and no extra stun gun on the more, but the Masha is going for the kill, and the Gianna is going to drop dead. Frank actually getting an opportunity to go for a game 5 here, sniping one unit very quickly, but the, oh my god, a follow-up despair stun onto the CR as well.
Wow, that is so crazy. I was just about to say that's a bit unfortunate with how much attack bar that Moore actually got. Moving right at the immune to the CR bomb, but no problem. Just stunned CR now. Frank very carefully managing this attack bar, knowing that he can still use his volume to kill the Gianna. Not taking any chance there, just dropping that skill 3 for very much an overkill there. But the fight for Rang is still looking quite healthy, but the CR is being permanently controlled.
Yeah, I think Light Horang is good, but definitely not going to be able to control an entire draft that is still looking very healthy. And Woo Young also has a heal available in the next turn, and the damage from Woo Young can be pretty good as well with the skill 3. And the Ciara is going to go down together with the Jogan very soon. Light Horang dropping the Masha from her beast. Not yet. Wait, hold up. If this guy go a bit too crazy, this can be a little bit sus for Frank.
That could have been really bad if KELIANBAO got that violent proc on the Sierra, but it did not happen, so Sierra will be going down here. No, goes for the Jogan first, know that he can still take out that Sierra. You see the 4 rank damage once again. That Masha is still gonna squishy build there, just getting one shot by the 4 rank when she's off the beast. And now Horang it is. Horang against the world. Can he do it? Oh my goodness, violent proc with all the attack bar absorb. Doesn't quite lap the void. That would have been a huge. That would have been huge.
Unfortunately, he's not someone that can self-heal like a Chow. So the solo potential is not really big. Even though he took down Woo Young, his HP is kind of low right now. And he doesn't have any stun mechanic to kind of stop the war from just going absolutely crazy right there. And the damage is simply just not enough. And here comes more damage coming out from the Wind Twin. But the damage from, oh, whoa. That's getting a little bit too close right there. But the good thing is that the Moor has a passive to allow the Moor to survive another turn. And with even decent damage coming out from the Wind Twin, but oh my god, that was a little bit too close right there.
I think that was just one more violent proc away from the Horang, and he probably would have won the game. That Moore just barely surviving there at the end. If the Horang got one more proc and Moore didn't get that last turn there, I think he might have just had it if the Wind Twins didn't get any glances. But once again, we're actually at game 5 here, Sean.
Magically, somehow. I wanted a Vampire Horang would have done it, but I'm not too sure. We're going in for the game 5. Maybe this time Frank is actually going to prevent the Light Horang to stop having nightmare about his unit.
Well, he did beat the Light Horang in the last game, so maybe he's confident in going against this. I would like to see something other than the Veronica in the pre-ban, though.
Definitely, I don't think that KELIANBAO is actually picking Veronica, but we are seeing the Veronica and the Jogan pre-ban once again, and first pick for KELIANBAO.
I honestly don't think KELIANBAO had any plans of using this Veronica here, so it's almost a wasted pre-ban there on the Veronica, but nonetheless, KELIANBAO with that first pick just snap picking that monkey once again, and we see Frank going to that team that did work for him in the ZZI-2 and the Sekhmet.
Oh, we got the Sekhmet that outspeed KELIANBAO just now, so I'm not sure if he's gonna go for a high base speed unit this time around, but he still go with the Light Twin Angel.
The Jogan is not available, so going for that premium, but also kind of worse budget Jogan in that Light Twin Angels. And Frank is very content running it back, and now KELIANBAO is not messing around. Does pick up that Horang in that 4th and 5th pick, looking to maybe counter the ZZI-2. You know, it doesn't. If ZZI-2 doesn't crit that first hit, he doesn't get those additional hits. So Horang is quite nice into that.
He can also kind of pick up like a Chow right there, I think, potentially for like double bruiser last pick. That can be very, very good. He ban out either the segment or the 0-2, something like that. But we've got a Tian Lang right there to counter the Jackson and also to counter the Chandra quite a little bit with the skill 3 that get increased attack bar. So let's see what Frank decides to go for the last pick here. Very premium team from KELIANBAO. Almost 5 LD5 on that draft.
I think I'm gonna need someone to go check up on Sean if he's okay, as he just suggested a Chow last pick. Thought he was a certified Chow hater here, but nonetheless, the Chow does not make it into the draft, and we see Frank rounding out his draft with an LD of his own in the Volantis here.
Oh, that Volantis is going to be quite annoying because it can potentially cut after the Tian Lang and the Light Twin, but I think that's going to be a Tian Lang certified ban, but no ban on the Tian Lang. A lot of attack bar gain from Frank right there, giving the Tian Lang a lot of juice.
And Frank really not respecting this Hwoarang. Still no pre-bans, no bans of the Hwoarang at all. KELIANBAO will be taking turn 1 here with the 33 speed-led Light Twins. But how much attack bar can this Jackson boost up, and will the Tian Lang cut him afterwards?
I mean, it will probably get some turn. The Tian Lang's going to get in between with a big AoE. Not a single stun though, unfortunately, but get a violent pro. Look at the raw damage coming out from, oh, big stun though, and here we go. Here we go.
That was a bit underwhelming of a skill 3 coming out of the Volantis there. Not really getting much, as the Tian Lang was already stunned up there prior. But Hwoarang, just no debuffs against this monster, and he actually defends the Volantis. Hwoarang skill 2 is going to absolutely eat up this Volantis now.
Oh my god, that is like a meal being prepped for the Light Hwoarang right there. And I think Light Hwoarang also hard counter the ZZI-SOONG because when you glance, you just don't get the extra attack. And 1 unit down, Hwoarang already almost at full attack bar after taking that turn. The ZZI-SOONG took so long to even get a turn. Hwoarang already got another turn right there, doing very solid damage under the Chandra. The moment Chandra go down, that is pretty much over. Nobody can kill this unit anymore.
ZZI-SOONG can do it, but you need to get some good luck there. Not glancing at all. Good resist on the defense break there. That might buy Chandra another turn or 2 to do some more damage. We saw the Chandra had some really nice damage in the previous game, and now it is not a guaranteed glance on this Hwoarang. So we see that Jackson actually managed to stun it up, and Frank is just working these other monsters. No violent proximity just yet. No pushbacks on the Chandra either, so it does get one more turn. But Tian Lang still loses 1 HP as well.
Tian Lang going in with another attack, taking down the Chandra. Jackson's about to go down very soon. Let's see if Light Hwoarang or ZZI-SOONG is going to come out on top. Going in for the ZZI-SOONG, doing so much damage on ZZI-SOONG right there. And we have the Oliver on the other side, completely stopping Jackson from stunning the Light Hwoarang ever again.
Oh, there's the glance. There's the glance. ZZI-SOONG will get another chance. Yep, definitely will be outspeeding this Light Hwoarang here. Unless Oliver, do you crit on... Oh my... Oh, it's still alive!
It's still alive. It's getting a bit of healing, but...
Oh my god.
Oh my god, one more chance, one more chance! Oh my god, he's not killing this Light Hwoarang. And it is gonna go down. Jackson going in, but he's gonna moonwalk out the game as well. And that is GG. KELIANBAO going to the semi-final to get a rematch with Pooh.
Wow. The defending world champ moves forward. Frank did a really good job, actually, towards the end there, Topa.
He definitely did. He really had KELIANBAO on the ropes there. If that Volantis had a slightly better performance and he got a bit more luckier into that Hwoarang, the Hwoarang is only attribute advantage when he's attacking. So think of it, you're always attacking the element your weakness, or you always have a glancing debuff on you going to the Hwoarang. So that ZZI-SOONG had a lot of glancings, had a lot of chances to land there, some crits, and that damage would be unrecoverable, right? KELIANBAO did not have a healer on his side, so any damage he did to the Hwoarang would have been permanent, and it could have been just a couple crits away from Frank actually moving forward into this tournament.
Yes, exactly. And I think you called it early with the Volantis saying, like, you called it underwhelming. I think that is exactly how it ended up feeling. The Volantis' performance was a little underwhelming at no fault of Frank's. That's just something that can sometimes happen in that one. And that's the story of how KELIANBAO took that matchup 3-2 again. And Sean, I want to give credit to Frank. He brought KELIANBAO to a game 5.
You know what? I think Evan's being nice. All right, I'm gonna be frank here that he kind of throw the game, not pre-banning the Light Hwoarang, because we saw that Pooh lost to Light Hwarang, immediately pre-banned Light Hwarang to get the game 5. So I think he really had to respect the unit. There's no way you're gonna lose to the unit 3 times and not pre-ban and not banning this unit. That is absolutely crazy work coming from Frank right there. There's no way.
This is reminding me of the America's Cup, Sean. You do not like it when people try to figure stuff out on the fly in a tournament setting. You're like, if you know that you can't handle something, pre-ban it, get it out of there. I respect where you're coming from because this is taking me back to Stay Hive. Yeah, you said the same thing. You were like, leave that homework for the home. Don't do that on the stage. So definitely a valid perspective there, to be honest, because yeah, I mean, Topa in that case, right? Like the Light Hwarang was definitely the problem. I would have liked to see it in the pre-ban phase.
It definitely wasn't, but it also didn't really seem like Frank was doing any homework there, as he didn't really bring any counters to Hwarang either. But we'll see what this next match has in store, as we'll take a closer look at ZZI-SOONG.
안녕하세요. 이번에도 SWC 한국 대표를 맡게 된 지승이라고 합니다. 제가 21년도부터 SWC에 도전을 해서 꾸준하게 상위권에 있었기 때문에, 그리고 또 이제 제 플레이 스타일이 뭐 어느 한쪽에 국한되어 있지 않습니다. 빠른 덱에 맞춰지면 빠른 덱에 설계가 잘 되고 힘싸움도 절대 지지 않고 뭐 육각형이다. 이 서머너즈워라는 게임이 그 룰이 굉장히 중요한 게임이라서 그 매 시즌마다 매 메타마다 어떻게 내가 잘 파괴를 해야 되는지 늘 꾸준히 잘하려고 늘 연구했고 노력했고, 그리고 이제 작년에 제가 힘들어서 좀 쉬긴 했는데 이제 보던 선수들이 이제 대회에서 잘하는 모습 보니까 왜 도전하지 않았을까 하는 좀 아쉬움도 있었고, 그래서 이번에 다시 또 출전하게 되었습니다. 제 첫 라운드 상대 타쿠조 선수죠. 2년 전에 제 파이널 가는 길목에서 저를 막아선 과거가 있는데 타쿠조 선수에게 좀 복수를 좀 하고 싶네요. 우승입니다. 제가 그동안 SWC를 많이 출전해 왔는데 그때마다 언더독의 입장에서 준비한 것만 좀 잘하자, 좀 이런 소극적인 마인드가 있었는데 저는 더 이상 물러나고 싶지 않습니다. 이번 SWC 2025 챔피언은 제가 되겠습니다.
The man who could not resist the pull of the competition. ZZI-SOONG now here to get his revenge up against Takuzo 10. Topa, do you think he can pull it through this year?
I think so. I think ZZI-SOONG, he also has, the home crowd advantage here. It didn't work quite well enough for SCHOLES in that first match here, but I think ZZI-SOONG is definitely going to be making it far, and we heard in that player profile too, it's a little bit of a grudge match.
Yeah, dude. I love those revenge stories in SWC. It's so cool to see a throwdown like this happen after a year break too. He remembers the pain and he wants to give it back to Takuzo coming up here. This is going to be real exciting because there's weight on this one. He actually has something to prove, and especially after taking a year off in between. The last we saw of him was in 2023 at APAC, where he was a joint third place winner. But he performed really well in the prelims, and now he wants to show Takuzo how he's improved in the year off while watching and doing his homework at home as well. On the other side of that, we have Takuzo, previous participant in SWC and previous caster as well. Let's get to know him a little bit more.
Konnichiwa, Takuzo 10です。2023ワールドファイナリストに入ったことがあります。日本の方は僕のことを知っている方も多いと思いますけども、今回の大会を通じて全世界の方に自分を認識してもらえるように頑張りたいなと思います。自分の強みは強気のピックができるところです。2024の日本予選に敗退した要因としては、 相手のピックに対応が、うまくできなかったっていうところがあったんですけど、2025に対しては相手に対してちゃんと柔軟にピックができたっていうところが勝因かなと思います。ジスンさんがリベンジをしたいという話があったと思いますが、今回も自分が勝ちたいなと思います。今年はぜひアジアと世界勝っていきたいと思います。笑顔で勝ちます。
Love that. Please welcome to the stage. It's Takuzo 10. Now, Sean, I think he described his picks as pretty bold, and I concur, to be honest. There's some pretty flashy LDs amongst his top 5 picks.
Yeah, I love to see some more aggressive play coming from Takuzo. I think Japan region has become pretty interesting to see because they always draft in a certain way, a certain meta, and that is very incredible to see that different region have different meta instead of all region following the same let's go She-Hulk first and then figure it out after that. So I can't to see what kind of damage dealer he's going to bring to the table because that's something we don't see anymore, which is like rare LD5 straight up just raw damage dealer.
Yeah, man, I agree. And that's part of the fun of SWC. I really like seeing regional differences in the meta. Of course, some units carry over across regions like this one. I'll save the top 5 for Takuzo in a second here, but Topa, why don't you tell us more about what you see here for ZZI-SOONG?
Yeah, absolutely. He had a long journey to get to here, and he had a pretty early exit or drop down to the lower bracket in his group here, losing order to ZDOL, but then getting his revenge against ZDOL in that lower finals, to make his way here at the APAC Cup. So he's looking for more revenge against Takuzo with a very meta-heavy most pick right there. A lot of elemental units, but also an F9 there, which is a bit surprising.
Yeah, he came up through the bracket the long way. He crawled his way up to the position where he could try to get his revenge up against Takuzo. It's a really cool story. We'll see how it goes for him. Takuzo is no easy opponent. So, Sean, we're about to look at his player profile here as well. I believe in the top 5 we'll see such hits as Yeonhong, Narsha, Ciara, Eleanor, and more. These are some of those big, flashy picks that we were talking about.
Yeah, I can't see what Narsha is going to be doing if he chooses to go with that, because that is probably one of the hardest units to ruin in this entire game. You kind of want literally every single stat except for resistance to make this unit work. And when you miss one crit, you kind of do absolutely nothing. And you die so quickly as well. So that's going to be a very bold pick indeed coming from Takuzo. And he has to fight someone with some thirst for vengeance right there. So it's going to be a lot of pressure for Takuzo as well.
Yeah, big time. He's feeling the pull to the World Finals. That's where his journey ended in 2023 as a World Finalist. He's performing well this year, but you can tell that the stress is really getting to him, Topa. Like, I saw the heavy breathing there.
Oh yeah, he is away from home. He is in ZZI-SOONG's court, so to say. So I'm sure we can't hear the audio from how loud it is there, but being in Brazil last week, it was absolutely crazy how loud the crowd got when either ZZI or Pantalike were playing. So I can't assume or can't imagine it being any different from ZZI-SOONG, but we are getting to game 1 here.
Oh, we got the Gianna, we got the Yeonhong pre-ban, pretty much like Pooh and Skull. So the highest base speed unit the highest speed unit from Takuzo probably got pre-ban right there, and no more Gianna potentially on the field as well. We're going to see our first pick from Takuzo leading in with an aggressive damage dealer.
Yeah, still much like that game between SCHOLES and Pooh in the first one. Those are the pre-bans, and the first pick is the Ciara. I would also like to point out that Takuzo 10 has his best finish as rank 10, which is quite visually pleasing to me.
He probably purposely got that. And over there we got the Oliver and the Jogan getting first pick as well, and Takuzo leading in with the Shiho. How unpredictable.
For one player who this might be unpredictable would actually be this player here in Takuzo. He's going very much meta here, picking that Shiho alongside a Ashore for very nice single target damage, and now ZZI-SOONG responding with an Annabelle. There's just no deviations here so far.
Let's see if we're gonna see some third pick that will change the flow of the draft right here, coming out from ZZI-SOONG with the Annabelle. He's gonna have a lot of healing, and we got the Josephine to counter the Shiho as well. Pretty much best in slot for the counter pick here from these two players. And we finally got a ZERA2 coming in from Takuzo for the damage output. And with the lack of strip, if we see a Shogun ban, I think that ZERA2 is gonna be very, very troublesome.
ZERA2 is definitely a very strong monster. Being able to have that permanent uptime and immunity as well as attack buff, you really need to have those buff removers deal that monster. And another very annoying monster in the Eleanor, just countering those any sort of damage that ZZI-SOONG might want to be bringing here. You're always going to be worried about will it glance, but there is a Hwoarang who doesn't really care about those glancings.
Oh my god, we got the new Horde of Heroes unit like Hwoarang on the field. Everybody seems to have one, and that's gonna be very scary, but once again a little bit too late, and that's gonna be banned out. The Unicorn's gonna be banned out as well, so ZZI-SOONG will get a bit of control in the first turn potentially, but if he failed to control any of the unit, if Oliver just get resisted even one time, that could spell the end for ZZI-SOONG.
Well, the thing is that Takuzo is still likely going to take turn one here with that Water Monkey. Even though he has a 9% speed lead deficit here, that base pitch is so much higher in the Water Monkey, and he can definitely put some disruption on ZZI-SOONG's side here, and that Water Monkey does go first and does connect the stun as well.
Get the stun, and now Josephine fades with the very tough choices. And which one will she go for the provoke right there? He might want to start the shout. ZERA2 is gonna go. Oh my god, that one strip that he has is now gone for ZZI-SOONG.
That is very unfortunate for ZZI-SOONG. As you mentioned, that is the only strip that he had available at this point, as that Jogan was done. Now he is having a Badowni moment here, just moving into full immunity with that Annabelle. Even the Bynum proc obviously cannot do anything, and now Ashore with the skill 3 ready to go is probably just going to defense break this Jogan, and ZERA2 will be deleting off the field. But no defense break.
Oh, unfortunately, only proc the death break one time and it got resisted, but ZERA2 is going to go in and try and do some damage onto the Jogan, but the Jogan with the max rest build could not rest the Shiho, but absolutely defending himself against so many debuffs from the enemy team and survived the monkey as well.
Also resisting a stun there, so the resist came late, but I think they're still on time as Jogan now does get his skills off. Is able to seal that CR away, as well as getting the strips on the side. And that ZERA2 just use the skill 3, or skill 2 does not have immune available, and Oliver could be looking to reset those cooldowns anyways. But Ashore getting a Bynum proc, and that is going to be removing Jogan from the field. Now goes for the silence instead, knowing that Monkey can like take the kill.
Go for the silence on the Oliver, stopping the control chain so that the Shio can actually do some work right there. Shio's gonna take down the Jogan, did not stun, which is very potentially. Oh wait, the passive on the Josephine is still under cooldown, because that could potentially proc the Josephine to get another turn. That's very, very annoying interaction right there. Josephine will now keep the Shiho under control, and her passive is up, which means the Shiho has 2 chances to give ZZI-SOONG a big shield.
Very nicely done by ZZI-SOONG there, but it's still a bit awkward. If this Ashore manages to get an additional turn, it does have cleanse available, so getting that 2-turn provoke would have been very valuable there too. Opts to go for that Shiho instead, does not get stunned by it, which would have been nice to get, and there is the Ashore violent proc, and ZZI-SOONG is not getting the home-courted RNG, that's for sure.
Oh, 2 units down, and Annabelle will be able to do maybe some decent damage onto the ZERA2, but it might be a little bit too late right there. CR is going to be very soon having another bomb and detonation together, and that could be another unit out of the field for ZZI-SOONG.
Likely going to be the end of another monster on ZZI-SOONG's side. Does get a violent proc to finish off that ZERA2 here. I believe Monkey does have skill 3 available. That is going to be giving a shield here, but the stun actually never even activates.
Oh, small opportunity right there, but Ashore is gonna get another turn as well. Skill 3 is ready to go. Sierra bomb and detonation is ready as well. Just one good turn for the CR and something is gone, and ZZI-SOONG is gonna have a very hard time trying to even take down the monkey with the self-immunity invincibility right there.
Ashore won't stop proccing, not getting any defense breaks there, but still just pumping that damage. Annabelle just used the heal. Josephine misses the stun. Takuzo not taking any chance, knowing that if he gets Annabelle out of the picture, Josephine is probably never going to solo. I don't want to never say never, but I mean pretty much never going to solo here. So just wants to really secure that kill on the Annabelle. And now the passive is off cooldown. Shiho getting that stun. Josephine, even though she does proc, just too much for ZZI-SOONG to come back at this point.
I think he has a very small chance if there's no more healing on Takuzo, but there is the shot with the skill 3. And Takuzo is going to take the lead against ZZI-SOONG right here in Busan, Korea.
Yeah, the Koreans are not off to a good start here. SCHOLES already eliminated from the tournament and ZZI-SOONG now being down 0-1. Had some pretty rough RNG there, but definitely can't really fault him in the drafting there. I also like how he had his Jogan on a 100 res build. I wonder how much accuracy is on Takuzo's monkey.
Could be on a slot 6 accuracy because that's how I built mine as well. But this time, maybe ZZI-SOONG's gonna realize that he needs to pick that Light Hwarang a little bit earlier in the draft and have the last pick counter play to force the enemy to keep the Light Hwarang on the field so that ZZI-SOONG can start doing some great damage. But unfortunately, Takuzo is not Frank, and he's gonna pre-ban this very, very scary threat from ZZI-SOONG using it.
Yeah, Takuzo realized that ZZI-SOONG has first pick here, so he's likely go for a Sierra first pick here had he had his Hwarang available. Because Sierra is a big counter to Hwarang, and that's probably why we didn't see ZZI-SOONG picking that Hwarang earlier in the draft, in the last game. But now that he doesn't have his Hwarang available, doesn't really need to take the Sierra away from Takuzo and just opts to go for that higher speed lead of Oliver.
All right, we got Oliver getting picked up over there. We've got a Sierra, maybe into a Shiho on Jogan for Takuzo as well. And we might be falling into the Jogan Josephine first couple draft angle right there. And we got the Jogan getting picked up by Takuzo, which leaves ZZI-SOONG with the Shiho and the Fire Bayak angle.
Instead of a Fire Bike, we see a Masha here from ZZI-SOONG going for a... I'm not even sure if it's more damage, to be completely honest, but it does have that self protection of the immunity, not being a bit more well protected against the bombs. Takuzo not letting ZZI-SOONG get that turn 1, goes for a Yanhang to still fight that turn 1.
Very good mid pick coming out from Takuzo. We got something to speed contest. We got something to counter the Shiho, and we can also allow ourselves to ban out the Oliver. But over there, we got the Shizuka getting picked up. Very good pick because there's no increased cooldown time coming out from Takuzo, together with a very strong AoE last pick from ZZI-SOONG. Very good draft from both players, trying to outpick the other player immediately.
Definitely, ZZI-SOONG with that Shizuka, there are no resets, there are bombs, there is invisibility, there's counter-attack, there's no attack buff, as well as we see a Rakan being picked from Takuzo, so I would not be surprised to see this Shizuka being banned out, but ZZI-SOONG probably has to split this combination of the Sierra Jogan.
And Takuzo is truly a Chimera fan. No 0-2. I got the red 0-2 right there. Rakan was also buffed in the previous balance patch, giving him 100% damage in the counter. In the past, it was 75%. But the thing that I don't like about Rakan is the lack of consistency, because you don't know when he's going to start to pop off. And the ban will be on the Sierra and the Shiho.
And Takuzo does not want to give up turn 1 to ZZI-SOONG. He only has one speed lead in the Sierra, which was banned out. But even without speed lead, there are no swift units on the side of ZZI-SOONG, and Yanhang will be taking the turn 1.
I'm not sure how much accuracy you have from the Rakan, but he gotta keep this Shizuka under control. And we got the scroll immediately onto the Masha. He doesn't want to drop this unit from the beast just yet. We have the provoke from the Josephine onto the Shizuka. We want to keep the Shizuka control for longer. And he landed the provoke and got the Valor. Oh my god! Total control from Takuzo.
Wow. I'm a bit surprised to see that he went for the seal on the Masha right away. I would have thought that he would prefer to get the provoke or the damage onto the Masha instead. But just scrolls it away, because now when that Masha comes back, it is going to be full attack bar. It's going to have all skills ready, and it might just delete this Yanhang right away. But what is deleted before that is just the Layla without taking a single turn.
Oh my god, so much control coming out. And damage from this Rakan, doing a lot of work on the Layla. Layla is gone from the field. Shizuka has skill 3 available, but there's no invincibility. It's a free shield coming out for the Josephine to open up. What did... He stopped caring about the Shizuka altogether and going straight for the Oliver instead. And now the Masha coming out with immunity with big damage, but not quite big enough just yet.
Unfortunately, Masha didn't come out before that Yanhong moved, as it would have had a lot of debuffs on it. Masha wouldn't be able to get a second turn, but now just that defense break, that damage is not that much from Yanhong. And Layla, when revived, does not have the passive, so she's not landing any of those debuffs or obviously getting benefit from the attack part. She's disappearing either way anyways. But now Masha's off the beast. Yanhong has heal, and I believe this is a very convincing victory for Takuzo here.
Absolute control with a 2-turn provoke from two different monsters that can strip into 2-turn provoke, doing really well against ZZI-SOONG, and totally control even the Shizuka. And when Shizuka get a turn to move, it doesn't really matter. Takuzo doing so well against ZZI-SOONG, stopping this man from revenging whatsoever.
But we've seen every other match has been a 2-0, and every match has gone to a game 5. So ZZI-SOONG is by no means out of this game. He just needs to lock in and find the pick that really counters Takuzo. And so far they've been kind of countering each other, but Takuzo has just come out on top both times.
I like how he is taking care of the Light Hwarang, either pre-ban or ban immediately. He's being very careful with his unit, and this time we're going back with the Gianna and the Yanhong pre-ban. First pick for Takuzo. Let's see what he's going to do here.
Likely going to be picking up that Sierra once again. He's been putting a lot of emphasis on that monster and knowing that the Light Hwarang is in play, wants to get that counter in early. So no surprise seeing that Sierra, and we're likely just going to see the Oliver as well as a Jogan, or maybe he opts to go over the Monkey this time.
All right, first pick for ZZI-SOONG is going to be the Oliver, but which angle does he want to go for? Is it going to be Shiho and letting the enemy with the Josephine and the Jogan? He's going to go for the Jogan, giving the enemy the Shiho and the Fire Bayak this time around. The Fire Bayak proving to be a very, very good unit many years in the meta, not being nerfed or being looked at all, because he's kind of balanced. He's really strong, but he also has a couple of different weaknesses, and he's a fire monster, which can be softened by the Annabelle.
Without really seeing any deviations from the game 1, this looks very familiar, that first game that we had where Takuzo did come out on top. So ZZI-SOONG not really changing it. I'm not sure, there might have been a slight deviation in the 3rd and 4th pick, but it's once again a last pick Hwarang that is likely going to be banned out, and ZZI-SOONG will get that turn 1 if he bans out this Water Monkey. Opts to go for a Layla instead, but I don't know, I feel like the Light Hwarang was fine. Is it likely would have soaked up the ban?
I think it probably will be. It might change a little bit. It might be a Jogan ban this time around, because he got the Light Horse potentially on the field, and the Light Horse actually gonna go on. Oh wait, it's a Masha ban this time around.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see that ZZI-SOONG still lets Takuzo have this Sierra Monkey, as he knows that outspeeds him. So his Jogan is going to be likely getting stunned turn 1 if this monkey has sufficient accuracy to do it once again. And now he doesn't have the Light Hwarang to fall back on, and just as planned, that Jogan does get stunned, but Layla does follow up now. Can she get some debuffs? Oh my goodness, that's a lot of debuffs.
He landed 4 debuffs on the fire monster. Now that is diabolical. And right now, ZZI-SOONG with a double strip. He lost one to the Shiho, but he did not lose the Layla. I think that Layla last pick was really good, and Takuzo not respecting the last pick was definitely going to be the downfall, because maybe he was really expecting the Shiho ban, but unfortunately the Shiho was not banned and the horse got banned. So I think that is a very good ban phase for ZZI-SOONG, because he sort of go one step ahead in front of the enemy.
Definitely was. Surprised to see Takuzo not respect that last pick, but he still quite has the RNG on his side, aside from that phenomenal Layla performance, as Zerka does not get reduced. Even for glancing, does manage to get a crit, which is enough damage to take out this Annabelle. Now Monkey landing the nothing from the all or nothing here once again. Sierra does not get another proc, so does not get a second bomb. Logan does have skills available, puts the Ashore in the scroll, looking to get some control on the field.
And here comes the Layla going at it once again, landing so many debuffs, including 2 silence on the enemy team. And Zeratul is about to go down as well. Oh my god, another stun onto the Shiho. Things are looking really good for ZZI-SOONG, but he needs to finish the enemy quickly, because even though he's doing a lot of control, he's not exactly killing them fast enough, and we are both at a 3v3 situation.
Oliver misses quite big there as well, as now Oliver doesn't have skills available. Sierra is just a proc away from getting the bomb off, and that Ashore is going to be a really difficult monster for ZZI-SOONG to deal with. He doesn't really have any fire damage dealers. Both his damage, he only really has control, but the control is coming out of wind monsters, so Ashore might be able to dodge that effectively. and get his skills back up.
Man, this Ashura is about to move. Shio is about to move as well. And here comes Shio with the skill 1. Can he do something? He did not manage to stun the Jogun. And Oliver will have a chance to reset a unit and shut down the Ciara as well. Ciara's going to go out. Oh, another fat resist on the skill 3 for the Oliver.
That is quite unfortunate. There's also a debuff on the side of Takuzo already, meaning that Layla cannot silence them. But the slow is so backbreaking. The Jogun just lapping the monster with that slow. Now, it does miss the seal on the Ashura, so Ashura does have a little bit of potential here. But likely going for that skill 3 attack off and a little bit of damage. Can Ashura get the violent proc?
Oh, it did get before. It is not going to get it this time around. And more control coming out from the Layla. And that might be GG. ZSOONG is going to take it to a game 4. And once again, we see 2-0. And suddenly, the momentum get immediately stopped by the winners.
It's very interesting to see. The Shiho does get a stun there, but it's likely accuracy slot 6 Shiho as it's landing quite consistently, but therefore it doesn't quite have the damage to deal with these monsters. Also just utilize that skill 2 there. Now he's gonna have an awkward turn. He doesn't have a medium, so definitely a slight misplay there. Had he had this skill 2 right now, could have stunned the whole team, get right back in the skill 3. Had a slight chance, but now obviously unprotected, and that is going to be ZZI-SOONG taking us to game 4.
And we're going to a game for ZZI-SOONG. It's not quite out the range just yet. He managed to sneak back in with that Layla last pick to confuse the opponent, because when you pick a unit that's not exactly top tier, you kind of force the opponent to rethink their ban strategy, because if he picked Light Hwarang, it was so simple, I banned the Light Hwarang. But he picked Layla, which is not exactly like, whoa. So it kind of shake up the ban phase and put ZZI-SOONG in a very good position after the ban phase.
I mean, Layla can definitely be whoa as she was in that game, getting all 4 debuffs on that fire bike in the turn 1. But yeah, there was a counter to the Layla already in the Light Pony. But we saw even in game 1, even with the Light Hwarang pick, the Light Pony was the ban. So Takuzo probably should have anticipated that and still just respected that last pick. But now we see the Light Hwarang in the pre-ban once again.
All right, first pick for ZZI-SOONG right there. Let's see what he's going to do to shake up this time around. He saw the Rakan, and maybe this time he will respect it.
We'll see. He likely will be taking the Oliver once again, go for that higher speed lead. But what is he going to do to still secure his turn 1 after that?
Probably going to be maybe picking a Shiho early. Is that too much of a bold pick coming out from ZZI-SOONG if he want to secure the turn 1? Because people don't really pick Oliver Ciara immediately for their first pick, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, that Oliver Ciara becomes very awkward as you have no scripts in those first 2 monsters. But no, ZZI-SOONG not doing his homework on the fly, has left the homework at home and still just going for what he knows and has been preparing with the Oliver first, because that does give the Ciara Jogun very strong combination with Takuzo.
All right, we got the She-Hulk coming up very, very soon from ZZI-SOONG here, but he did go with the Masha that got completely sealed away by the Jogun in the previous game, so maybe he's going to switch that around a little bit and go for something else. We got the She-Hulk getting picked up by ZZI-SOONG here, but is it going to be a Masha? Is it going to be a Firebite? Or is it going to be like a Gianna early on?
Yeah, maybe going for a little bit more AoE threat there in that Gianna, very well called out there. Let's see how Takuzo adapts to this. Still likely has to push his turn 1 advantage, knowing that he has the Yanhong available, especially against such a strong monster as Gianna.
Oh, we got that pull special right there with the Nyx to counter the debuff coming from Gianna, and the Shio with a Josephine to counter Gianna and Shio as well, because they share a similar counter. So right now, Takuzo's looking really good in the drafting phase.
I'm not sure Takuzo needed to go for this RNG way here. However, he still could have just taken the turn 1 with that Yanhong and had a very... Because in the previous game, the Masha didn't really get to go off, so you could do this very similar thing to this Gianna here and just control the game from turn 1. Now you're kind of putting yourself on the back foot and at the mercy of the Nyx passive.
You know what's a good pick right now with Oliver ban, Topa? You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't know. There's still defense break. They're still slow. This Shiho does do a lot of damage. I don't think I'm quite on board with the Chao pick.
C, bro. You start with a C, but it's gonna be a Nasha getting picked up by Takuzo. I still think that's gonna be an Oliver ban down, so that the Nasha may get a turn to go and start doing some crazy damage.
Yeah, it's likely going to be Oliver ban. That is the only speed lead on ZZI-SOONG's side. Takuso would be able to take the turn 1 with his speed lead if that is the case. And also Oliver is the only reset, so the biggest counter against this Josephine. But no, it is a Annabelle ban, taking away the heals from ZZI-SOONG's side instead.
All right, no more Ciara, no more Annabelle. ZZI-SOONG's probably going to get turn 1 here, but can he land? If he missed the She-Hulk stun, that is a nice little attack by boost for the Narsha and the Joe Gun.
And that is a lot of resistance from that Nyx leader skill, but this is a very fast Gianna. Even if he misses here, that Gianna might still follow up, but does go for that skill 3, gets the stun off, so Josephine will move, controlling that Gianna now for 2 turns, even though there is a buff to that Nyx passive.
And he got the extra violent proc as well to make sure that Oliver has to touch her. Oh my god, the Nyx passive! Double resist coming out from the Oliver. But the Marsha did not miss the opportunity to defense that, but could not take down the Narsha beast.
Yeah, that is not even the Nyx passive there. That is just a very unfortunate pure double resistance coming out from the Nyx. But Nyx also not landing anything on this monkey, but the Josephine did get a huge violent proc to have her passive back on cooldown. As now this She-Hulk gets those stuns off, but Josephine passive is right back there.
Narsha down, losing her beast, but now has attack buff, and in this form, she's gonna start doing some crazy damage, and let's see which one's gonna go down. And that's gonna be the Marsha getting the fat hit, but could not finish up the Marsha quite yet.
Uh-oh, and Gianna has skills available. Josephine passive is on cooldown. This Gianna might just turn the tables here. But the Nyx passive denies the bomb. Can the Nyx passive... I'm not sure if Nyx passive can actually deny Gianna's skill 3.
It did not deny the stun, that's for sure. The stun went through, and She-Hulk's gonna have an opportunity to finish off this Narsha, and Takusa will be left with 0 damage, and this might be a very good comeback match for ZZI-SOONG. The man is feeling confident in himself right there.
This is just incredible. All games so far have gone to a 2-0, and we're looking like even this third matchup here is going to be drawn out to a game 5. It's just incredible to see these players. They're not giving up. They're not giving up, but no one has been able to pull out the reverse sweep yet. Will ZZI-SOONG be the first one to do it?
Maybe he will be able to, because he's the one with the Life rank. He's the one that could pick the Life rank in the final game right there. The Marsha is about to go down very soon, but unfortunately for Takusa, he just doesn't have any heal, or he doesn't even have any damage to fight the She-Hulk and the Gianna.
Yeah, Gianna does have bomb available. Will she land it this time? If she does, that is... Oh my goodness. That Nyx passive is... What is the percentage on that Nyx passive? Because it's looking to be very high.
It's doing a lot of work counting the Gianna. And if this Josephine match is kind of between the control the Shio and the Gianna, this might be over for ZZI-SOONG though, because he's not doing a whole lot. He missed so many opportunities to do damage onto the Jogan and finally take the Jogan down. But the Josephine with attack buff from the Jogan is going to start working on... Oh my, look at that damage though.
That is some crazy damage coming out of this this Josephine with that attack buff. Oliver is now back out of the scroll. Can he get some cooldowns here? Does reset the Josephine there, and Josephine is moving after the Monkey, so Monkey could stun it now. Does not get the stun, gets revenge, but does not get stunned in that exchange either. Not going for the kill on Gianna, and Oliver getting the proc out. Oh my goodness, ZZI-SOONG is clapping his hands. He is thanking the Comde's RNG gods for turning the proc out, but he has to land this. He actually breathes maybe a little bit, but no, She-Hulk will be taking out the Josephine, and that is going to be bringing us to a game 5 here once again, Sean.
The Comde's president said, hold on, we're going to a game 5, buddy. Not so fast, Takuto 10. Alright guys, the game is over yet. ZZI-SOONG closing his eye, praying inside. We're going to a game 5. It's going to be a very tough match. So Takuto right there. I hope the nerve doesn't get to him so that he doesn't throw immediately in the drafting phase.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. As mentioned, ZZI-SOONG does have his light Horang available for this match, and it has been such a key monster here today that we've been following.
The most important game for both these players who will move on to the semi-final. And here comes the pre-ban.
Here we go. Both players are... One of the players is really taking their time. I believe it's ZZI-SOONG who is really taking his time, but we're just going back to the same usual pre-bans. No deviations there at all.
All right, here comes the pre-ban. That's going to be the Yeonho and the Gianna. First pick for Takuzo. Are we seeing some unconventional start, but unfortunately, we're going to be locking in the Ciara once again for Takuzo, and ZZI-SOONG. We're probably going to go for the Oliver Jogan.
Oh, he's switching it up, now realizing that it's very unlikely that Takuzo will be taking both the wind speed leaders. So actually just getting both the Water Monkey as well as the Jogan, taking those away from Takuzo. And we'll see how Takuzo now responds, as he does not have his Water Monkey to potentially counter the Jogan.
Oh, no Water Monkey, no Yun Hong, no high base speed unit. He has to lock in the turn 2, and that will be the Josephine and the Fire Bayak for Takuzo, which means ZZI-SOONG can actually go for the Oliver and another turn 1 unit. Could potentially even lock in a Sonya if he has one.
Could do that, and he does exactly that. Wow, is it Sean piloting the account or is it ZZI-SOONG piloting the account? Because that is exactly as Sean called out. We have the very almost obvious Oliver pick, to be completely honest, that speed lead, but the Sonya also coming out, and we have not seen ZZI-SOONG pick the Sonya yet, so I don't know how confident he's in this monster, but I guess he is risking it all in game 5 with that Sonya. Takuzo does have the answer of that Vanessa.
Oh, I'm not too sure about that 0-2 though. It doesn't answer the Sonya quite yet, so that's gonna be an easy Vanessa ban and another aggressive unit coming out from ZZI-SOONG right there. What could be another sniper for ZZI-SOONG?
Does he maybe have like a Daphnis or a Kashmir? Another one-shot snipe monster like that.
Oh no, Topa.
This seems like a when in doubt, pick the Light Horang, because I mean it's okay here, right? You can never really go wrong for Light Horang, but there's a Sierra Bomb that counters it, as you kind of had to ban out this Vanessa. So Sierra Bomb does counter Light Horang. You have the Josephine, which auto crits on S1, also counter the Horang, and Ashore has so many hits in that skill 3 that you're pretty likely to get a defense break there at some point, so it's also not too bad into Light Horang.
Alright, let's see what's gonna happen here. What kind of resist action is gonna happen for all these players? Here we go. The Sierra is going to be the target so that Light Horang can solo carry in the end game. Unfortunately for this Jogan, getting completely controlled by the Josephine early on.
And the Oliver missing the bar once again. I'm a bit surprised to see ZZI-SOONG actually using the Monkey skill 3 turn 1. So we saw this Jogan would have outsped the entire team too and could have just stripped everything and then gotten the control from this Oliver. But now the Oliver is getting defense from the very first and almost deleted by this Ashore.
First hit defense break for Ashore Signal. Very fortunate start for Takuzo, going with a big damage, cut down the protection of the Shiho. But Shiho, here comes all or nothing. It has been a lot of nothing, but this time is a little bit of something right there.
But not enough, not stunning the Josephine when that passive was off cooldown. Could have controlled it, could have bought Oliver another turn. But now Oliver is already away from the picture, and this is looking to be an uphill battle for ZZI-SOONG here.
Maybe finally Light Horang is actually gonna go down. 0-2 getting another turn right there. This time, this 0-2 is actually having a winning chance against the Light Horang, unlike the game between Frank and KELIANBAO.
Yeah, I think this is just too big of a deficit. Oh my goodness, that is just adding insult to injury at this point. This is too much precision to come back from. A little bit of I would say a slight misplay. Oh my goodness, he can't even strip this 0-2.
Oh, that is not looking too good. This Jogan on max res, but also transfer that for the enemy. And this Light Horang is not proccing any violence at all, unfortunately. So he can't get opportunity to quickly bring down anyone. Absolutely, whatever.
Yeah, still hanging in here. There is a slight chance that this Horang does it, but it is a very much uphill battle. Definitely needs to turn that violent proc switch on right now, as this Jogan will be falling the next area to skill 1 here. Horang just not getting those procs at all, and Ashore is going to be having skill 3 up here. Also for those heals as well as the multi-hits very, very soon.
Oh my god, unfortunately Light Horang is actually gonna fall to the Josephine, who quits every single time with skill 1. 0-2 doesn't have to do any heavy lifting whatsoever, just have to exist for the Fire Bayak to go in. First hit defense break, impossible! And Takuzo will be moving on to the semi-final.
In a game 5, he denies the revenge that ZZI-SOONG so desperately wanted. Oh, and they hug it out on the stage to close it there. Topa, what? Another 5-round game, and what a show it was.
Yeah, ZZI-SOONG just, oh man, you know, paying his respect to the audience, right? Both Korean contestants are actually out of the tournament already in Busan, which is quite unfortunate to see, but very well played by Takus there. You know, finding the counters to the light rank, and ZZI-SOONG just almost falling back on that crutch pick there, and when it really wasn't that appropriate.
Yeah, Topa, actually, you beat me to it. I was going to say we got a lot of treats from Takuzo in that one. Not only did we get the first L given to the light Hwoarang, we also got to see Rakan in a game.
Oh yeah, that Rakan, you know, we saw Raigeki picking it up a couple times in the America's Cup, but it never made it to a match. So Rakan can be definitely a very strong control monster, and we saw that Jenga also popping off very nicely there.
Yeah, we'd been craving that. You know, it's like it appeared in the pick ban phase a couple times, but we never got to see it actually pop off in a game. So it was really cool to see that happen. Sean, what'd you think of that matchup?
I think that was pretty fire. It took us to a game 5, a lot of back and forth right there. Unfortunately for the light Hwoarang, did not get any proc at all in the very final game to make it even more intense. But I think Takus overall did very, very well. And he also sneaked in that Narsha, which got actually deleted, unfortunately.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you guys called it in the middle of the game. You said every game so far tonight has gone a 2-0 lead into an eventual game 5 set, which is absolutely crazy. The patterns have been insane. If you get a 2-0, an early lead in the beginning, it bodes pretty poorly. I mean, Takuzo was able to turn it around in that last one, but wow, 5-round games all night. And chat, I'm so happy to report we still have one more matchup in the quarterfinals before we move forward to the semis. So I want to ask chat, and you know what, I want to ask you guys as well. We'll start with Topa. I want to ask chat, where do you think this win is going to go? ETOWARU or TC? We'll get to know our first competitor here, and then I'll come back for the prediction, Topa.
アジアパシフィックカップに初出場することになったエトワルです。以前出場権を得たことがあるんですけど、その時は辞退することになってしまって、今回は頑張りたいです。僕の召喚指名のエトワルはフランス語の星です。全員倒して召喚指名のように星になります。TC 選手、あなたの旅はここで終わります。チャンピオンです。理由はパリに行きたかったからです。もともとファッションが好きで、ファッションといえばパリなので、今回チャンピオンになればパリに行けるということで、チャンピオンを目指したいです。
Well, he's going to have to fight his way to the top to make it to the World Finals in Paris. Welcome to the stage. Here comes ETOWARU. So, Topa, what are your thoughts going into this matchup between him and TC?
Yeah, although it is ETOWARU's first appearance here at APAC Cup as well, he has been in a Legend tournament before, and he has participated in SWCs before, so I do have to give the edge to him due to the fact that he has that upper hand on the experience here.
Yeah, and tournament experience tends to mean a lot because once you actually make it to the stage, you can be, it can kind of give you a shake. You know, it's really difficult to get those nerves out, especially when you've got the crowd right there. We've talked about the angle of how much support can help you, but at the same time, it can really hurt you when you start hearing all those extra voices when you're just trying to focus on what to pick and ban. So we'll see how he adapts here in front of a live audience in Busan going into this match up against TC, who is also having his first appearance in SWC this year and boasting a near 70% win rate in the prelims as well. Let's get to know more about our next competitor, TC.
"大家好，我是 TC， 我是第一次参加这个 SWC 比赛的，我很高兴。我是这个比赛的新人吧，我觉得他们不认识我，也不知道我的策略，所以我觉得这是我的优点吧。这个游戏大概是我10年前 接触的，是我的朋友介绍给我的。我觉得这个游戏可以让我认识更多的朋友，让我可以有很多话题跟他们讨论一下。对。ETOWARU 说这是我的结束，但是我觉得这是我的开始，我的终点是在巴黎。我希望在第一期参加比赛的时候就可以夺得冠军吧，应该是。我要写一个新的历史。
Strong words from TC. His first appearance in SWC 2025. Sean, there is a little bit of truth to what he said about being an unknown factor in your first year at SWC. It makes it a little bit harder to predict what you're going to bring to the table.
That's definitely true, and I think that's going to be his biggest advantage because ETOWARU has been here before many years as well, which means he is more well-known and you can sort of study him. But if you have never been here before, then you can't study TC at all, and what is his habit, what is his LD5, all that good stuff is going to be unknown to the audience and the enemy as well. So that's pretty cool, and let's see what's going to be the outcome of this match.
Me too, man. Yeah, it's the sort of advantage that's only there for you in your first year, because after that, people start to recognize what you got and they'll remember your name. And he did say he's here to make history. Whoa, look at that, Topa, a Vivachel that you called out as one of your most wanted earlier.
Yeah, Vivachel is a very impactful monster. You know, if you happen to move at the wrong time, meaning right before the Vivachel, that she's just going to swap your attack bar and you're going to lose that monster just like that, you know. But ETOWARU had a very strong showing in the preliminaries this year, you know, not losing a single set there to anyone. He has a very heavy LD box with that Light Gojo, Laura. Those monsters on their own, just having the triple hit on the S2 of Light Gojo and triple hit on the S3 of Laura, they can probably take out half of your enemy's entire team's health.
It's a lot of extra damage they can come at you from nowhere. And those are all like some of, if you were to ask people like what the top 5 strongest LDs out there right now, a lot of those represented his most picked would appear on that list. So he's got a very strong box to support his performance in SWC this year. And Sean, why don't you walk us through the player profile here for TC?
I think TC is definitely not having the advantage, having Chao as one of his most picked units.
All roads, Sean, they all lead to Chao.
Funny enough, he beat Faker in the prelim. That was a very funny moment for me casting. Just like, oh my god, it's Faker in SWC2025. But we got a very meta draft right there for TC. So maybe his opponent doesn't really have to study TC because you can study anyone on the ladder and you can study TC at the same time. So it's going to be a tough one for TC right there. So let's see which one's going to come out on top. Is it going to be the meta play or is it going to be the heavy LD play coming from ETOWARU?
Let's see. This is going to be a big one. Chat, I want to see it. Are your predictions still intact? We're getting into the last quarterfinals matchup here between ETOWARU and TC. Who will fill out the semifinals here, guys? It's all decided right here. Who moves forward and who goes home, and their SWC 2025 career ends tonight. Here we go, guys. Topa and Sean B, take it away for the first round.
We're just about to get in this first game, and yeah, these are both of them their first appearance at APAC Cup. Once again, ETOWARU has been in many preliminaries for the Asia region before, and also has appeared in the Legend Tournament. TC, a complete newcomer, but he's playing very meta, and those monsters have already seen a lot of play, and people know maybe how to counter them. So we'll see what ETOWARU or ETOIL can do here.
It's kind of funny that ETOWARU seems to really enjoy the French culture, so it's going to be a very important fight for him to get to Paris. And we got the Art Master being pre-banned. It's kind of funny that Art Master, it used to be the wind one to get all the attention, but now it's all about fire and the water one being pre-banned. Almost picked.
Yeah, it would be nice to see maybe the Changpeng making a return here as well, and interesting to see the Hei Gang in the pre-bans. Have we seen a single Hei Gang today? Yeah, we saw one from Frank against KELIANBAO, but besides from that, and it lost too, so Hei Gang has not had a very strong showing here today, so interesting to see that in the pre-bans. I wonder if TC is maybe looking to play. I don't think he even has a Gianna. I think ETOWARU is the one with the Gianna.
Well, I think if I have an LD speed lead like Gojo, I would just probably not pick it if I know the enemy not gonna use it and pick like the common unit. But we are starting off with three very interesting play here. We got the Ragdoll Viva getting picked up by TC, and we got the Gojo over there for ETOWARU. Ragdoll Viva is a very crazy strategy on the ladder, but you don't see them being played a whole lot on the SWC stage because I think you can counter that with a couple of specific unit. But ETOWARU is going to go with the Gianna and the Zibala as well.
And we're definitely not seeing meta here. There's no Oliver, no Sierra, no Joga, no Monkey, no meta units so far. I mean, obviously these LDs are extremely strong, so maybe they would be meta if they were more accessible. But we also see a Zibala, which has not been a very popular monster these days.
Yeah, Zibala was really strong in the Dark Robo meta, but I think he fell off really hard when Control is not really in the favor anymore. But maybe with Control being a bit more back, we have over there the anti-control showing up immediately with the Juno and the budget light Hwarang Misty getting picked up.
It's interesting to see that ETOWARU is picking the Zibala control into a Ragdoll right away. As that Ragdoll is still, you know, it is a very situational pick, but very strong in those certain situations. That is a lot of these AoE control comps that he can work into. But now we also see a Oberon looking to just snipe something, and this is definitely not meta, Sean.
Yo, this is probably the best match so far in the tournament, starting off with an Oberon, and we got the Nana to counter the Oberon as well. I have no idea how this is going to turn out because we don't get to say, oh my god, look at that Topaz, she is going to stun the Jogan. None of that anymore today, okay? It's going to be very exciting here. You either get one shot or you either get control. And let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, this almost feels like a little bit of rock, paper, scissors in the ban here, right? Like, if your Oberon is getting banned out, you don't really need to ban out the Nana. But if your Oberon doesn't get banned out, you really want to ban out the Nana. So, like, are we going to see one of the control monsters being banned out, most like this Gianna? Or are we going to see the Oberon? And that'll dictate your ban if you're ETOWARU. Do you ban out the Nana, or do you want to ban out maybe the Ragdoll?
It's going to be the Nana ban. It's going to be the Oberon ban. Unfortunately, the Oberon's going to be banned out, and he will now get to do the control against the Juno Ragdoll. That might not be the best scenario for a control player.
It really isn't. Back in the day when Ragdoll was very meta, I played this combination a lot myself, the Juno Ragdoll. That's a very strong combination. Haven't seen it so much in the current meta, but if your opponent is not playing meta, I'm sure it will work wonders here. And ETOWARU taking that turn one, but not actually using any skills, does not want to give that attack bar from the Ragdoll, but now crits accidentally.
Of course, the accidental crit always happen when you really hate it and you fight Ragdoll. And we got the Viva with a quick little snipe onto the Zibala, taking away the sustain and the AoE control of ETOWARU. Not looking like it's going to be a good start for ETOWARU, losing his biggest source of control right there.
And that is also a Vampire Juno, so that's going to be very difficult for ETOWARU to take down. This is, you know, the reason why Viva Chill is probably my most wanted monster, because that is just so dangerous, especially when paired with the Ragdoll or other LDs like this. And just basically for free, due to that one incidental crit coming out from the Zibala skill one, ETOWARU loses his Zibala.
And look at that bomb damage with the branding, just completely get notified by a quick Juno turn, healing the Viva back to a very healthy amount. And unfortunately for Lamila, if you don't get going with your control, you don't really do a whole lot of work with your Lamila as well, especially in a 4-man situation, because her damage gets spread equally among every single enemy. So in this situation, he's going to do about like 10 to 12,000, 13,000 damage, which is not enough in an RTA situation, but it's not just looking good for ETOWARU.
It really is, and even that Gianna bomb is getting cleansed up by that Viva skill too. And now ETOWARU is really out of gas. His Gojo drops here. I mean, Juno is still full health, pulling out that Vampire build. He can't stun the Lamila, but the Lamila does not need to be stunned when it's just removed off the field. ETOWARU knows it. That was just not the trap. Taking the control into already the anti-control of that Ragdoll in the very first pick.
Also, the missed ban right then, unfortunately for ETOWARU, if let's say he banned out the Ragdoll, he could achieve a much better control situation right there with Lamila and Zibala, but unfortunately the read was not right.
Definitely wasn't. So ETOWARU just kind of on the back foot there from the start. I would like to to see him go a lot more of a just single target snipe stuff, like more of that Oberon stuff, maybe, you know, Fire Cassandra or something along those lines, as Ragdoll can be quite weak, that there are no strips a lot of the time in those teams, and you can really just take advantage of sniping those units out.
This time we're going to Yeonhong pre-ban with the Gianna pre-ban. Yeonhong and Gianna once again appear in the pre-ban for so many of these couples tonight, and we will be seeing maybe a different strategy this time around, because that was a very specific way to play RTA. And oh, no wonder he picked Light Gojo first, because TC also have a Light Gojo.
And TC also has to Light Gojo, and they are really contesting this unit. I guess TC also knows that Ragdoll counters this monster, as he did, you know, early pick that Ragdoll, since he said Light Gojo enjoy himself. We'll see what ETOWARU does. So I believe he also, I'm not sure, he might also actually have a Ragdoll, but he has a lot of other LDs, if not a Ragdoll, taking the Viva away from TC.
Oh, but over there we got a segment to potentially counter the Viva with the turn 1 reset against the Viva. Let's see what he's gonna bring after the segment. He probably gonna need a strong follow-up here and potentially counter the Laura as well.
It goes for a win, Twins. We are still not seeing a single meta monster aside from obviously these very, very strong LDs, and now we see another strong LD, but another non, you know, obviously the core RGB meta monster in the Ella to counter those resets coming out of the segment.
Definitely going to be a very strong hit right there. What kind of bruiser damage dealer LD that ETOWARU is going to bring to the table? I can't wait to see some sort of crazy, maybe even a ZZI-SOONG, a Miying right there, something that showed up that can do a lot of damage. But oh, we're back with the Juno. He's the one with the Viva and the Juno this time around, so maybe he's probably going to be having the upper hand.
Yeah, Juno does make quite a bit of sense here once again. We don't see Juno a lot in the current meta, but once again, we are not picking meta here at all. Now we see a Minato, and the Lamila has also switched sides. They're almost drafting, or switching drafts a little bit here, with that Light Gojo and Lamila going to one side, and the Viva Juno going to the other.
Really enjoy the Minato draft right there. Definitely going to be a very annoying unit, because the moment you draft some sort of low damage AoE team, Minato become an eyesore immediately with the threat state, because the moment you AoE, you get a bit of damage from this guy, and then he makes your auto single target follow up to look at him. It's just a very annoying situation for the team that ETOWARU is going for with the low damage.
It definitely could use some sort of a Wind Bruiser here. Maybe even like a Wind Monkey, honestly, could be quite good. But he's more premium than that. He has a Patter here for another LD, just rounding out the draft. For a near full LD draft, does have that immunity to counter the defense breaks coming out of a segment. And the Minato also does have the skill 1 stun, which could be very impactful in taking out this Minato in the late game.
I definitely want to ban out the Minato though, just to get rid of the annoying thing on the other side, trying to out-sustain whatever TC is doing, because TC doesn't have any healing.
That's a very good point. ETOWARU does go for just that. Doesn't want to get potentially, you know, incidentally soloed by this Minato, or dealing with any of those annoying threat state moments having to target it. And the Viva is getting banned out. TC knows how impactful that monster can be, as he just used the great effect in the first match.
Alright, let's see if TC can land the control early on, because ETOWARU unfortunately doesn't have a Ragdoll in his team, but does have a Pater to try to get the immunity going in between. We have a Juno on Will Ruin. Very interesting start, but we got the reset onto the Laura, so goodbye to a lot of AoE control.
It's also interesting though, oh my goodness, that did not land very much, but actually, even if it did, oh, you really wanted to land on the Patter there, because that would give the Patter attack bar. And when the Patter gets stripped, he gains attack bar. Now when it's going to get stripped, it's going to cut in between your Lamila. So Lamila normally would be able to control a Patter, as that is not hard CC. Provokes, Patter does not cleanse. But now the Lamila is going to have a very awkward turn, doing nothing here. And ETOWARU is sitting quite pretty.
Oh, it's just gonna go in and do big damage, because ETOWARU also doesn't have a whole lot of healing. He does have healing though, but not a whole lot. He's trying to do a bit of damage, trying to sneak in the skill 2 that can maybe snipe a Juno, but unfortunately it is not gonna be enough. And now it's the return fire coming out from ETOWARU, with the Juno doing some damage right there, and potentially easy skill reset for the Laura. And the Laura is gonna be back online with every single skill as well very, very soon.
Yeah, and like getting that Violent Proc could just refresh the Laura skills right now, and does do just that. I'm not sure how TC wins this match, to be completely honest. I think he just kind of got drafted into the corner, not having any sort of sustain. And I feel like there's quite a bit of sustain on ETOWARU's side with this Ella getting all those heals, as well as the Patter healing, and even the Juno passive healing. There's a lot of protection with the defense buff, speed buff, immunities going on. And I don't know how, oh my goodness, this Ella just takes 4 turns.
This Ella is unstoppable, and the segment skill 3 got completely shut down. She can't really skill 2 it effectively. Even if she does, there's no real damage roll-up just yet coming out from TC. And ETOWARU is taking his sweet time. Look at Juno just getting stronger and stronger. Look at that damage. Oh my, look at that stun though.
That is incredible. Just landing every single stun, but not a single one of the slows. Either way, it doesn't really matter. This segment actually did kind of matter. The stun in the segment, as segment did have skill 3 available there. But now it is going to be dropping just Juno skill 1 here. That does make Lamila's arsenal full, and the skill 2 damage can be quite a bit. But we saw ETOWARU's was doing about 13,000 AoE, and that is going to be nowhere near enough to take out this team here.
Yep, ETOWARU team are also very, very healthy and probably have enough HP to survive 2 of Lamila still if he needs to. And there's no way this thing is going to be able to do enough damage. Twin Angel doesn't really do damage, and I think Light Gojo kind of exhausts all his skill in his arsenal. And here comes skill 2 that barely does anything, unfortunately. This skill excel in a low enemy count situation way more, or at least you need to have the branding on the enemy team to actually be a real threat.
Definitely, it's just not going to be enough here, and it's only a matter of time when ETOWARU does take this game home. There's no heals on the side of TC, so it's just getting slowly, he's losing the war of attrition here, slowly getting worn out. And now Laura with that skill 3 can also do some great damage, maybe even taking out the Samila here, and it does.
That is probably GG ETOWARU switching drafts. And it seems like whoever gets the Viva will get the W here, and whoever picks Lamina is going to go down.
Yeah, even with the Viva getting banned out, doesn't matter. Like Gojo, also not performing so well. The turn 2 is greater than turn 1 here in this matchup, and we are deviating from the pattern as we are now 1-1.
I think ETOWARU need to stop picking the Gojo in the 3rd round. I think people have a tendency to sort of, yeah, let me repeat draft. I don't think I lost because of my drafting or whatever. I lost because I was unlucky. And people like to repeat draft, but I think this time, if you go like Gojo into a Viva Ragdoll, you are just kind of asking to lose. So maybe ETOWARU got to switch to potentially a Viva first pick in this situation.
We'll see. He could even put the Ragdoll in the pre-ban. That might then, no, but we are just going right back to that round 1. And Sean, I think your fears might be coming true here. We'll see what ETOWARU decides the first pick, though.
I mean, if we go like Gojo, we know exactly what is about to happen. So let's see what ETOWARU is going to do in the first pick here. And that is the Viva first pick for ETOWARU into, now TC is the one asking to lose.
Yeah, TC does still want that like Gojo and picks it up immediately, followed by that segment, which can be a pretty strong counter against the Vivichill. But we saw that he still banned out that Vivichill in the last match, even though he did have the segment there.
Oh, and we got, he's picking the Lamila in his team as well. But we got the Laura over there. So let's see what TC is going to do as a follow-up damage dealer.
It's quite interesting to see they're really just fighting for very few monsters here. Now we see a Diana, which can be quite strong into all the AoE that Laura is bringing. But Laura also does have a stun available. And Lamila Provoke is a triple hit, so it is quite consistent even off element.
Ooh, a lot of crit bruiser right there. If ETOWARU rock in with a light small rank, that might be a troublesome pick for TC.
Yeah, I'm not sure if ETOWARU has a light rank, but yeah, that would be quite a solid pick here. In the absence of that, you could go for some sort of fire bruisers, maybe. But even then, like this Zeratul is going to be quite a problem. But you know, we have all these LDs that Gianna is going to make probably quite good work of that Zeratul.
Very solid last pick from ETOWARU. We got AoE strip, we got damage, we got a lot of threat coming from ETOWARU, and those two units can do still pretty well against the light unicorn right there because they're not exactly crit-based damage dealers. So TC realized that and be like, nah, that's not the time for the horse. So it's gonna pick a speed threat as well. So it's gonna be like, ooh, do we ban speed lead? Do we ban a speed-based unit? What is it gonna be, Topa?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see here. Both players only having one speed leader, so that could be the easy ban out here. But it's also interesting to see if, you know, this is Swift Veronica even. It could be a Despair Veronica, as we have seen some of those running around recently as well. And both players are really taking their time with this ban.
All right, we got the Veronica, we got the speed lead ban over there. So the light Gojo and the segment is definitely going to take turn one, but we've seen turn one fail miserably so far in the last two matches. Let's see if it's going to work out this time around.
There isn't any AoE follow-up for this Gojo. The Gojo actually moving after this Laura as well, so still opts to go for that Gian, so Laura will be getting that skill up. But once again, the Gojo is moving after, and there's not really any follow-up after Gojo. It's all single target.
And he's forcing the Dyna to take a turn as well. Dyna has the option to go for the shield, and he's going to shield up the team. So if Viva do the switch thingy, he might not die immediately because this Dyna shield can be very, very fat. But let's see if it's going to be enough to keep either the Gojo alive pretty much.
Ooh, that is quite a unfortunate violent proc coming out of Gojo, but I'm not sure Gojo's a threat here. I think he's still going to Diana, which is what ETOWARU does do here. Gojo did already use his skill too, and besides that, like, once again, there's not really much AoE follow-up for it, so I do like that they'll switch to Diana here, and then getting the provoke with that Lamina. Once again, that skill 3 is quite consistent, even off element, and now Laura did not get glance, so can probably finish off the Diana and get some stuns and stalls to work that skill 2.
Oh, beautiful skill 2 right there. Big heal and Lamela with less target, and brand new Zero is definitely gonna start doing some work right there in terms of this Gojo just love proccing into his death, and ETOWARU is gonna take game 3 with the Viva first pick.
Viva Shell is proving to be the monster between these two players, as it has not lost a game yet. It's a pretty convincing victory for ETOWARU there. To see once again how impactful that Viva is. You can also manipulate the Dyna's attack bar to get you into that position, right? He used that Laura skill to boost the Dyna up in front of the Viva, and there was nothing that really could counter the Viva at that point. So just getting that easy swap on the Dyna, and you're just in a 4v3 situation. Loving life.
And once again, we're seeing what happened in the America Cup. Going first doesn't mean that you're going to win easily. Going first let you open up your own wheel rule situation, that kind of thing. So it just allow the enemy to exploit your situation even further.
We'll see. We go back to that round 2 pre-bans of the Yanhang and the Gianna. Did TC pick up on this Viva first pick wave here that ETOWARU is putting forward in the round 3? And does he first pick that, or will he? Surely he doesn't take a light gold. It hasn't worked out for him at all. Oh my goodness, he does.
Oh my god, TC is asking to get Viva once again, and he did not seem to learn much from the previous round. If he take up the segment here, I'm just gonna start crying.
I mean, I don't hate the segment pick from him, but like, he has to have some sort of AoE follow-up for this light Gojo, because in the previous match, it's that a Dyna Zera to, like, you don't need a light Gojo to enable those monsters. Light Gojo would enable something like an Okeanos, or, you know, like Fire Indra, stuff like that. But we see ETOWARU just slamming LDs to the table, and no fear.
But the LDs are very appropriate as well. We're seeing low damage coming out from TC and ETOWARU with double healers and permanent cooldown reset, plus a lot of immunity coming out as well. I'm not sure if TC has what it takes to control all these units, and he can still slam another LD bruiser or even a Chow. You know what? Even a Chow and ban out the Layla could be pretty good here.
At this point, I feel like you would pick almost anything and ban out the Layla, and you're kind of fine. That Juno pick feels just so dead on the side of TC as well. There's almost no debuffs coming out of ETOWARU. You do have, I think TC almost picked the Juno out of fear to not let ETOWARU have it to counter his Layla. But I think ETOWARU is just going to ban out this Layla and just cruise his way to a victory here.
TC go for a strategic pause right there. Maybe we have to go for a redraft in the last two. Ooh, I didn't pick that. That was my mistake for me.
Yeah, it was like, hey, what? That Juno was an accident. That was picked by somebody else. That was not my hand to pick that Juno. I thought the same thing, Topa. I was like, that Juno is that was purely to take it away from his opponent.
Yeah, but that June, I mean, it does provide a little bit of buff remover, converting those Laura buffs into dots, but the Laura buffs are only one turn now too, so it's a pretty difficult to even get that Juno to move in that turn where the Laura buffs are on the field, and Laura doesn't need a debuff, and even, you know, you're taking the Juno away from your opponent, but your opponent's probably going to ban out your Layla anyways, so I don't think they're really even looking to pick a Juno in that position.
Yeah, and just as a note for folks who are watching at home too, normally a pause like that signals some sort of like technical issue, or maybe something got in the way of the pick ban phase. So we might see a change in the pick ban phase. They might run it back and have to pick up to a certain point the same way that they did prior. But given things, if they were to continue as they were, Sean, is this signaling maybe a Viva ban, considering that the light Gojo is still in play and every time it's faltered to the Viva Shell?
I think if you ban Viva and you let the Fire Monkey stay and your Layla just happen to not land any debuff on the Fire Monkey together with potentially, let's say, the segment ban, then that's going to be a Fire Monkey solo at the end game. That could be very, very challenging. But we kind of saw that the Juno from TC was on Vampire, so maybe he was really hoping for that Juno to be the solo carry at the end, just how ETOWARU is picking the Fire Monkey.
That could be the case too, but I'm with you, man. I see the Fire Monkey King in play, and I was like, I don't see an easy way to take that thing down, given the pick ban phase that we've seen so far, Sean.
Yeah, that is going to be a very rough trap. And people think that, ETOWARU team doesn't seem like he has a lot of damage, but in the late game patterns damage, the Laura can do like 10k with a skill 3. That is a lot of damage. And once again, the Viva snipe is just insta kill as well, which can be very, very scary when you fight a Viva, especially in a bruiser setup where you don't really know how the attack bar situation is going to turn out. And if it turn out bad for you, then that's going to be very rough. That is also a lot of damage.
Oh, here we go, guys. The pause has been resolved, and it looks like the pick ban phase is carried on as it was prior. I'll hand it back over to you, Topa and Sean, for the cast.
Yeah, I would assume that the draft would have stick. So I feel like that's quite a bit of advantage for TC if it didn't, as he would have then been able to change out his Juno after seeing that last pick of the Fire Monkey. And surprising to see that neither the Viva nor that Fire Monkey is banned out. I feel like TC really put all of his eggs into this Layla basket, banning out that Patter Connor to it, but then the Layla just got banned out.
All right, we got the reset onto the Viva. He took out the damage dealer, but he got to really work on his Fire Monkey here and hoping that his slow from the Wind Twin will land and the AoE from segment will actually work down the Fire Monkey. But I mean, the immunity from the Ella is about to come up.
Yeah, this Viva has been reset by the segment, and the segment really has to land those debuffs to make something do here. The Gojo loves proccing. I believe he's taken 2 turns the last match, proc both times, taken 1 turn in this match, and proc once again. But those procs really aren't doing that much because there's just not that follow-up for it.
And here we go, Ella with the immunity and the skill cooldown reset for the Viva. You reset, but oh my god, the Ella once again, just like the game before when the segment landed the reset. But here, the Ella will fix all that for the Viva very, very quickly here. And now the segment is going to be the target for the Monk to go in.
Surprised to see that he didn't use that Ella skill to completely refresh that Viva cooldown. And now that the segment is landing those debuff breaks, actually lands every single debuff on this monkey, and this is going to be TC's maybe only window to actually do any sort of damage, as that segment will likely fall before he gets another skill 2 off.
Here comes the AoE, here comes the damage, the monkey's taking some heat, and the Viva doesn't have skill yet. He could have had skill if he reset the skill 3, I'm not sure why he did not do that. The monkey's gonna go into the segment right there. And now it's the opportunity for the Ella to do something, but the heal block is working really well against the Monkey.
Yeah, it does now use that skill 3, but segment actually has a skill 3 available now because it did get that triple 1 debuff lowering that cooldown by 1. And this monkey might actually be dropping the speed buff Gojo. Oh my goodness, this Gojo loves proccing. The monkey's still hanging on for dear life, but the Wind Twin Angel, even with just a couple hundred damage that it's going to do here, will be enough to take it out. And TC actually not in that bad of a position.
Wow, ETOWARU actually let the monkey die just like that. And unfortunately, that could be leading us to a game 5 here. Just like every other match before that took us to a game 5 as well. They just love getting it to the game 5. So Viva, unfortunately, getting that nice little violent proc right there to maybe finish off the enemy segment.
It's a very nice violent proc there. Opts go for the heal instead, just playing defensive, playing for the long game here, knowing that his Laura will be moving from this segment. Even if the Twin Angel boost is not going to be enough to make a move in front of the Laura, so Laura can likely finish that segment off. Doesn't finish it off, but gets a violent proc with the triple stun. Now finishing off, of course, a nice skill 3 damage. Juno's skill 2 is also on cooldown.
And not just any triple stun, the triple stun that ignore the Juno perfectly, so not any extra heal for TC. So TC is once again on the back foot right there with the Viva. Heal opportunity onto the Juno, but he is being very safe with it. He doesn't want to do the switch. He doesn't want to lower the Juno HP just yet. He want to wait for the perfect moment to do that. And he's going to choose to take down the other enemy first.
Yeah, even, you know, I said it in the draft, I feel like that last pick from ETOWARU could have been almost anything. Sean was calling out for the Chow there. Could have been almost anything. We see even in this match, the monkey goes down very early. ETOWARU is still in a very commanding position. That's how far ahead he was in the draft, in my opinion. Juno, being on Vampire too, right? You get that little bit of sustain, but I don't think it's going to be enough sustain in the long game to win the match. And you also don't get the disruption that Despair would provide.
And here we go, more damage coming out from everybody. And they're trying to race to the end game, but seems like the end game is favoring ETOWARU. One more unit down. Can Juno do the 1v3 because he drafted this Vampire Juno exactly for this moment? But unfortunately, the Ella has healing, the Viva has healing, and the Laura damage is now just as good as any other damage dealer.
It really isn't. There are only sleep debuffs on these skills. And oh my goodness, that Viva is hurting. That almost just chunked down the... Almost just took out the Juno instantly with that one banner proc. Now with the Laura skill to gain that speed buff, that is definitely going to be the end of this June. That is some nice damage coming out. Just immediately taking it out. And ETOWARU will be denying the game 5 from TC and moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, in a round 4 win, ETOWARU moves forward, securing a semifinals position. You know, that was a really strong showing there. Credit to TC, he was able to take down the Fire Monkey King. That was really good. He had to sink a lot of turns into it, but the Fire Monkey King did what it was meant to do, Topa. It was meant to soak up all that gas, and then his opponent was left with nothing to do.
Yeah, definitely did. Yeah, the Fire Monkey just... Unfortunately, I feel like ETOWARU almost misplayed a little bit there, right? He did not use that LS skill 3 onto Vivichel, so Vivichel would have had cleanse up, could have saved that monkey too, and he would have had even more dominating of a victory there. But still, that last pick was really optional there, and those first 4 picks, that, you know, one of them being banned on the pattern, but the other 3 still just able to carry into a very nice victory there.
Very good victory. The first of the day that's not in a round 5 win there, Sean.
Yeah, and I think TC kind of asked for it. I mean, we saw the first game, ETOWARU lead in with the Light Gojo, lost to the Viva, immediately switched the position. I'm the Viva holder now, and won almost every game after that with the Viva. And over there, we saw TC saw the Light Gojo loss and suddenly be like, you know what? I kind of like to play Light Gojo now. It was very questionable decisions by TC, for sure.
Questionable is a good word for it. It's, you know, I might even say loyal. He's loyal to the Light Gojo. He doesn't want to leave him behind in the box. He wants to bring him in every game, regardless of whether or not he's the best choice for it. And there we go. That's the 3-1 victory that ETOWARU got in his first appearance at the APAC since actually his first in the regional cup. He's only been in the prelims thus far. Very good showing from him in this one. And just like that, guys, the semifinals is fully populated. We've got Hu versus KELIANBAO in our first match of the semifinals coming up, followed by Takuzo versus ETOWARU. Yeah, Topa, this is a good setup.
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like most players expected this this match 1 in the semifinals between Hu and KELIANBAO, and it is a rematch of last year, you know, and also a rematch of this year, right? They faced off in the preliminaries as well, and KELIANBAO did take the 3-2 victory over Hu, so it's going to be very interesting to see how Hu has adapted to hopefully best KELIANBAO once again at APAC Cup.
He might have it in him. This is going to be a crazy semifinals, chat, so make sure you're here to watch it. Maybe I'm speaking to folks in the future who are watching the VOD, because it's pretty late in our time right now. It's a very reasonable time for you though, Sean. How are you feeling right now following our quarterfinals games?
Feeling great, man. Just waiting to see my countryman Pool fighting against the big boss KELIANBAO. Is going to be absolutely amazing to watch.
It's going to be sick. You know, these moments are, you know, just closer and closer together. These games that are like world finals material. You know, we had a couple of these popping off in the America's Cup, and now we're about to come into one of them here in the semifinals. This is like the sort of matchup that I'd expect to see in Paris. And also, guys, I got a coupon code that I'm sure many of y'all have been expecting to see. SWC ZZI-SOONG, HAMBOISO. Type that in on your device if you're on Android, and you'll get 200 energy, 100 crystals, and some SWC emblems that you should be stockpiling. If you happen to be on iOS, our wonderful mods who are up here past midnight with us have just pasted the link for that in the chat. So go ahead and interact with that. Take a look at this, guys. We got the highlights of the games thus far. This has been a great show in the quarterfinals so far, Topa.
Yeah, it really has. We had so many. I mean, almost every single match went to a game 5, with the exception of that last one. We saw a lot of light Horangs performing very well. Has definitely been, you know, if you put a word counter every time we said light Horang, if I got $1 every time for that, man, I'd be a rich man.
Yeah, no kidding. I'd be approaching 100 really quickly here. Light Horang has been one of the MVPs of the day, though I think Vivachel is definitely getting an MVP title in that last set. Folks, we are all wrapped up in our quarterfinals. We'll let you watch the highlights as we prepare here for the semifinals games. Don't go anywhere because we've got a lot more of the SWC2025 Asia Pacific Cup. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SWC 2025 Asia Pacific Cup, where we're just about to move into the semifinals. And Toba, the games so far have been exciting, but I would say that we're about to enter maximum intensity.
Oh yeah, the hour grows late for us Americans here, but the games are getting ever more exciting, you know. That we have the previous APAC Cup champion in Poo versus the world champion in KELIANBAO coming up, and we also have a Japanese showdown in the lower half of the bracket here, so super exciting stuff coming up.
Oh yeah, big time. This is like two champions defending different titles right here. One is defending the APAC champion title in Poo, and the other, KELIANBAO, defending the world champion title, aiming to make it to Paris again. He's hopefully going to be qualified here, and we've got an open qualifier between the two Japanese contestants. Sean, how are your predictions looking, man? Are they intact after all this today?
I can't remember, but I do remember that I vote for Poo and KELIANBAO to be in this exact semi-final. But I gotta vote for Poo to win the whole thing. Like it's just how it is. I can't wait to see what he's gonna bring to the table, because I think forcing the Sonia was pretty cool, but against KELIANBAO, that's gonna be a pretty rough round.
That's a tall order, and I don't blame you either for rooting for him, because if anybody can take down this Titan, I think it would be him. He's got the track record, he's got the analytical mindset, he has the flexibility. Now, with that said, some of that flexibility may have been left at home today, Topa, considering how committed he's been to the Sonia, but we'll have to see if he sticks by it here, because we're just about to get into the first round of the semifinals. Poo versus KELIANBAO showing down here at SWC 2025 Asia Pacific Cup. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, here we go. This is the match that I feel like everyone was, you know, expecting to happen and definitely looking forward to happening, because this is very much a grudge match between Poo and KELIANBAO, both legend finishers in RTA ladder as well, and we see Yeonhong and Shiho in the pre-bans.
I like the Shiho pre-ban. Finally, someone put some respect on the most picked unit in RTA at the moment. And we got the Yeonhong getting pre-ban as well from a high base speed opener. And Poo getting the first pick, grabbing the Gianna pretty much immediately.
Yeah, definitely going a different style here. Not going for any of the speed leads, not going for Oliver, Sierra, or even the Megumi that Poo has been liking to utilize a lot. But he's going with an Ashir as well. We have not seen this monster in a year, probably.
Ashir's gonna be the free-to-play speed opener that everyone can build, unlike unit like Shiho, Ethna, or Segment, which could be a bit more RNG because you may not have the unit, but Asher you do have. And I think maybe he shipped the rune to Asher to avoid this Shiho pre-ban right here.
Could be. I would think you probably have both ruined. Asher doesn't need that damage stats of the Shiho or really the accuracy that much either, but also going for that double bomber, now picking up the Nyx for a little bit of a countering on the debuffs that the Dark Monkey provides, as well as making those bombs be turn one or just one turn.
And also the Nyx can have the strip reset into the Pater that really shut down the Pater. And we are seeing the return of the Sonia. Could be there to one-shot Pater, could be there to one-shot Dark Monkey, because this Dark Monkey is going to be built as a follow-up unit. So he can't be that fast, and that allowed the Sonia to have a bit of an edge.
But Poo currently only has one speed leader in that Sierra. If KELIANBAO has something like a Chibu that is a speed lead and a swift monster, Poo is going to be in big trouble here.
But no, that's going to be the light horror getting picked up by KELIANBAO, the star of the show today. And we're going to lock in both sides having only one speed lead, but Poo is the one looking like he's rocking a lot of speed set on his build.
Yeah, Poo will definitely be taking turn one here unless he just completely gives it up to KELIANBAO, but I can't imagine that happening. I assume that speed lead is getting banned off from both sides, in fact, but Poo definitely will be taking turn one with a much higher base speed compared to KELIANBAO. We'll have to see, can this Sonia one-shot anything here?
Maybe he learned from the previous game. Sonia did not one-shot anything and switched the speed buff to Sonia with the Asher, but no, he's still going in without speed buff, and the damage is severely lacking from the Sonia. And now he got to pray for this Nyx to do work, but he did not reach the most important unit.
He did not, but he does not need to detonate with Gianna here. So still the pattern is actually not tuned right now due to that. And that does mean that the Dark Monkey is going out of the picture. And now the Sonya is sitting there with a speed buff, so Hwoarang will be glancing on it as well, giving it that little bit of attack bar.
You're right, Nyx is kind of like a soft Diana with a detonation being so much quicker right there. And now the slow version of Pat is being focused. Can Light Hwoarang be the true carry? For the good part using Asher as your speed opener is that you are actually having a heal in your sort of speed control team now. So dealing with a Light Hwoarang might be a little bit easier having a heal on your team.
It might be, that Patter not going down, so Patter will be picking itself up from that stun. Can look to get immunity or go for some damage finishing off that Sonya. Oh, you can do both if you proc, but he doesn't use skill 2. Why does he not use skill 2?
Oh, he was being a little bit greedy right there. Oopsie right there. And oh my god, that was not enough to kill because the Hwoarang is also extremely fast and the Sonya just did not do enough damage. And Sonya's gonna finally go down. No ball opportunity for the Gianna, but take down the pattern. Now it's gonna be the Hwoarang showcase.
Man, if only KELIANBAO didn't breathe there, just took the kill on the Sonya, this Hwoarang would still be sitting pretty at full health. Now we just get stunned. It is violent parking quite a bit. Gianna does have bomb available, and who will be taking down this game one as the Ashura with the dish damage and the Evo does a lot of damage.
And that bomb is definitely gonna send the Hwoarang where he belongs, and that is Pooh taking down the world champion while he's having Light Hwoarang. What a great start to the show.
Yeah, definitely Sonya proving to be enough there. The Nyx with a very interesting performance, right? It did not remove the immunity off the Patter, making so that the Patter did not cut in there. But then obviously not removing either didn't reset it. So, you know, it was not the best case scenario there. Actually, it may have been even best case scenario, because even if you get the reset on the Patter could have violent proc back into immunity and being able to cleanse that monkey and therefore give KELIANBAO the upper hand there. So maybe a fortunate miss coming from the Nyx there. But we go into round 2 as the pre-bans are being locked in.
Hey man, that's why we all love Summoners, right? A little bit of unpredictability for our gaming experience. And here comes the pre-ban for round 2. Are we going to see the Gianna Light Hwoarang pre-ban potentially? Or are we seeing a Sonya pre-ban even? Because Pooh seems to really rely on the unit to do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of damage output.
It's interesting to see that Pooh Sonya is also non-will. So we haven't seen any Leo pick so far, but a Leo could actually just push back the Sonya turn 1 as well and completely desync it if these players, or if KELIANBAO should choose to pick that. But instead, he's getting his Light Hwoarang banned out and that Jogan is banned out that KELIANBAO actually used himself in the first game.
Alright, no more Light Hwoarang. Oliver getting first pick for KELIANBAO, who can pick the Gianna Ciara if he wants to go with it, but decides to go with the good old Fire Megumi and Shiho that he used against the previous opponent.
Yeah, going back to his tried and true Fire Megumi and that Shiho, very fast, and that Megumi also being built on a crit rate build, I do believe, so does do some decent damage. But KELIANBAO now actually busting out that Veronica that was pre-banned so much in his first match against Frank.
And also that star of the show in the previous match, the Viva chair picked up by KELIANBAO as well. So are we seeing the Sonya? We are seeing the Sonya Gianna getting picked up by Pooh at the same time. So we got a lot of aggressive first turn unit here coming from both players. He has to shut down the Viva, and over there he got to survive that Sonya.
Oh, and we have a Nyx switching sides now. KELIANBAO picking up that Nyx, trying to counter this Gianna bombs potentially, as well as that Dark Monkey. Probably the strongest follow-up unit currently in the meta.
And let's see what's going to be the last pick here. Are we banning the Oliver, picking a strong bruiser at the end? What is going to be the play here? Because I think the Viva is probably not going to be on Swift, so Pooh can still outspeed if he wants to, even if he don't ban the Oliver and just ban out the Veronica.
Yeah, goes for a Masha there, so probably not banning out that Oliver, as Masha does quite counter that Oliver getting all that extra speed from his allies getting attack bar reduced. So likely going to be a Veronica ban here, looking to outspeed, but that Nyx could be very fast. Even Vivid Shield, right, could be built on Swift, but no, it is a Dark Monkey ban, and all the resetters, or both the resetters of the Viva, or of the Nyx as well as the Veronica are let through on KELIANBAO's side.
Alright, first turn belongs to the Shiho, looking for a stun on the Veronica. Can he get it? He will get the stun, and the Nyx gonna cut in between though.
Ooh, not getting a whole lot there, but getting just enough. The most important target for hitting the Megumi, as that would have cut in, but now the Megumi is going to get swapped and deleted right away.
Oh, Megumi took the hit right there. But both the Gianna and the Masha are still rather ready to go. And the Veronica is going to be going down with the Fire Megumi at the same time. So we're back to a 3v3. But the situation is looking really good for Pooh, with one unit being slept and the other one eating a bomb very, very soon.
Yeah, interesting to see that he did not go for that Gianna skill 3. He did not want to risk it not stunning the Viva Chill and therefore waking up. And now the monkey not getting the stun there. Masha is almost back to her skill 2, and that is going to be... Oh, never mind. Chiu has skill 3 available, and that's going to take out Oliver. And Masha will likely carry Pooh to a 2-0 lead here.
Looking really good. The Viva is getting the skill 3 back very soon, but not quite yet. The Viva is definitely going to survive for a little bit longer, but the Gianna can get that critical arrow, but zero stun coming out of the Gianna. It wasn't even resisted. It was just didn't happen. 85% didn't look so much like 85% at this point.
Yeah, didn't even activate. I mean, Gianna's really proccing. I don't think it matters at this point anymore. KELIANBAO just does not have enough damage to get through Pooh's team before his units are taken out here. As Masha will now confirm the kill on this Vivid Show. Gianna getting another violent proc, still not doing anything with that, but it is just all over either way.
Once again, the tradition continues. We are starting off with a 2-0 for Pooh against KELIANBAO. Are we getting our first 3-0 for our Vietnamese champion?
That is looking very good right now, but Pooh is, as you mentioned, looking very strong in the first round as well, and then faltered to a 2v2 position, or 2 points to 2 points position against SCHOLES there. So KELIANBAO is definitely a man that could be bringing it back here, so Pooh cannot lose focus here.
It seems to be the Gianna that's going to be the deciding factor between these two players. And let's see if KELIANBAO trying to steal the Gianna this time around, or will Pooh first pick the Gianna once again?
Or is it even going to be in the pre-ban? As that is still up for grabs. These players really taking their time with this pre-ban. KELIANBAO will also have his light Horang available, so pre-banning the Gianna is not so bad of an idea, as that does do quite well into light Horang.
Oh, both are really taking their time with the pre-ban. Finally, someone put KELIANBAO on a high pressure seat, and we got a Nyx and a Yeonhong pre-ban. A Nyx pre-ban this time around, a very RNG based unit, but when it works against you, it is unstoppable. And first pick for Pooh, we might be seeing the Gianna again.
Yeah, the Nyx did not work for KELIANBAO, but it worked for Pooh, so the KELIANBAO is going to say, you know what, I don't need the Nyx, and I don't want you to have the Nyx, so we're just going to pre-ban it, and it is going to be that Gianna first pick once again. So KELIANBAO responding with the speed lead of the Oliver, not taking the Sierra away, splitting the Sierra-Gianna combination.
Man, I still remember there was a time period where KELIANBAO was spamming Yudong. That was a pretty interesting time, but this time it's going to go with Oliver Veronica once again. And I think back then, when KELIANBAO first came to the SWC scene, he was using Veronica, Maximilian, Yeonhong, Cleve. That was mind-blowing for everybody, but we don't get to see that Cleveland Bao anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. Or he could be bringing it back, as that Veronica is now seeing some play, but Pooh just going once again back to that Ashira and picking up a Fire Megumi now. Fire Megumi does get somewhat countered by the Veronica, as you reset it even though it does get that turn, so it's not able to get that stun unless it violent procs. KELIANBAO now flashing that like Horang. It's not, that good of a pick. Once again, that Ashira did do quite well into Horang with those heals in the late game, as well as the skill 3 damage, as well as obviously that Gianna, those bombs quite strong.
Oh, KELIANBAO locking in the turn 2 position right there. No high base speed unit, giving Pooh the potential Shiho and the Sierra pick right here to control him, or the Sonia as well. So not looking so good for KELIANBAO at the moment. His unit is definitely vulnerable to getting either ignore defense or bomb. So I'm not sure if those were the 2 good picks for KELIANBAO right there.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him fight turn 1 a bit harder. Pooh is committing quite hard with that Ashira already. But still actually managing to find the pivot here. A bit surprised about this, as he's been just pressing that Sonia all day. But in this match where Sonia feels quite appropriate, he does not pick it up.
Yeah, that is rather interesting. And last pick from KELIANBAO is actually going to be a Diana to fight the AoE water unit over there. And I think that's probably going to be a Gianna ban. And if Pooh go first, he doesn't have any AoE opener to follow up with the Lamila. That is actually looking really good for KELIANBAO. Even if you go turn 2 and it's going to be a Gianna ban, it is going to be a Veronica ban.
Yeah, I feel like Pooh fumbled the draft a little bit here. He was looking so good up until those 4th and 5th pick, but then he decided to pivot Now left with not that many buff removers. Pretty awkward position here.
All right, we got a 5 Megami. One chance to stun, and that's going to be onto the Dark Monkey. Can get rid of the AoE stun, but the Malamelia will not have a chance to do any real anything whatsoever. But he does have the immunity to try to live this turn, and that is how you strip. You live the turn so that the enemy will take away their own immunity.
Yeah, that is definitely one way to do it. It's a bit weird of a Diana last pick from KELIANBAO, as well as there is the light unicorn that you're not looking to ban out. Obviously, KELIANBAO had the last pick, so he's already knowing what he's banning out in that Gianna. So picking a Diana into that glancing or anti-crit of the Eleanor feels a bit weird. Now Pooh does get this skill 3 off, but does not land on the Lai Horang or the Oliver.
That is a very rare situation, but at least the monkey is about to go down. Without the monkey death break, I think Pooh with double healer is actually looking not too bad in this position right there. And Lamila is about to drop that skill 2 with nobody to actually stop her, because KELIANBAO is potentially running out of any strip possible.
Yeah, Pooh is definitely turning it around here still. Lamila is not fully stacked. So probably enough damage to take out that branded Dark Monkey, and it is. Diana does have a little bit of a, well, doesn't really have a chance. Does have a chance to violent proc here. Maybe get a transformation. Does get a very nice stun on that Megami, but the Ashir is actually being quite impactful here, providing that tempo with that speed buff and heals.
Definitely, because the biggest thing about the Light Harang is that he just moved twice and then you move one turn and then you can't recover from the damage that he does. But with Asher, you kind of fix both the problem with the speed buff on the ultimate and a bit of healing that fixed the damage that the Light Harang can do, because in the previous game when Light Harang was in the fight, the enemy did not really have any way to heal back the damage he can do. But this time, the Asher is keeping the team alive and as well as keeping the team moving at the same time. And Light Harang being the last one standing is definitely going to go down very easily to the Lamila.
Ooh, bit surprised to see Pooh not going for this Diana here, but oh my goodness, just gets a double glance into the passive, but Diana getting that violent proc, he's able to transform back, does not get a stun, so there's a skill 3 coming out from Lamila, and we have a skill 2 ready to go with just 2 bunches. That is going to be definitely cleaning the field, so this Lamila cannot really be left to move at all anymore.
Oh my god, that's going to do at least 20,000 damage. There's no way he's going to survive that. But here's the reset. He's buying time for the Light Horizon to come back. Is that going to be enough? No, but Asher with a heal and the boost, giving the Lamila another chance to rock right here and end the game. Is Pooh going to defeat the world champion? Here we go. And it will be the pro and GG.
Wow, just the proc. Sean calling it out there almost. Just getting the proc and 3-0 against KELIANBAO. What an incredible showing.
We knew that he was powerful, but I don't think anyone expected the first 3-0 of the night, Topa, to be against the previous world champion.
Yeah, definitely not. That is an incredible showing. You know, we're a bit doubtful of his draft in that game 3 there as well, but it worked out very well. That Light Horang got a couple of clutch procs to make it close there, and even Oliver procced out of that provoke there to get the reason to Lamila, so it shouldn't have even come down to that Lamila needing that violent proc, and it was honestly deserved with how many procs KELIANBAO got there as well. So it was just, you know, incredible, above the rim drafting from Pooh. You know, I personally couldn't comprehend that draft at least, so
so well done. But I want to hear it from you, Sean. How are you feeling after that game?
Absolutely incredible, man. He did really, really well, and he knew what was he needed to pick. He needed to pick that Gianna away from KELIANBAO to have a chance, because I think if you swap and you give KELIANBAO both Gianna and Veronica, it's gonna be a very tough turn 1 for Pooh, and he did really, really well. And that is absolutely incredible. But maybe, I think I talked to you guys before this, maybe KELIANBAO is gonna go to like the 3rd and 4th place just to like mess up your prediction a little bit.
That could be the case. That could be the case. Who knows? Who knows, right? Because, you know, as like we said, as strong as Pooh is, I don't think anyone expected KELIANBAO to give it up without a single round. That was, but I could tell the genuine surprise on his face in a couple of those interactions. You know, that was a really, really masterclass filled game. Thank you to Pooh for that showcase. It's always a pleasure watching him play. So that means, Sean, he's officially qualified for the World Finals.
Yeah, officially going to Paris, for sure.
Yeah, and what a great representative for the region. Now, for folks at home who like watching KELIANBAO, don't worry, there's going to be more later tonight. KELIANBAO's not out yet. At this phase, all a loss means is that he's getting sent down to a 3rd and 4th place game. So he has one more shot to get registered for the World Finals, because there are 3 slots open and we have just one filled right now. Pooh is guaranteed to be going to the World Finals regardless of what happens, but we'll be seeing more from him as well because he still has to fight to defend his title in the Grand Finals today. Now, guys, looking ahead, we got Takuzo versus ETOWARU there, Topa. So going into this, who do you think would be a great matchup for Pooh?
Ooh, I was really impressed with Takuzo's drafting. I think Takuzo drafted really well. ETOWARU almost had, I mean, ETOWARU had like kind of an off-meta battle, right? There was an off-meta LD battle going on there. I think Pooh could kind of dismantle those LD comps quite, well, not, I don't want to say easily, but I think Pooh definitely has the knowledge of RTA, the pick and ban, to dismantle those LD teams. So I think Takuzo would probably make a better match for that. But can Takuzo make it through that LD wall of ETOWARU is the question.
Exactly. That's the question, man. But he has quite a few in his back pocket as well, Sean. I think these two are going to be a very fun matchup to watch.
Definitely. But it's kind of interesting that we're going back to Japan versus Japan once again for the second half of our semi-final here, and it's gonna be a very, very tough fight for the Japan crowd. Oh my God, only one Japanese can maybe making it to the World Final right there.
Yeah, we had a similar moment at the America's Cup in Brazil too. We had our 2 Brazilian competitors in the same position, and so folks had to root for one over the other, which is a tough thing to ask for. But ultimately, they can revel in the fact that they'll have at least one Japanese representative at the World Finals, given this matchup here. So, admittedly, I think I have Takuzo in my predictions, but I'm so open to being surprised by ETOWARU there, Topa, because I think ETOWARU did a very good showing for us in his quarterfinals match.
He definitely did. He adapted to what his opponent did. He realized that the light Gojo no good, not Veronica, Bibachill very good. So he made the adaptation that TC was not able to make, and kind of just he fumbled that first game, right? ETOWARU was down 1-0, but then just came back with 3 victories in a row for the only non-3-2 victory of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, very true. Here we go, guys. Takuzo versus ETOWARU, the last of the semifinals matches. Who will advance to the grand finals? We'll find out starting right now in round 1. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, here we go. The pre-bans are coming in. Wonder what of the LDs is Takuzo going to be banning out, and it is going to be the Laura, and ETOWARU pre-bans that Jogan.
ETOWARU is very consistent with the Jogan pre-ban. That's gotta be like his most hated unit. It's just like how I hate Xiao, pretty much.
I don't think you hate Xiao enough to pre-ban it though. I think it's different kind of a hatred going on here, and I can definitely respect that. Jogan is obviously a very meta monster, and oh no, ETOWARU trying this again. It didn't work against the LD drafter, but maybe this light Gojo works against the meta that he's been, probably fighting comps like Takuzo's a lot on the ladder.
Maybe he's just a very big fan of JJK. Can't blame him for that. And he just really want to use light Gojos because it's very fun and exciting. But if let's say the unit doesn't work out, then he's gonna switch to the Viva, back at it once again. Oh, let's see what he's gonna go here though. But Takuzo starting off the first 2 unit without strip. That might not be exactly amazing.
Yeah, ETOWARU now going back to this is the exact draft that he brought in game 1 against TC here. But on the other hand, Takuzo is not running a turn 2 lineup here, although he might be to the lack of no buff removers here. But now picking up that Fire Megami to counter or gain that attack bar, and then look to control something off of the light Gojo turn.
Ooh, 2 single target straight from Takuzo. I would be inclined to lock in 2 strong AoE right here and kind of go for that is a very, very scary unit, because if you just fail 1 strip, you are going to eat so much AoE coming out from ETOWARU, and that's going to be very tough to deal with.
That's often the problem when you're drafting Yeonhang. As a Yeonhang, as a very seasoned Yeonhang owner myself, a lot of times you're left in these situations where you really just have single target buff removers. And if one or God forbid 2 of those miss, you're just going to be in a very difficult position. But ETOWARU not really going for those heavy impact monsters. I mean, Vivid Chill is very strong, right? You miss on that, you probably lose your monster, but going for a Josephine, which I'm not the biggest fan of, considering that there's a Lamila provoke that counters it, as well as the resets coming out of Oliver.
Oh, we got the recent balance patch drama. The Wind Indra getting picked up by Takuzo. So this guy got buffed to double hit with a skill 2, and that accidentally double his passive damage, and of course double the strip chance and all that good stuff, but double the passive damage, and it turned from, you know, doing respectable damage to burn the house down kind of damage. So he was modified in the recent update to do a bit less damage, and let's see what kind of showcase Takuzo has for us with the Wind Indra.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. There might be some sound issues going on, but hopefully the match will still continue here, as Takuzo does take that turn on. No surprise, goes for the somewhat greedy play of using that Yeonhang skill too, because it is not even 100% activation rate, and it seems like we do have a pause here for just a moment, as ETOWARU might be having some sort of sound issues there.
Yeah, that could be the case. So yeah, sometimes in moments like that, they'll just take a pause just to make sure that they don't, you know, accidentally hear something they're not supposed to hear, etc. Like that. They want to make sure that that noise cancellation is good to go. So Sean, initial impressions. We've seen the first move so far, but what do you think of these drafts?
Yeah, I think Takuzo was really lacking in terms of strip, and he locked that in the last pick with a very unconventional unit, which is the Light Indra. So Light Indra pretty much transform, and when he transforms, he can start stripping, and he has an AoE skill, so he sort of gained AoE strip with the skill 2, and it now is double hit, so the strip is very consistent, and the strip comes with branding and attack down. If he's on despair, he can despair stun as well. So that is a very good AoE strip that comes with very solid damage, and maybe that is what he's hoping to achieve with the Wind Indra last pick here, to control quickly and start going heavy control with Oliver after that.
Yeah, it's a really powerful unit. Like you said, recently got readjusted following a very successful balance patch for him. So I'm excited to see how it is. And Topa, we actually saw his Fire brother drafted in the Americas Cup too. What do you think of the Indra family right now?
Yeah, the Indra family is pretty strong. I think they all have, it's really cool, the Thunder state, right? You like empower your skills, and then you kind of have to manage that Thunder state a little bit. And then you can also use to like lower your cooldowns and stuff like that. So all of them are in a really nice spot. They all have, you know, very niche uses, but they're pretty strong in that niche. And I'm honestly a bit surprised that we haven't seen more of Wendhan.
Yeah, me too, actually. And I think he made it through in that game, or did he soak the ban that one?
He made it through in that game. Yeah, Raigeki drafted it in America's Cup, and it absolutely demolished Stay Hive, I believe it was.
Let's see if that's the case here with Chakra. Take it away, guys.
I think that was pretty solid damage right there. We got a despair stun onto the Zabala as well, which is very, very important because Zabala is that AoE control unit. And now we got the Megumi taking a turn very, very soon. Oh, the Josephine probably going to stop that.
Yeah, that is a very good proc coming out of the Josephine. Now he doesn't really even need to stop the Megumi here, because if Megumi were to go for a stun, he's just going to activate the Joseph passive again. Oh, that might even be fortunate that you missed the stun there, because you get the attack bar, but you missed the stun, so Josephine does not get her passive to go off again. And now Oliver can start controlling, but like Gojo still has skills available, and now could cleanse, but both the units already did move out of their stuns, or the Zabala did move out of the stun.
Now we are dealing with a 2-unit being stunned on the side of Takuzo, so it's not really getting the momentum that he wished he had, and Josephine's about to put a stop to everybody else as well. So you're not moving anytime soon with Josephine on the field. Even though Takuzo managed to get the first turn, he could not really capture the moment that he could use to take down the Viva very quickly. So Viva is gonna be taking turn, and that's gonna be very dangerous.
Yeah, now the like Gojo getting that cleanse, getting that Demon's Break onto the shelf, and also giving all that attack power to Fire Megumi. Tries to apply that Demon's Break again, but misses. Can this Indra do enough damage to cover the shelf? It did seem quite squishy, maybe on crit, because we saw it being on crit damage. Doesn't have any skills available. Does not go down yet, but could be looking to get some sleeps.
Unfortunately, the damage was nerfed in the passive, and that indirectly nerfed damage on his skill 1 as well. and he just could not really bring it down. Josephine once again say hello with full team shield and getting in between these units to stop us moving. And Zabala finally get a very, very good turn, and that's gonna stop the entire momentum of ETOWARU with a violent proc from Zabala as well, and that's gonna be so much more work being done by ETOWARU.
And that is probably going to be game over. Zabala's skill 3 is very punishing there too. Not only does it freeze, but it also increases cooldown. Even if you wear the violent proc out, I'm not sure how many violent units Takuzo really has here, as we saw that Intra was on Despair, Yanhong is probably on Swift, and Megami and Oliver probably on Violent there, but either way, those skills will not be available. And now the Intra is going to be stunning itself from this Thunder state as ETOWARU gains even more momentum in this match.
Once again, we've seen Josephine being the best control unit while being anti-control at the same time. She stopped the entire team Takuzo from moving forward with their control, allowing the Zabala to buy enough time and get the skill 3 back, allow Viva Chell to live through all of that. And now Takuzo team is about to drop. ETOWARU leading the charge once again with Viva Chell.
And the Viva Chell has been incredible for him. He has not lost with this monster yet. 4 games that he has picked in. One time he got banned, but it didn't matter. He still won that match, and Viva Chell is just such a powerhouse for ETOWARU right now.
Alright guys, moving on to round 2. Maybe this time Takuzo is going to wake up and pre-ban the Viva Chell from ETOWARU and start doing something about a Light Gojo.
Yeah, the Light Gojo did do... I still don't know how I feel about the Light Gojo from ETOWARU, right? Like, there's really not that much follow-up for it. It does have a very good skill too that can do a lot of addition damage, and I guess the Light Gojo is now in the pre-ban, so we won't be seeing that whether we like it or not.
Oh no, ETOWARU is going to have the Viva and the Laura angle. If Takuzo doesn't do anything about that, Takuzo is getting the first pick right there. What is he going to go for? Is he going to go for the good old Oliver Ciara? Shiho? He's going to go for the Oliver. ETOWARU over there with the Viva and the Laura angle to open the draft.
Yeah, definitely wants to go for that Oliver, getting that reset, as that is, you know, one of the better ways to counter Viva Chell here. But in order to get that reset, you still need to be able to remove that will runes that is placed on the Viva Chell. But ETOWARU just picking up that Laura, most likely going to be that Viva Chell, as you mentioned.
I wonder if he's going to go Viva first right here, but he could be going for a speed lead as well if he wants to, like a Ciara. But for the, oh my god, of all the speed lead, he got the budget Light Gojo, the Water Ryu getting picked up by ETOWARU.
Yeah, that is interesting. He doesn't have his Light Gojo available, so goes for the next best thing in that more. Also does provide triple hits with that skill too. It could be a lot of addition damage paired with this Laura as well. So Takuzo trying to counter that with a healer of Annabelle as well as Zero, which does have that self-heal.
Oh no, but he is drafting like how Badowni did, and he's not looking any strip just yet. Maybe he's hiding the strip in the last 2 pick right there with maybe a Jogun and the Wind Indra, for example, to boost the damage of the Zera 2. But ETOWARU will now have an angle to go heavy turn 2 with things like Viva, Ella, Pater, and it's gonna be the Viva Gianna for ETOWARU, looking really strong right now against Takuzo.
Yeah, it's definitely looking strong for ETOWARU right here. Takuzo trying to counter that stun coming out of the Gianna with that Josephine. Maybe could even pick up a Hey Gang here or something, you know, get that AoE buff remover as well as even counter the Laura or Gianna potentially that are going to be let through here.
Definitely, he need another hard counter for these 3 AoE strip, but he went for a Shizuka, going for the hard turn 2 right there. So maybe ETOWARU is gonna go for the Josephine ban and trying to lock down Takuzo, and even may go for like an HP lead position to force Takuzo to go for the turn 1, because usually people tend to go speed lead, you know?
Yeah, could do that. Last pick could be any sort of, honestly, any sort of like wind AoE CC monster could be quite strong here, or even a water CC monster, right? There's only one wind monster, but something like that we haven't seen, I spoke about earlier, and the Chungpung actually could have been quite okay here. Maybe Chungpung or a Savannah or something could have been quite nice, but either way, the last pick is getting banned out, and ETOWARU does respect that Shizuka, knowing that he's likely not going to have any resets for it.
All right, we got double speed lead for both sides, 133, but the 33 side looking like a turn 2. And here we go. First one belongs to the Laura with the AoE strip, but the Josephine and everybody else is getting the next turn.
Yeah, that with the speed buff, the Viva Chell actually manages to cut in Just going to say that we see the power of that 33 speed lead coming out of Oliver. Oh my goodness, this Vivichel must be built on some accuracy or something, because I don't know, it is landing a lot of skilled one sleeps, and what is not landing is that Josephine.
And Viva's speed buff with the skill 1 damage is actually quite good. And the Moore did not strip any real shield right there, funny enough. But that's going to allow this Gianna to strip the shield and then guarantee the stun potentially. And here we go, the Gianna with a stun on the Annabelle. But Annabelle resists the bomb stun and cleanse and save the team for Takuzo.
Oh my, that is the violent proc of the match for sure. I think that single-handedly may have just won Takuzo the match here. So now his Oliver is not controlled anymore and is able to get his skills off. But Virtual actually manages to cut in between there and put up some immunity on this Oliver.
Alright, here comes ETOWARU trying to buy back some time right there. But he's definitely going to get reset by the Oliver. So we're going to say goodbye to the skill 3 of the Viva very, very soon here. And everything relies on whether the Laura and the Gianna can land their stun or not. But Josephine's going to be a huge pain in the middle for ETOWARU.
Man, this Moore is taking 2 turns and 2 violent procs with that. And that skill 2 damage is racking up. That Annabelle is almost leaving the battlefield, but not yet, and that means Annabelle will be getting a skill 3 off, which we spoke at the top of the show can be extremely backbreaking here. That 3-turn defense break that you cannot even violent proc out of. Dude, this Moore loves proc in 3 turns, 3 procs. What is going on? But that defense break still stands. The slow is gone, however.
Alright, that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, or maybe 1-for-2 right there. We get rid of the Annabelle, but the ZZI is definitely going to take care of anyone that he wants to. So, probably going to shut down. He's gonna go for the Vivichel, get a bio, shut down the other unit as well. Very greedy play, not securing the Gianna, but he's gonna have to.
Yeah, Laura hanging on by the skin of her teeth does. Oh my goodness, Gianna getting the pot. Wait, no, Zeratul still takes this, right? You bomb the Josephine will die to the bomb, but yeah, Zeratul is still gonna beat out your Moore here.
But wow, not finishing off the Gianna, making the match a bit closer, because now that bomb is going to hurt a whole lot on the Josephine right there. But the Moore is definitely going to get provoked and controlled by the Josephine. Unfortunately, he can't get another turn right there, and he's going to be stunned. He's going to go straight for him, and that's going to be so much damage. And Zeratul is going to be the ones conclude the match. GG.
Oh, Zeratul just, I mean, that was quite fortunate for Takuzo. Let's just put that out there, you know. Annabelle getting that proc up, cleansing the whole team. And then Zeratul getting that violent proc, just deleting 2 units off that defense break that Annabelle provided.
Now we're going to a game 3. We're back at square one between these 2 players. And this time, ETOWARU finally has to go down, even with Vivichel by his side.
Yeah, Vivichel did take its first loss right there. It took 2, or I guess just 1, a very, very monumental violent proc to take down the Vivichel there. It never really got a skill 3 opportunity there. So sometimes, you know, you do run the games like that where your speed tune is a bit awkward and you can't really get that skill 3 snipe off, and obviously that reduces Vivichel's value a whole lot.
And once again, ETOWARU is back with the light Gojo pick, and over there we got the Oliver getting picked up by Takuzo, potentially into something that can support the Zeratul, because that is probably one of the strongest pick against ETOWARU.
It definitely is. That light Gojo does somewhat counter the Zeratul, however. It does have that strip that could take away that attack buff and immunity for itself from that Zeratul. But Takuzo going for that Yeonhong early this time.
Got an early Yeonhong. Maybe Takuzo want to take the turn 1 this time around, forcing it to want to think about whether he can sustain against the turn 1 of Takuzo, because he has the Zeratul and the Narsha to go really aggressive here. But over there, we got the Viva getting picked up once again by ETOWARU. But is it going to be the Gianna once again, or is it going to be like Pad or Ella?
It is a Lamila getting picked up by ETOWARU, you know, taking it away from Takuzo this time. And once again, we had that very, very trusty Vivichel coming out to play. And Takuzo not going for a little bit more of a single target setup with that Zeratul, getting that permanent immunity that can be very strong.
Yep, it's going to go for a bit of bruiser-ish here, but ETOWARU is going to use the opportunity to go for the Sierra Gianna angle. If he ban out the Yeonhong, it might be a little bit complicated for Takuzo, so I think he might have to go for like a Hey Gang angle here.
Yeah, Hey Gang would be pretty solid, but then again, like Gojo does somewhat counter Hey Gang. Instead, he goes for the RNG RNG take the wheel. Nyx is in. Time to passive deny these bombs.
Nyx has been very popular today, being drafted by so many different players. Just like how people have been using Viva or Life Marang, he's like the hidden killer for so many of these players, whether he decides to work or not.
It definitely has been, and that Vivacho is now banned. No surprises seeing that Yanhan banned out. We did see that ETOWARU's Gianna was on a violent build, but this light Gojo will be taking turn 1, and that is actually interesting tuning there. The Nyx moved after the Annabelle, but the Gojo fixed that tuning, but the Nyx misses quite a bit as well.
But he missed the Gianna, which is probably going to be the most important thing, and the Ciara as well. They are both standing strong, and this bomb might just take out the ZZI-SOONG immediately if he wants to.
Yeah, we'll see. Does he go for the ZZI-SOONG? Does he even go for skill 3? Skill 3 is risky. He might not stun giving bar from the Nyx passive. I don't think he... Oh no, he's going for it. Oh my goodness. Annabelle is moving next. Will Annabelle proc again? Oh no.
But he gets rewarded with that stun though. I would say that he shouldn't go for the skill 3, but he did not get punished. And here's the Ciara with a second bomb. Is he going to go for the ZZI-2? He's actually spreading damage quite a little bit right there. Bombing the ZZI-2, bombing the Oliver. Could not finish the ZZI-2, but the Oliver is going to go down to the dog.
And that is a lot of bomb damage coming out of that Ciara. Being able to single bomb take out that Oliver there. Almost would have liked to see Annabelle go for the defense break there, as ZZI-2 was moving anyways and could have gotten a little bit of healing from that immunity. And with the defense break, ZZI-2 could have deleted monster. Now your heal is off cooldown. You can't cleanse his bomb from the Ciara, and obviously Ciara Ball even got that bomb off in the first place. Oh my god.
But so far, the Nyx hasn't been really working so well against these bombs. The bombs are landing just fine, unlike the game earlier with KELIANBAO, where the bomb kind of doesn't really showed up. And the AoE death break is going to land, and ZZI-2 is going to start going absolutely crazy. Can ETOWARU escape this absolute monstrosity? And here comes the ZZI-2 violent proc taking care of another unit after taking care of the Gojo. Oh my god, without strip, the Ciara is not going to be able to touch the ZZI-2. The greed, Topa, the greed of not killing ZZI-2.
Yeah, wow. I mean, damn. That's ZZI-2 just single-handedly. What? Just one violent proc on that defense break. That defense break is so impactful. That's why I almost would have prioritized the defense break first to just, get those kills in. But I guess, he got them in time anyways. He was able to make sure that his ZZI-2 was healthy enough to survive. And yeah, that greed from ETOWARU turn 1, I really thought he would have just not used the Gianna skill 3 and just go for the CR bomb onto ZZI-2, delete that monster. I don't think Takuzo would have had enough damage without the ZZI-2. Maybe with the defense break and Oliver control, but it would have been really difficult for him to win.
Definitely. And now we're going to game 3 with Dao ZZI-2 pre-ban. He's going to be able to enjoy the ZZI-2 once again. And first pick Oliver for Takuzo.
Yeah, he has definitely been riding the ZZI-2 victory. Both games that he has won has been quite fortuitous, but he does, on the other hand, he does have a lot of chance to proc on those monsters as well. Every time you see a proc, it's just so impactful because it literally deletes a monster off the field. So, but either way, we are going into game 4 here. That ZZI-2 is likely making a comeback, as we have Oliver first pick being countered by ETOWARU's Ciara and Laura.
Let's see what's going to be using to support the ZZI-2. Was always Annabelle. Is he going to pick Annabelle early, but finally he's going to pick up the Hey Gang here to potentially block the Gianna from coming, because he does have another 2 different counter for the Gianna after this.
Yeah, the Hey Gang is making an appearance. Also pairs very well with that ZZI-2, as ZZI-2 does have constant buffs on it, immunity being one of them. So you kind of need to remove the buffs off of ZZI-2, but if you do, you're giving it bar and you're cleansing it, and then it probably is going to violent proc right back into its buffs. So very annoying combination to fight there. And now we see a Lars coming out of ETOWARU. Wow.
Oh my god, it's a light Geralt from a different collab. We don't see the monster from these from this exact collab very often. And this guy was kind of popping off for a little bit, and then he kind of faded away as well. Didn't really get his era quite clear, but he's gonna be showing up here doing some nice AoE damage. But then he definitely need people to buy time for him to ramp up his damage output. And over there, Takuzo is gonna be using the light unicorn to shut down the damage for a little bit. And when you AoE a whole lot, Dinah's gonna be right there at your corner.
Yeah, very strong picks coming Takuzo here with that light unicorn too, just so annoying with that glancing passive or the anti-crit into human form, and pairs extremely well with the Hey Gang, so probably going to have to be some sort of a Hey Gang ban almost here coming out of ETOWARU, and he rounds off his draft with that Lamila.
Maybe it's gonna be a Sierra ban, and there's no sustain on the side of ETOWARU, but it's gonna be Lamila ban, it's gonna be a Hey Gang ban. ETOWARU really wants to get in with the strip and start killing, but the Dyna's gonna cut in between with a fast shield.
Yeah, he really has to start killing here because he has no heals, so he's very much on a timer. If he cannot get this strong turn 1 here, he's going to be in big trouble. Let's get that. Oh, let's get that strip with the only strip he gets. It was that immunity off the Zeratul, but that is all he really needs. Now with the Sierra Bomb, it did do a lot of bomb damage. Just one shot on the Oliver. Is it going to be also enough to take out the Zeratul here?
This might be the most important turn. He bomb onto the horse. He needs to get the stun, stop the immunity from going. And he does get a stun to get a Violent Prize as well. The light unicorn is about to go down. That bomb damage was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that is crazy bomb damage coming out of this here. I need to rewind that a little bit. I missed the bomb damage, but how does a light unicorn in unicorn form is almost 100-0 by a non-attack buff bomb? That is just insane bomb damage coming out of the Sierra. But now the Zeratul is able to get the immunity off, and there are no strips. Oh my goodness, but the girl getting the Violent Proc, getting into Whirl, and just starting to do a lot of damage when there are no heals on the left-hand side of Takuzo. With crit!
Oh my god, Laura crit, more crit, everybody is critting. But the scary thing is Zeratul is still going to be on the field. The good thing about ETOWARU this time is that he does have AoE strip for the Zeratul, so you can still shut down the Zeratul in the end game.
There are still buffer moves available for him. The Sierra has very high bomb damage, but Sierra's likely going to be going down. Self-healing coming out of Zeratul might be enough to out-sustain this damage without the Sierra bomb. And oh my goodness, Zeratul's back to the violent rocking waves. Getting a bit greedy. The Sierra's not dead. I didn't think so either. But there are no strips going right now. More does have it. Needs to get pushed back though in order for Sierra to move, but it doesn't even get the strip.
I wouldn't even care about Sierra at this point because she would never touch the Zeratul. Laura's gonna go down. Sierra is being absolutely dead, useless here, and the only way for him to get a chance to somehow get a more to strip and do enough damage.
Yeah, this Moore is built on a violent build, so it might still be able to beat this Zeratul. But I don't know. I mean, I think the odds are definitely stacked up against the Moore here, as Zeratul is able to multi-hit punch through that passive. Now Moore does get a turn to strip some buffs off, like, oh, he's just dead.
1v3, take him to Paris. That is Takuzo 10. Oh my god.
Takuzo moves forward in a 3-1 fashion. That was a bit of a close game at the end there, though, Topa.
Oh, it definitely was, but Zeratul, we almost had a different case here. Again, when ETOWARU played against TC did not respect ETOWARU's Vivid Shell. And when ETOWARU played against Takuzo, he did not respect Takuzo's Zeratul. And that Zeratul showed him why he commands that respect, because he literally just 1v3'd right there. That was an incredible showing coming out of Zeratul and Takuzo as a whole.
Dude, 2 games in a row, there were opportunities to take down the Zeratul that weren't taken, and it's a little greedy to leave him behind the whole time, especially when so much of your damage hinges on accuracy resistance checks, and the Zeratul is essentially perma immunity. Yeah, there was a couple times in there, Sean, right? Like even in this game, there was a chance to bomb that unit instead of maybe the Eleanor. I mean, the bomb damage was admirable, but I would have gone for the Zeratul.
Exactly. The bomb could kill an Eleanor who's on speed HP resist or speed HP. It could definitely kill a Zeratul. But he's like, nah, let me just ignore the Zeratul. He's going to be okay. He is a controllable disease. And voila, he was not.
Yeah, and Topa, something we talk about a lot is, not splitting damage, committing to takedowns, taking the kills when you see them. And that was definitely the breaking point in the game previous to this one.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I really would have liked to see him just kill that Zeratul. Also, he wanted to get rid of the Eleanor for the immunity, which is understandable, but Zeratul gains self-immunity anyways. So, I don't know, just get rid of that damage threat would be a lot better. And also, you can kind of manipulate the Dyna's attack bar to move it out of the immunity, so you can still focus that monster later on.
Exactly, because a lot of people are crediting, as they should. I mean, Zeratul is one of the most powerful LDs in the game, but we can't ignore the fact that there were opportunities to take down the ZZI-2 in both games. I would have liked to see how those would have proceeded if those avenues were kind of explored. Ultimately, though, guys, we are left with the grand finals that is between Pooh and Takuzo 10, and we have a third place game to get to. Before then, we got to figure out if KELIANBAO or ETOWARU is going to the World Finals as our third representative for the Asia Pacific region. This is an incredible APAC Cup, guys. I am really feeling these matches so far, Sean.
Yeah, that's been very incredible to see how not respecting your opponent favorite monster can really lead to your downfall. Game after game after game, we see that monster beat me twice. Let me ignore that for the third time, you know?
Oh my God. Yeah, I know. I was looking at that. I'm just I'm throwing my hands up. I'm like, just double bomb the ZZI-2, bro. Just if you just go for it. You know what else you should go for, guys, is this coupon that's at the bottom of your screen. You can get some additional mana for you. You can get a statue to commemorate the Asia Pacific Cup for this year, as well as more SWC emblems. Again, if you're on Android, you can just type that code in as it appears on your screen. If you're on iOS, our lovely mods who are up at nearly 2 a.m. with us watching these amazing games have that link posted in the chat for you. Folks, we're going to be getting into our third place game here between KELIANBAO and ETOWARU. Stand right here because we will be back after a short break. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to the SWC 2025 Asia Pacific Cup. The stage is set. We have our finalists in place, but we still have to find out who our third place is going to be. Will it be KELIANBAO, the defending champion from last year, or ETOWARU? Topa, how are you feeling about this matchup, man? What does ETOWARU need to do to take this over KELIANBAO?
I'm not sure. No, I said this at the top of the show. I'm not sure how you beat KELIANBAO, right? I'm just going to be completely honest, right? ETOWARU has been playing a lot of LDs, but KELIANBAO also has access to all those same LDs. So it's going to be interesting to see more to me what KELIANBAO decides to do in this match. Is he going to dig into ETOWARU's box a little bit and take some of those LDs away? Or is he just going to, stay true to his strategy of that turn one control playstyle?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'd love to see where KELIANBAO goes in this match. So yeah, Sean, there's definitely an avenue here though, because in previous SWC appearances, which is just last year, and in Legend tournaments, KELIANBAO it doesn't get 3-0'd easily. Does that say that maybe ETOWARU has a chance here?
Actually, I think I noticed that just by picking a healer and who managed to actually defeat KELIANBAO. And I think for ETOWARU, who kind of pick a lot of healers, he may have a pretty good chance of winning this, to be honest.
Yeah, you make a really good point. Actually, yeah, KELIANBAO is not one for a ton of sustain. He likes control. He likes sustained aggression. He likes digging into your box, but he's not always as concerned about keeping his team alive. So we'll see if ETOWARU can maybe find that little weakness and exploit that in the pick ban phase and ultimately the games here, guys. But yeah, just as a reminder for folks who might be joining a little late, our finals will be between Pooh and Takuzo 10. And this third place match is KELIANBAO versus ETOWARU. Only one more person will get knocked out today, and then we'll have our three qualified for the World Finals on November 1st in Paris, France. Now it's time to find out who that third representative will be, KELIANBAO or ETOWARU. We're getting into round one right now. Topa V and Sean, take it away.
Here we go, guys. First match, and this is an important one because the winner of this will be going to Paris. There's no more prize money. Both of them have locked up that $2,500 US, but there's a lot more money to be had in the World Finals in Paris, so they definitely want to be there.
Definitely. We got the Laura pre-ban. We got the Jogan pre-ban. ETOWARU with the first win, locking in the Light Gojo once again. Over there, we have the Oliver. We have the Light Twin Angel. KELIANBAO is the one that would love to go for some sort of AoE domination in early game. And let's see how ETOWARU decides to go against that.
Yeah, it's likely going to be picking up his Vivid Shell here again. We'll see what he complements that with, maybe going for some, could go for a pattern here as well, just getting that protection, that turn 2 protection here.
And that is going to be the Gianna, stealing it away from KELIANBAO like how Pooh did, and the good old Viva Shell that has won him so many games before.
Yeah, didn't manage to win him in the last set against Takuzo, however, no surprise, KELIANBAO definitely going to be picking up this Dark Monkey here, going for that turn 1 control, and once again, this is an extremely potent follow-up monster.
All right, we definitely need another AoE strip though, and he has the Veronica last pick, so he locked in the early follow-up with the Lamela as well. So how will ETOWARU deal with this? Does he try to go for something to cut in between? Does he have a Nem trap available? Will he lock in a Hey Gang, for example? Let's see what he decides to do, because if you don't, then you're gonna get absolutely AoE control, and even when that happens, Viva Chair will not be able to save you.
Yeah, so many questions. Josephine might not be the answer, however, as we do have that skill to release, and we have a Aya. I don't think this is definitely not the answer, if you ask me. The KELIANBAO still has a lot of damage coming out. You usually want to pick Aya when your opponent is light on damage but a lot of debuffs, because at that point they can't really kill your Aya. Aya will likely get that 4 turns to literally 100-0 your opponent. But in this instance, KELIANBAO does present quite a bit of damage with those defense breaks, the attack bar pushback, and damage from Oliver, as well as obviously Lamela skill too.
And the funny thing is, the only thing that's done on KELIANBAO team has anti-cleanse to combo with that. So I'm not even sure if Josephine's going to be able to do anything here, but Aya is going to be banned now. The Windabara is gone. And over there, the Light Twin is going to go out. But the Veronica, Oliver, and all that damage is still in there. I'm not sure if ETOWARU is ready to fight the speed battle.
Interesting to see ETOWARU ban out the light twins. He still actually manages to outspeed. I was going to say he could have banned out the speed lead and outspeed and then Gianna would have gone. But now the Gojo actually oh my goodness. Okay, what is going on here? The Gojo not doing anything. Veronica responding by also not doing anything really. But Monkey, oh my goodness. Okay, Oliver doing enough, I suppose, right? Does get that reset there, and now Lamila does get all the provokes and the brandings.
Yeah, the speed tuning situation was definitely favoring KELIANBAO. He moved after, but the attack part didn't really happen. But oh my god, people just start to not letting anything. But the good thing is he still got so much more AoE damage coming out from KELIANBAO, and he finally dropped the skill 3, taking down the Viva, blocking the Josephine from getting a turn. And this might be GG. The inconsistency of the light Gojo definitely takes down ETOWARU's chance of winning.
That's definitely on the GG beats the Arsenal sacrifice. Boom. That is the whole team. Wow, that is quite satisfying. Well, except that Josephine lives 1 HP made it a little bit less satisfying. But either way, KELIANBAO with a dominant victory. I'm not sure on the chances of, like Gojo, I believe it's 50% chance on that skill too. So what the exact math comes out to, how often do you really get that pushback on that monster? Because ETOWARU definitely missed it in that match there.
Definitely did not get what he wanted to get. I think from my experience playing with a lot of Water Gojo and Wind Gojo as well, which pretty much has the same skill too, and the chance of landing the pushback consistently is not exactly that good, but respecting the speed of the light Gojo, KELIANBAO is gonna go for the pre-ban right there on the light Gojo. First pick for KELIANBAO. Let's see if it's gonna steal the Gianna away from ETOWARU.
Yeah, it was very surprising to see that the light Gojo actually managed to take the turn 1 there, even though KELIANBAO had the higher speed lead and actually higher base speed on Veronica as well. So that light Gojo is extremely fast. I'm starting to see why ETOWARU, does prioritize that monster so much. But KELIANBAO once again just taking that first pick, 33 speed lead. Oliver does want to go first, and that is a very early Savannah.
He got a Savannah right there. ETOWARU could go for a Leo Viva combo and accidentally counter the Savannah at the same time, but he's gonna go for the Fire Megumi to cut in between all these wind action instead. But KELIANBAO will still have another AoE strip into Lamila, and that's gonna be a lot of damage coming out from KELIANBAO. He loves his AoE stuff.
He definitely does. He might not be full on clean with Maxi and others, but he's still almost just cleaving here with other these AoEs. CC monsters that do come with a defense break like the Dark Monkey, and now that is in the pre-ban, picks up the Savannah instead.
And Savannah is definitely going to be following up after potentially the Lamila as well. But this time he's going with a Cigar for the first time of today's show. After so many matchups, we are seeing Cigar for the first time. This guy kind of fell off the map a little bit with the new meta, but with a recent buff to the base speed, allowing him to be a bit more competitive in terms of moving together with their modern day team. He is now kind of back on the menu, but not so much, but still very useful monster.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this Cigar here. He's picking it into a Fire Mega because you almost had to ban the last pick there, right? Like the last pick could have been a Vertiha, like could have been that Fire Cookie, could have been probably like a Masha too, right? That's like almost has to be banned out when you go in triple pushback wind monsters. And now KELIANBAO actually gets outsped, and Delora gets the third one. Violent Dog. Will she get the stats? Oh my goodness, she does.
She got absolutely everything, and I think Veronica is not exactly doing well into multiple buff situation. That is if she get a turn properly at all. And now she can go for the reset, but there are just so many buffs for her to strip. And
oh my god.
You gotta be joking right now. She slide in between every single buff just to reset everybody to stop them. Oh my god, a Savannah getting the Vilepra as well, buying time for the Cigar and the Veronica to follow up.
That is just incredible performance from what? And Megumi gets resisted. The Veronica did actually miss on this Laura, but Laura already exhausted all of her skills, so that is not that big of an issue here. But that is just the generational performance coming out of this Veronica. Managing with 3 buffs on 2 monsters, both of them just slides in there, gets that 33% chance, and now the Savannah is probably going to delete this. Not going for the Patter there, as Patter, I believe, does have skills available by now.
I think he was just hoping to delete unit and have more debuff because skill 2 scale with debuff. And now the Cigar is gonna get a turn to push. Oh, what? He missed almost everything on the Pattern, but gets the provoke though. So Pattern is about to go down as well. Viva is gonna go down to the dot damage, and suddenly KELIANBAO from a very unfavorable position sneak in between and completely shut down ETOWARU. And this game is going to an end. Oh my god.
That was just absolutely incredible. The Cigar, even they're missing both the reset and the pushback. The Pattern actually had a chance to violent proc and still somewhat save the game for ETOWARU. They probably would have still been too little too late. But that was just incredible RNG coming out of that Veronica. But once again in the draft, I think KELIANBAO would have been a lot better off had he picked something like a Sierra instead of that Cigar last pick. That would have given him another speed lead. He already had double AoE buff remover, so he really didn't need that strip coming out of the Cigar there, as well as he had ample pushbacks.
Yeah, that was a very strange last pick from KELIANBAO. And here comes the game 3 with the Laura and the Jogan pre-ban. Let's see if ETOWARU decide to try to get that turn 1, but with proper follow-up, because just now he got turn 1, but then nobody was fast enough to catch up after the Light Gojo.
The thing is that Light Gojo is so fast, I'm not sure he has any monster in his box that is nearly fast enough to follow up with this Light Gojo. But either way, we do see this Light Gojo as the first pick in KELIANBAO, back to his tried and true Oliver and the Light Twins.
Not looking good for ETOWARU right there. He's kind of going for the turn 2 once again. But maybe this time, maybe he's going to steal a unit, or maybe picked up a Zabala that was kind of fast earlier as well to maybe follow after the Light Gojo right there.
Yeah, the Zabala was on a violent build, so it is not that fast. It was even slower than the Laura, as we saw from the previous games. But just go over that Megumi, trying to counter those AoEs that KELIANBAO is surely going to be picking up. And now leaving the Gianna for KELIANBAO, which he does snatch up right away.
And he tried to go for the counterplay with the Josephine getting picked up right there. Maybe he's going to go for the Aya or the Juno once again, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the play right there. But potentially that can help with the AoE debuff coming out from KELIANBAO. Or he's going to maybe go for a high base speed unit here, trying to fight, because KELIANBAO is using 2 low base speed stripper, and the high base speed unit is going to be ETOWARU Ethna. Ethna being picked for the first time today in SWC APAC Cup. And let's see if she's going to work out.
Yeah, the Ethna is being picked up. Very nice pick there with the high base speed. But KELIANBAO responds with another AoE buff remove. So he now has 3 AoE buff removers. He could just ban out this Light Gojo, and the Ethna can only control 1. He can ban 1, Ethna can control 1. KELIANBAO will still have an AoE buff remover moving and ready to disrupt ETOWARU's team.
And the Ethna will be banned out, and KELIANBAO, losing the speed battle earlier, will challenge ETOWARU in the speed battle once again. But ETOWARU has the edge of the 4%, but maybe KELIANBAO doesn't really respect this unit. It couldn't even get one of my unit attack for now, so it's probably not going to do it again.
Yeah, we'll see how the Gojo does. It does not manage to get any attack bar on that Light Twin, as you see the look on ETOWARU's face as he knows that it's just bad news for him. But also the Light Twins does miss quite a bit once again.
And Fire Megumi is going to disrupt the Dark Monkey combo, taking away the anti-cleanse, but no, going to take down the Gianna instead, and allowing the Dark Monkey to go on the other 3 unit.
Interesting decision there. I mean, either way, both do CC3 monsters. Gianna does get a bomb on top of that. Ooh, but that is not only 1 stun coming out of the monkey, so kind of getting rewarded for that play right there. Wonder if he's going to try and lock down this Chi now to maybe prevent that AoE skill 3 damage, and he does that.
And now KELIANBAO is in a very tough position once again, because the Viva is about to move with a bit of healing, or she can also do the smart thing and trying to snipe out somebody like, let's say, a Chiwu or even the Gianna if the Josephine managed to get a turn.
KELIANBAO is actually not in that bad of a position, because ETOWARU, for some reason, uses the Megumi skill 2 on the Light Twins and not the Gianna. So Gianna still has all skills available, and she will be moving here very, very soon. So unless his Megumi gets a violent proc here to control this Gianna, Gianna will be controlling the entire team of ETOWARU. And here it comes, bomb as well as the stun when Josephine passive is not available.
A very funny sequence of skill usage right there, and it ended up favoring KELIANBAO, who now control 3. Oh, that 2-turn sleep off element is diabolical, but this Viva has a chance to actually shut down the Dark Monkey King pretty much immediately, stopping any further AoE death threat from happening, but choosing to go skill 1 instead, not very confident in his ability to finish off the target.
He definitely would not be able to finish it off. Monkey would have gone at least one more turn. I think I still would have liked to see the skill 3 swap there, since the Monkey doesn't have skills available right now, and guaranteeing that kill right now would just prevent it from, you know, getting into it later.
And now Viva can't really use skill 3 effectively. Have to rely on a skill 1 to start doing damage, maybe put out a sleep. And the Josephine this time is not proccing like how a Josephine would. And KELIANBAO is trying to bring this game to a 3-0, but we can't really tell the momentum of the game just yet because no one has died after so many exchange. But maybe this time Fire Megumi is gonna go down to the Lightning Angel.
Fire Megumi is the first monster to fall here. Now there's a bomb sitting on top of this Light Gojo. Vivichel, I believe, is still one. She might actually have heal. No, she does have the heal available, so is able to save that Light Gojo right there. But still, KELIANBAO, it does have the momentum going forward here, as the Monkey now could look to defense break and misses it though.
He does have the Gianna skill 3 ready up very, very soon here, even with the Josephine passive to kind of provide a shield. I don't think that's going to be enough, but oh my god, that stun stopped the Gianna momentum, and the Gojo going to use that to try and bring down everybody. Oh my, 2-turn sleep again!
The 2-turn sleep that is going to activate the Josephine passive. Josephine could now confirm the kill on this Monkey, but no, goes for the Gianna, knows that Gianna has skills available when the passive wouldn't have been up, but just gets the violent proc, gets right back in the passive, and now Viva with that quick damage, even though she's glanced, gets the crit onto the Dark Monkey, taking it out. And we are not done here.
I swear, ETOWARU loves spreading damage like crazy. He does. She just like, I don't want to confirm the kill. That's too easy. I'm gonna like be a bit more efficient. Just spread the damage right there. Makes the game a bit more exciting for the viewing audience, but it's kind of tough for him. But at least this time around, he is going to get W against KELIANBAO. Survive the match with the Viva Gel. Bring it to a game 4.
Yeah, that was looking so shaky for both players at so many different points. And there was literally like one proc here or there that would have really just completely turned the game on its head, and ultimately ETOWARU does manage to eke out the victory there.
Now with the game 4, let's see if we're going to see any new pre-ban this time around. I want to see like a Gianna Viva pre-ban so that they can both respect each other strong and powerful unit.
Both the players do have a Gianna, so I'm not sure if they'll be pre-banning those out. But we see the Dark Monkey there, no surprise, as well as the Light Gojo, where it's going right back to the tried and true pre-bans here.
All right, no more speed lead for ETOWARU, pretty much taking away ETOWARU's best Swift set at the same time as well. And meanwhile, KELIANBAO can also first pick Gianna if he wants to, but he's going to go for the Oliver first pick.
Yeah, not putting that much emphasis on the Gianna. It is still vulnerable to getting outsped. We saw just how fast ETOWARU's Laura was, as it did manage to outspeed even Swift monsters on KELIANBAO's side.
And now we have the Jogun, we have the Lamila for the follow-up. Very classic opening draft for KELIANBAO here. We have speed lead, strip, and follow-up. And he can go whichever direction he wants to with this kind of opening here. And he also doesn't really care much about element with these 3 units.
And it's much better than the Savannah that we saw earlier. Although the Savannah did end up working out, but that it was due to quite the stroke of luck. And now we see the Water Pole to try and counter this Jogun pick here.
Oh my god, Water Pole. I absolutely hate that unit, but over there we have the Light Indra getting picked up. So this guy has some crazy AoE potential with a lot of debuff going for him, and he crits all the time to do very, very good damage. And that might be a counterplay to the Water Power Phoenix as well.
Interesting to see KELIANBAO pick up the Chiwu here in the last lot. I guess he does need that second speed. Well, Eto doesn't actually have any speed lead right now, so he could just ban out the Laura and still take the first turn, but still obviously go for that Chibu, who is going to be very weak into this water pole, just giving it that threat state almost, I believe, guaranteed, because water pole does have that 50% increased chance to be glanced. And now ETOWARU just really assuming this turn 2 position with Dyna. I don't think this is going to be disruptive enough.
All right, we get to witness the Water Park Phoenix, one of the newest rising annoying star in the RTA meta when you are trying to use some sort of AoE team, because you have to hit this guy and you don't want to hit this guy.
Well, it's not so bad to hit that guy here. You can, in fact, just seal it away here through right now. And goodbye. There goes the counter away. And even with the AoEs, right, like you could just AoE anyway, so you're hitting that and others. But now the Oliver is also able to use the skill elsewhere. Does get the reset on the Viva, getting the good attack cleanse.
All right, nobody let ETOWARU in the kitchen again. That was not cooking. All right, so we are seeing the team getting absolutely dismantled and burned to the ground by the Lamela right there. ETOWARU don't even know what the heck is happening outside the scroll trap. He comes out and then his team is all gone.
Yeah, ooh, the pole does come back with just a sliver of health, actually, or while the Viva has a sliver of health. So might be some slight chance of a comeback here, as Lamela and others don't have any AoEs right now. So if this pole can keep getting glanced right now, this is crucial. It doesn't get glanced. It does get glanced. So Oliver is forced to go on it. There is a very, very slight chance that pole actually tanks this long enough here.
Oh, that's a good animation. That is not looking so hot. Oh, it's back up once again, but the Viva doesn't have any skill to provide for the team. Just one misplay, one small resist or violent prop moment, and this Viva Laura is gonna go down. But this pole is being so annoying.
Oh, and there it is. Not only does it not glance, but gets the violent proc that is going to take the Viva out, and now Chivo also has AoE available. Just going to cleave right through the threat state. Doesn't matter you have AoEs. It does not matter if you have a threat state.
And KELIANBAO with a 3-1 up against ETOWARU has secured his opportunity to vie yet again for the World Champion title in Paris on November 1st. He's not going down without a fight, Topa. He wants another shot at that World Champion title.
Yeah, he was maybe a slight stepping stone for Pooh here, you know, getting in that potential higher seed, as he is, you know, Pooh will be facing off against Takuzo in the finals here coming up very soon. But KELIANBAO is still making it to the World Finals, so he is not, you know, the full-on stepping stone here.
And Sean, at the end there, KELIANBAO made that look easy the way he saw through that last-ditch effort with the Waterfall Phoenix.
Definitely. I think also the turn order makes potentially a difference, because if the Jogan outspeed the Chiwu, then you have to hit the ball with the Jogan, but then the Chiwu outspeed the Jogan so that he open up the paw and allow the Jogan to seal the paw away.
Yeah, and then it just ceases to become a problem for a little while. You know, that shows why Jogan is so strong, Topa. Like, any little adjustment to him, and now all of a sudden you have a unit that can strip, apply buffs, and also lock a unit away.
Yeah, super strong. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Hey Gangs today to try and counter Jogan, because Hey Gang does actually boost more attack power than Jogan does. So as long as you have equal speed lead and, you know, you assume equal speed across the runes, the Hey Gang will actually come out ahead against Jogan.
It's a very good point. Like we cited at the beginning of that third place match, that is arguably one of the most important games of the day, because just like that, we have our 3 representatives for the APAC region for the finals in Paris, but we still have to figure out who our Asia Pacific Cup champion for tonight is. Will it be Pooh? Will it be Takuzo? That's what we have to find out in the grand finals before we can look forward to what's coming later on in November. And it's slated to be a really good finals here, Sean.
Yeah, I can't wait to see. We got the one of the most flexible drafter against the boldest pick of the tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, that is exactly what they were lined up to be, and that's kind of how they've acted too. Yeah, Takuzo he has been pretty bold, Topa.
He has, and the Zeratul has been very strong for him, and I don't believe Pooh has a Zeratul, so, you know, he's definitely been watching those games and taking notes of just how much trouble that Zeratul has been causing around town.
Yeah, and I reckon he's probably realized how important it is to take it down fully, Sean.
I think he does have a counter to Zeratul though. He has the light horse, which is pretty much Zeratul nemesis in a way. It adds so much more RNG because Zeratul rely on critting all the time. And when you have light horse on the field, then you can't crit all the time. Also, there is that Sonya threat looming on the side of Pooh that can one-shot a Zeratul pretty much immediately.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring up the prophecy that we had seen earlier on in the day with Pooh's commitment to the Sonya. You know, it could come back here in the finals up against Takuzo. So we'll see if he wants to bring that back here, Topa. But yeah, I'm sure that like some good stuff is gonna come out of this pick ban phase.
Well, we have also seen Zeratus being built as Sonya proof. Like, I know Diligent, for one, definitely has a Sonya proof Zeratul. So that is definitely in the cards. And Takuzo for sure has been watching Pooh and how much he has really been enjoying that Sonya here today. So maybe if it wasn't already Sonya proof, it could now be re-ruined to have that high defense and survive a Sonya hit.
You just blew my mind again, dude. I forgot we saw that. That was a very fun moment to see unfold live. The Sonya-proof Zeratul. It really goes to show how much Sonya has changed the way we look at ruining monsters. Folks watching at home, this is it. We have our 3 representatives, but only one of our finalists can be the Asia Pacific Cup champion for 2025. Will it be Pooh? Will it be Takuzo? There is one best of 5 between us and that answer. Topa V and Sean B take it away for round 1.
Yeah, here we go, guys. The final match here. The grand finals. Pooh and Takuzo. Who will take it home? Will Pooh do the back-to-back, or will Takuzo get his first APAC Cup title?
Here we go. We got the Yeonhong, we got the Gianna pre-ban, and starting off with Pooh getting the first pick. Let's see if we steal away anything from Takuzo Tan.
Yeah, we see the very common pre-bans here today. We see Yeonhong and Gianna. Those have been very, very favorable pre-bans there, which is quite interesting to see because Yeonhong, in my opinion, hasn't been that meta-defining for Monster, but she has been very strong here in the APAC region.
And to take away the Zeratul counter, the best is just to pick it yourself. He take the horse away from Pooh. Pooh also take the Nikki, which is actually one of Takuzo's well-ruled unit that he hasn't been using. And Pooh this time whip out a Han together with the Fire Megumi. Wow, that is so different. You know what? He is a flexible drafter after all.
He might be cooking here too. We'll see if we need to banish Pooh from the kitchen after this match as well, or is he allowed to stay? Yes, Takuzo is still also, I guess, going a little bit off meta with those first 2 picks, but now returning to the meta with the Shiho and the Annabelle.
Interesting. So he's setting up for the Zeratul last pick right there with a Death Break and something to take away the Fire Megumi so that nobody's going to strip his Zeratul in the first turn. We got... Whoa, what is going on right there? We got the Nyx to deal with the debuff. We got the Zenisec to deal with the stun. So Pooh is ready to ban out the last big damage of Takuzo. Whether it's going to be Zeratul, whether it's going to be a Mushroom, it is going to be banned out because he's ready for the first 4 unit.
I'm not sure how strong of a draft this is coming out from Pooh though. You could maybe go with something like a Veramos or like a cleansing unit. I mean, once again, it's probably going to be banned out, but you already have 2 sources of cleanse with the Annabelle and the Eleanor, as well as you have immunity. So if you just ban out the Han here, Pooh is a little bit light on damage. You can just focus on this Megumi, which is built on damage, and your last pick is going to be that Rakan making an appearance once again.
Wait, maybe the real ban is going to be the light horse so that Takuzo is going to be light on sustain as well. And let's see what's going to happen here. That Rakan is definitely going to be pretty crazy if he lands his debuff against that Nyx.
It definitely could be. Now, I mean, Pooh's draft is so unique that I can't really be predicting what he's going to be banned out. And it's very interesting that Nikki actually takes the ban there. You know, it's very first pick Nikki and still getting the respect from Takuzo. It's just going to be banned out, and he will be definitely focusing this on here first.
So both teams are featuring very low healing, and the Han is definitely going to get hit by the Shiho to take away damage, but we have Zenisec hit to take away the stun of the Han. We got stun onto the horse as well, and here comes increased cooldown time on everybody, but the Zenisec is not tuned to get the Han out of the stun though.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Zenisec, oh my goodness, and the Despair Vanessa getting the stun, and once again, that stun will be sticking on the Han as the Zenisec is not tuned to it.
And the stun came with increased cooldown time. That was so dirty coming out from Vanessa with a skill 1 right there. So the Han is completely useless and probably going to die very, very soon here without providing any value for the team.
Yeah, that Han is not doing much here right now, but Nyx does get a very nice glance in the start. Now the Fire Megami can look to push it back as well, but goes for the Eleanor instead, just trying to keep that thing locked down. But now Nyx's passive actually denies the defense break from this Vanessa onto the Han.
Oh, the Han is still surviving, but I'm not sure for how much longer. He has another stun on this Han. Nyx is not protecting the Han at all. And the ZZI just can't really do anything to allow the Han to actually get a turn. This unit has been just sitting there, doing absolutely nothing for the entire game. And it's about to go down. Not quite yet, but it will go down very soon.
Yeah, on the other hand, this Eleanor passive has done nothing to prevent this Megumi. The Eleanor has been stunned the entire game by this Megumi. Now the Megumi getting a bottom proc on this crit rate build, that is a lot of damage on the Rakan, but actually misses the pushback, and now Eleanor getting the violent proc right back. Going to be transforming, getting some heals off, and I believe Rakan has all skills available, so this might be good by the Nyx, as it does have Demon Break sitting on top of it.
That is some very, very good damage coming out from Rakan. Did not get the counter attack to finish off the Nyx though, but I think that is probably more than enough for this Rakan. Like, the contribution is absolutely incredible compared to the Han that did absolutely nothing and got 2 units down for Pooh, and I think this might be GG.
Might just be GG, getting the stun with that Eleanor as well onto the Megumi, not letting it do anything. Now getting the stun, which is obviously going to be cleansed up by the ZZI here, and this Vanessa actually has some pretty good damage there too with that skill 2 finishing off the Nyx.
And could not take that Rakan, had to eat another counter attack. So much damage from this Rakan. And the Fire Megami is going to go down as well, and the last unit standing is going to be the ZZI. He probably will take out the Rakan, but the revive from Vanessa is coming back next turn, and he could revive the Rakan if he wants to.
He definitely could. I mean, at this point, Takuzo could press play and he would still definitely win this game, as autopilot cannot mess it up from that point onward. And Takuzo will be taking the round 1 against Pooh.
Very strong round 1 coming out from Takuzo, but the last 2 pick of Pooh, as Sofa mentioned, was rather sus, and I'm not exactly sure if that was really intended or he was trying to test out and do his homework on live stage again.
I'm not sure if it was just the last 2 picks that were sus. I feel like the first pick, Nikki, was already sus to begin with, but somehow the Nikki found its way into the ban at the end of the draft there, so, you know, I guess can't really be complaining about that monster. By the way, you know, the Han also being picked up in the second round of picks, just never got a turn in that match, Sean.
Yeah, it couldn't even get a single turn due to the pretty awkward speed tuning between Han and ZZI. And it's kind of funny to me that Han is a much harder monster to rune, and somehow end up with more speed than ZZI, a much easier monster to rune.
I wonder if he didn't account for the speed lead. As that was I believe he actually took the Megumi speed lead, so 28% speed lead. Han does have a higher base speed than the ZZI does, so maybe that speed lead is actually what desynced those 2 monsters from him, and that probably cost him the game, to be completely honest, because as Han, if that got, you know, a couple skills off, those skill 3s hurt.
I'm not too sure, but that's something that only like a guy like Sean B would make. But I don't think Pooh will probably make that kind of rookie mistake right there. But here we go. We got the pre-ban for Zera2. Finally, someone respect the odd opponent best monster. And Zera2 is going to be the one getting the pre-ban. Shio getting pre-ban as well from Pooh. And first pick for Takuzo is actually going to be the Vanessa.
Yeah, we did not see Zeratul in the last match, and I guess we won't be seeing him in this match either. We do have the red Zeratul still available for Takuzo that he has been using to quite great effect here today. He picked it twice, has won with it twice, but now this is a very questionable team combination. I've run this myself, and this usually does not bode very well.
So we got 2 strip into a single control unit, but the speed tuning might be a bit off because I believe the gap between Oliver and Yeonhong is usually kind of huge. And we got Megumi to cut in between. We got Gianna that could be on Swift to cut in between. So who's going to go for a mix of very big damage and soft control here with only stun?
Yeah, really trying to push this Han Nikki combo through, and we'll see. I don't know if I saw the vision last time, especially with him being mistuned with that Zenisek, but maybe we'll see it come to fruition here.
Oh my god, he also got the budget Zeratul, the Bella, which got adjusted in the previous balance patch, allowing the skill 4 to scale with speed or something like that. But talking to people that use this unit, they actually complain about the fact that it's scaled with speed now, which is very, very awkward. But the Bella, the single target damage unit, is going to get banned out, and we have the Yeonhong ban to allow Pooh to get the first turn.
Yeah, Pooh will definitely be moving first here. Takuzo does have some ways to fight this turn 1. Oh my, that is a fast Nikki. Turn 1 Nikki, and the Han even outspeeds the Gianna. That is a lot of damage coming from the Nikki right off the get-go though. Han does glance twice actually, so the Oliver will not be going down.
A very awkward start for both players, I would say. He could not really finish the Oliver, but Takuzo also can't really do much, and usually you would expect the Gianna to go first and stop the combo. After Gianna take a turn, the Josephine would go, but Josephine could not stop anything. So you know what, maybe Pooh got a better start because he now take 1 life of the Oliver and he's about to take the next one.
Yeah, that might have been very smart tuning there, because normally, yeah, your Gianna would get countered by Josephine that then could provoke your Han and break the combo, but if you have your Han moving before the Gianna, you're giving up the defense break, but with the attack buff coming from Nikki, maybe you don't need the defense break damage to kill something.
And the Oliver is about to go down, that's for sure. Remember, Takuzo despair. Vanessa was trying to get a sneaky stun onto the Fire Megumi, but the Han being very fast is gonna be very squishy. But the Oliver is finally gonna go down, and now Pooh's trying to do damage onto the Lion Unicorn, who's about to drop to the bomb damage as well.
Yeah, that is an attack buff bomb, I believe, so that is going to be hurting and most likely taking out the Unicorn here. Let's get a Violent Proc here. Definitely does not want to be using that stun to give the shield to Josephine. Now the Josephine will get the shield due to that bomb stunning on its way out. Just going for the damage on this Nikki, does not get the Violent Proc, so passive is now down.
Oh my god, he wanted to save the Nikki by taking away the counter, but he could not do it. But this time Gianna, oh my god, the Gianna could not do it as well. The Fire Megumi will now risk attacking the Josephine again, but get stunned. It doesn't get stunned. Josephine is gonna be able to finish off. No, he could not finish off the Nikki as well.
Did not finish off the Nikki, but also cannot be using the stun here as Josephine passive. Oh my god, Vanessa bounces for the stun. It does, the revive is available. Josephine comes back, does not get a Violent Proc. Oh my, this might be extremely close here. The stun again!
That is absolutely crazy. The Josephine's back with the attack bomb and did not get stripped away. This attack bomb is going to be able to do a lot of damage onto the Gianna. And now the passive is back. If he's stunned, he will risk eating the stun. But the Vanessa is going to finish off. Oh my god.
Wait, but Megumi might win. This Megumi has revenge buff. Megumi might win. Oh, the glance is not enough to kill. The kills now. The Vanessa is super low health.
Oh my god.
The defense,
so
the Megumi wins.
In the way. Oh, takes the win. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. What an insane match. No, that might actually top all the matches that we had in Americas last week, because that was crazy. Absolutely incredible. That was a lot of resistance is coming from that Josephine and landing a lot as well. But when it mattered, well, I don't know, I mean, it mattered a lot in the early stage to get to that point. But when it mattered right at the end, the Josephine does miss the stun on the Megumi, and Megumi, after stealing the revenge buff off the Josephine, actually, I think there might have been a slight misplay there. In fact, he used the Josephine skill 2 on the Gianna when it was defense broken and Josephine had the attack buff. Had he just S1 with the attack buff on the Gianna, that probably would have killed it due to that guaranteed crit, and therefore the Megumi would not have been able to steal the revenge buff to then win that game.
Maybe he wanted the revenge buff so that when the Megumi touch it, it's gonna get stunned, but he did not stun, and the Megumi stole the revenge successfully without getting stunned, so that was pretty big as well.
Yeah, well, the Megumi is not going to be stunning with its skill 1, so either way, we're moving on to game 3 after that absolute insane of a game 2, and we once again see the very familiar face in the pre-ban of that Yeonhong and Gianna, and Pooh still just forcing this Nikki first pick.
Yeah, I think he really wants to get a win for his hand right there, because he really enjoyed this kind of big damage play. But that's why Takuzo locked in the Vanessa pretty much immediately to have a way to revive in case he get one shot by the hand.
Yeah, Takuzo very content going back to that first round draft. That ZZI-SOONG is now out of the pre-ban and ready to be drafted, and Takuzo picking that up alongside the Annabelle.
Oh, we got AoE Death Break. We got ZZI-SOONG. We've seen this movie before, and it always ends bad for the enemy of ZZI-SOONG. 1 or 2 procs and 1 or 2 units gone, and Pooh team is not exactly very tanky as well. We saw that Han do very good damage while being extremely fast, which means it's gonna melt immediately in face of ZZI-SOONG. Oh my goodness, we got is
okay. No Jack gameplay, but we see the Bella make its return. Yeah, interesting to see Pooh. I mean, Pooh is really mixing it up here. You know, the Han Bella combination. This used to be a very strong combination seasons back. I know Obabo as well was, you know, enjoying this combination a while ago, but Bella has kind of faded away from the meta. Her base stats are really just not that good for RTA, and this recent change of skill 4 was almost a nerf to her.
And now we got the Ethna getting picked up here. Very strong against full LD comp, even with the Fire Megumi over there. And we got the Annabelle. So 2 AoE Death Break for ZZI-SOONG. That's going to be a lot of work for Pooh to deal with right there. But maybe he's going to ban Vanessa and try to snipe the ZZI-SOONG very early on.
It's an interesting Ethna pick here as well. Almost forces you to ban out the Megumi here, but I'm not sure you can really deal with the Nyx here. And does ban out the Megumi. I guess the Ethna, but no speed lead for that. Now he gets the insane value, Dark 30 speed lead as well. The full Dark team. Nyx, is it going to be outspeeding the Ethna? And it does.
Nyx outspeeding Ethna. That is some crazy speed. But I think Nyx got a base speed buff, right? So that's pretty good. When
the whole team
everybody's moving. Oh my god, is that a Vile Ethna though? And oh no, ZZI-SOONG is gone pretty much immediately. Ethna finally get a turn, but the AoE is gonna give the enemy turn because 1 defense break will have to miss, and that's attack bar gain. And oh my god, he dodged the AoE immediately.
Yeah, Takuza knows that just 1 missed defense break will allow Pooh to cut here, so wisely choosing to just go for the skill trigger right away. Now getting a nice lead for that additional turn on the Annabelle. Gets the slows and everything. Well, is that slow enough for the Ethna to move in front? I'm not sure. Oh my goodness, he triggers the Nemesis, and now that slow is gone, and Bella is moving in front of the Ethna, and that is going to be a dead Ethna.
That's gonna go down to the damage of the Bella, and Pooh get the 3rd game. Man, Nyx is like Veronica, but better nowadays, isn't it?
It almost feels like it. Not only do you get that AoE buff remove into a reset, you also get that insane passive that, you know, forces your opponent to not get that, utilize some skills, or otherwise they're just getting attack bar.
And also prolong the debuff that you eventually land with whatever team you're using. So Nyx is definitely going to be an insane powerhouse in RTA in 2015. Took them a while. Took Nyx a while to get here, but now Nyx is definitely going to be one of the scariest monster as seen in the Asia Pacific Cup.
It definitely has been, and both Pooh and even KELIANBAO picked it up. KELIANBAO using it not near as much of effect as Pooh is here doing, but right now we see them going to round 4, potentially the last game, as Pooh is at match point here. He's pre-banning that Vanessa, does not want Takuzo to get that 33 speed lead.
Let's see what Takuzo is going to do. I know he has the Nikki, and I wonder if he's gonna steal it. Oh my god, immediate steal coming out from Takuzo. So you've been winning with Nikki not so long. I want to take it. And we got the Oliver, we got the Yeonhong as well to deal with the Gianna pick.
Yeah, Oliver Yeonhong looking to outspeed this Gianna for sure, but pretty light on strips. That's the thing with Nikki or a monster like this. You take a wacky first pick. If you don't have a team built around it, a lot of times this first pick is going to end up just being a dead pick.
But let's see what Pooh will have under the table. We got the Nyx over there. We do need some sort of a buffer support for the Han to actually do damage, but we're gonna go for an Eleanor as well. A lot of LDs come out from Pooh right there, and that is very, very premium draft.
And it's also very, very annoying to deal with, as you have the Nyx passive, you have the glancing from Eleanor. Obviously, I keep saying it's the anti-crit, the glancing, the everything that Eleanor provides. Just very annoying to get through. You can't really Sonya it or anything like that. Now he picks up a Tetra to try and counter this Gianna, but I'm not sure how effective this is going to be here.
It's kind of crazy how Pooh, I know, went from like a super meta drafter, never stray away from things last time like What a Twin Angel, Fire Bayak, and now bro is rocking full LD draft that legit makes sense and really, really well runed and strong as well.
Oh, we get to see the Jack. Let's go for it. Once again, potentially the last match. Jack does make an appearance. A very strong monster, especially due to limited buff removers on Takuzo's side. You get that skill 3 off once. It does not go on cooldown as long as you deal enough damage, and the Jack is through.
I wonder if he's going to be able to do enough damage though, but we do have the Gianna on the field together with Nyx as well. So let's see if the Tetra is going to be enough to deal with this.
Yeah, Tetra's not going to be enough. There's no way, because the Gianna bombs are going to be one turn. So right now you see the Tetra moves in front. Okay, the Takuzo actually does move in between here, but the discernment, we saw it pop there, did deny that one heal block, and now Gianna's going to cut in, get that one turn bomb off, and steal the entire team.
The fact that the Tetra was too fast was actually not good. And now we got this Dark Yuji about to unleash his Black Flash on the enemy. Let's see if he's going to get extra turns and do insane amount of damage here.
I think this is already game over, to be honest. We saw Takuzo's Oliver so high damage, it's going to be squishy, and he gets the additional turn. This is definitely game over. Who is going to take the back-to-back championship?
He takes down the beast of the Masha. He has the skill ready to go. He has the soul protection. He can't be killed by the enemy Masha anymore. He is immortal at the moment, with everybody over there still suffering from stun. But even if they get a turn, how can he stop this Dark Yuji from unleashing his 1-2 combo? Once again, there's nothing that Takuzo can do. He's counting down to his death right now.
He really is. There's one buff remove from this Tetra is the only thing that he can do to get rid of this Endure, but it's not going to be happening. And Pooh, once again, our APAC champion.
For the second year in a row, he takes it. Pooh is the Asia Pacific Cup champion for SWC 2025. Man, Sean, that was awesome, dude. You've got to be so stoked.
Yeah, he won in style as well. He didn't win with like, oh, Pooh picked Sierra Shield once again. He picked Dark Yuji and completely defeated his enemy. That was so awesome.
He was like, yeah, he was giving us a whole rundown of like JJK lore. We got Left Right Goodnight himself in the last round, and we got like Megami summoning Maharaga in that other round where he just got the right counterattack buff at the right time. He adapted to the situation. That was insane. Well done to Pooh. That was so stellar. And remember, Takuzo fans, he's going to the finals as well, and so is KELIANBAO. All three of those representatives are set. They're locked in for November 1st in Paris. Topa, post-game thoughts. What are you thinking right now?
I mean, once again, congratulations to Pooh for winning it back-to-back years in a row. And yeah, Sean said very much in style. You know, we didn't see the boring RGB meta. Instead, we saw flashy LDs, which is always super fun to see. We saw full LD drafts coming out of Pooh. And Takuzo, I think he definitely was off his game a little bit there. You know, I did think that Takuzo would have like a decent matchup in the Pooh, and he did take the very first game off of him. But like in that last game, just stealing the Nikki, I don't really like that play. And then going for the Tetra, which effectively did absolutely nothing as the bombs were one turn, and you just can't. There's no way you tune your Tetra like that tight to move right after the Gianna but before everything else, and have that be the case throughout the entire match.
Exactly. It was the counter for a different game. You know, if you were not banning the Nyx, then you can't bring the Tetra in with it. It was very awkward in the end, and I agree with your assessment on taking the Nikki. That felt like it was a little gimmicky for what it was, you know, for that as well. And that is it, guys. 3-1. That's how Pooh took the grand finals and became your APAC Cup champion 2 years in a row. And he, Takuzo, and KELIANBAO will be going to the World Finals on November 1st in Paris. So make sure to mark your calendars, because you'll get to see way more action from them and many more who are already locked in. And don't forget, guys, stick around, because we have to do the bracket drawing tonight for the World Finals. So if you want a sneak peek at what the bracket's going to look like, you'll get to see that tonight drawn live. There are World Finalists. Pooh, Takuzo, and KELIANBAO are taking the lower left slots that were open at the start of the night, and they're joining the likes of the rest that are already locked in. So Topa, these are our finalists. What do you think of the lineup? Pretty solid?
Pretty solid. You know, there's one notable change that has been made since last week as well, that Lest is now in the China qualifier. I heard that there were some visa issues for Ask, as he could not get a visa. And then the next two players in line. So Les was actually the third backup from the China region, as he really didn't make it that far in the China qualifier. But both H-Frog and Big D couldn't get their visas either. So it just kept going down and down and down and down the list until it eventually hit Les, who obviously was in Paris in 2019 when he won the whole thing. That, he got his visa ready to go, and he is now taking one of those spots there.
Yeah, I was going to say, what an exciting substitution that is, to be honest, because Lest has so much history with SWC now. So he can all of a sudden vie for the world champion title again. He could seek to reclaim it after a couple of years in between. He's had a great showing at World Finals past and more. So I'm stoked to have him there too. And I'm sure a lot of Lest fans will be excited to watch him in the World Finals as well. Look at this, guys. We've got the highlights from the game. Take a look at it. Stick around because, again, we've got the World Finals bracket drawing coming up after this short break.
로드 투 글로리 영광으로 향하는 발걸음 그 마지막 퍼즐이 완성이 됐습니다. 경기에 최선을 다해주신 선수 여러분들께 너무나도 감사의 인사를 드리고 싶고요. 응원해주신 많은 소환사님들께도 감사의 말씀 드리도록 하겠습니다. 정말 열정만큼은 세계 최고의 선수들이 아니었나라는 생각이 듭니다. 자, 오늘 신화를 창조한 주인공들을 만나볼 시간인데요. 시상에는 컴투스의 박영주 센터장님이 수고를 해주시겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 본격적인 시상을 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 가장 먼저 3위 시상이 있겠습니다. 아쉽게 3위에는 머물렀지만 월드 파이널 마지막 차를 타게 된 행운의 주인공입니다. SWC2025 아시아 퍼시픽컵 3위 커리안바오입니다. 커리안바오 축하드립니다. 커리안바오에게는 메달과 상금 보드 그리고 상금이 수여가 되겠습니다. $2,500 그리고 메달 상금 보드가 수여가 됩니다. 축하드립니다. 네, 축하드립니다. 자, 이어서 2위 시상이 있겠습니다. 마지막까지 치열한 경쟁을 펼쳤죠. 아쉽게 정상은 차지하지 못했습니다만 기회가 있습니다. SWC 2025 아시아 퍼시픽의 2위 타쿠조 태안 선수입니다. 타쿠조 태안 선수에게는 메달과 $5,000의 상금 보드가 수여가 됩니다. 축하드립니다. 역시 월드 파이널 무대에서 다시 인사를 하실 겁니다. 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 자, 이어서 대망의 1위 시상이 있겠습니다. 그 어떤 막강한 상대가 와도 절대 무너지지 않았습니다. 자신만의 플레이로 가장 높은 곳에 이름을 쓴 2년 연속 아시아 퍼시픽컵 1위 푸 선수입니다. 푸 선수 $10,000의 상금 그리고 메달이 수여가 되겠습니다. 메달과 $10,000의 보드 그리고 보드에 푸 선수 직접
The
사인을
APAC Cup
해주시도록
champion
하겠습니다.
yet again.
본인의
Pooh. And Topa, what a great job he did, man. It's always so much fun watching him play. He really earns that champion title.
Oh, he definitely did, and man, what a nice champion to have his signature. Super easy, just 2 characters to his name, and I mean, he seems so happy. You know, definitely deserved. I always love to see the emotion on the players. You know, when they have these big moments here.
100%, man. He's so animated. Like every time he threw his fist in the air. Every time, you know, he practically danced in the middle of that lit up LED floor at the end, and as he should, man. It must feel amazing to be champion. He really did a great job, and I don't think we could have asked for 3 better representatives for the APAC region.
자, 우리 시상을 도와주신 박영주 센터장님께 큰 박수
Definitely. The
부탁드립니다.
draft was really
감사합니다.
good. He noticed that his enemy didn't have strength,
자, 그리고
and he
우리 푸 선수가
confidently
가운데로,
went in with a
가운데.
very
타쿠조 태
squishy
선수,
damage
타쿠조 태
dealer,
선수. 네.
and it paid off really, really nicely at the end.
커리안바오.
What a! It's
One more
such
time.
a flashy way to win that last round. It's like you said, he saw through that. You know, we just had the
다시 한번 큰 박수
opportunity to
부탁드립니다.
rewatch those highlights, and you just see through it, plain as day in hindsight. Saw it live. He made a great call to
Thank you
get a
very
little
much,
dicey, get a little
커리안바오,
flashy
타쿠조
with
태.
it, bring that
Thank you very
dark
much.
UG in for something people would really
thank you very much.
remember. That was such a cool way
자,
to
이번에 우리 푸
end
선수와
a fantastic
네,
bracket.
인터뷰를
So
한번
looking back a
하도록
little bit there,
하겠습니다.
Topa. So, you know, not just in the last round, but what did Takuzo need to do to maybe
네.
change this
푸
outcome?
선수 지금 소감이
I think Takuzo needed to pick a bit more speed. You know, Pooh actually showed incredible speed in those monsters, but those are still low base speed monsters, so you can still quite easily, quite effortlessly outspeed them if you just prioritize that.
Có từ ngữ nào nói thành lời nữa.
Yeah, that's a great call. Maybe to trust in his speeds a little bit more. It's something else. Sean, is there something that you may have liked to see differently from Takuzo going into this that might have changed
차지할
it?
수 있는
I think he was kind of just tunnel visioning into like, all right, I need to pick damage dealer, and somehow forget that he can also just pick the She-Ho, the Jogun, that kind of stuff that could potentially challenge Pooh in speed a little bit and not just absolutely get destroyed. Or pick a Nana last pick. That could probably work.
Yeah, that would have been a great call too, something like that. Ultimately, though, I'm very happy with the way things played out. You know, I love that we've gotten a world where we have all three of these awesome players at the World Finals to play again, because I love seeing them do it. So I'm happy that it worked out the way that it did. Great job to Pooh and everyone, and all the competitors who didn't make it this far. They also had a great showing today too. And I think it's going to be really exciting having KELIANBAO there again, Topa, so that way he can vie for that world champion title yet again.
Absolutely. I mean, he's the defending world champion, so he has to be there in my books, right? He has to defend his title, but it's also interesting to see like his, you know, carefree attitude. I saw him when he was walking off stage right there. He kind of just threw that $2,500 like on his back, like, oh, this is, you know, pocket change for me. So
yeah, dude, I was thinking the same thing. You know, this could also be potentially a wake-up call that he might actually need to spend some time in the hyperbolic time chamber in between now and Paris. He might need to jump in and do a little bit of hit a training arc real quick, because all of a sudden the competition can stand up to him, which was not necessarily the case last year. He really was strong. It was a very much a statement game after statement game at the World Finals and beyond for KELIANBAO last year. But this year, that gap is way closer, Sean. Like, I think maybe he might need to check that going into the World Finals.
Yeah, definitely. But I think the interview is actually going on right now, and I can see the comments on the YouTube saying that we need to shut up.
월드 파이널.
That they're trying to listen to the interview, and we keep talking over people like the entire time.
Oh, that's my bad. We're not getting the audio for that one. We can let the interview play out.
Boo sẽ mang cúp vô địch thế giới về Việt Nam.
베트남에게 우승 트로피를 들고 들어오겠습니다.
부 선수에게 큰 박수 한번 부탁드립니다. 이렇게 아시아 퍼시픽컵이 마무리가 됐습니다. 결코 노력이 헛되지 않은 결과가 아니었나라는 생각이 듭니다. 부 선수를 비롯해서 모든 선수들에게 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 오늘 승부는 끝났지만요, 계속해서 선수들의 도전은 이어질 겁니다. 참여해주신 모든 분들께, 그리고 부산시와 부산정보산업진흥원을 대신해서 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 최후의 전장 월드 파이널은 파리에서 계속될 겁니다. 자, 그리고 저희는 잠시 후 월드 파이널 대진 추첨으로
All right, guys, there we go. So that's the winner interview with Pooh. Hopefully you were able to catch some of that stuff. That's our bad for talking over it. Appreciate the heads up on that. So look forward to seeing more of those guys fighting on November 1st at the World Finals in Paris for sure. Yeah, this has been a really fun tournament. And remember, guys, it's not the end of it. We got the World Finals drawing coming up here in just a second, too.
자, 100일 남짓 달려온 SWC 2025 이제
Hello everyone
마지막
and welcome back
한 조가 월드
for more
파이널만을 남겨놓고
SWC
있습니다.
2025
주인공들이 모두
action.
결정이 됐는데요.
The Asia Pacific
지금까지
Cup
달려온
has
소감
just
어떻습니까?
concluded and now we start looking ahead to the World Finals. The official tournament's happening on November 1st in Paris, France, but we still have to determine the bracket. Now we have all of our world finalists set, and we've got them in a couple of boxes, and we're going to populate a bracket. That's the idea of what's going on here. So they've got that live in Busan there, Topa, so they're going to be doing the drawing for us, and we get to sit on the edge of our seats and watch.
Yeah, we get to react. We saw the background there during the break. The background turned to purple. I guess we still have the yellow background here behind us, but the Asia Pacific Cup has just concluded, and we now set our sights onto the World Finals, you know, the pinnacle of the SWC season here coming up.
Okay, I'm going to start with Sean. Do you guys have any dream matchups? Like, what two names could pop up that you'd do backflips for?
I kind of want to see KELIANBAO versus Les round 1. That'd be funny. What do you think?
That would be wild. That would be
That'd
actually
be wild. Yeah.
Yeah. Topa, any come to mind?
Man, I was literally thinking the same thing. I was like, do I want to see that round 1 though? Like, I kind of want to see, you know, maybe in the later on. But I think I would like to see. Let's see here. Maybe. Ooh. I'm gonna say maybe ZZI versus Lest. That could also be really fun. I think ZZI is also a very phenomenal drafter, and I think he could definitely do well against Lest.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the America's Cup folks versus Pooh. Like, I was thinking Zazos versus Pooh. Actually, that was going to be something along those lines. But you know, this is ultimately like this is going to be really cool. I'm excited to see how it goes. Or like you said, yeah, Zazos versus Lesk. There's obviously a lot of opportunities here for big matchups. I can't wait to see what they pull out of the boxes here. Very excited. This is the part of the stream that I was very excited for, actually, that there's this little extra secret part just for us there, Topa, after the tournament concludes.
Yeah, you know, this is what has kept us up all night here, I guess. You know, it is 3 a.m. And I know even later for folks on the East Coast or in Brazil. So I don't know if any of them are still up with us, but this is, you know, we're getting right into it, and we can see the format for the World Final bracket here, as well as we have 12 players this time. So all the high seeds will get a bye in the first round.
Yeah, that's right. So we saw those folks marked with 1 or 2 representing the seed that they're in. So you can keep that in mind when we carry on through the bracket drawing here. So there's some chances for some interesting ones, be it the quarterfinals round 1 or the quarterfinals round 2. And so as you can see on your screen, right, the 4 players from seed 1 will be drawn and placed sequentially into the quarterfinals round 2 bracket. That's the bye that Topa was talking about mere moments ago. And then, of course, in the round 1, seed 2, these are the 2 groups that are drawn to be matched up. And look at that example, the America's Cup and the APAC Cup being matched together in this example. All right, and then 1 player from each of those selected groups is drawn to form the match. And then this is repeated until our entire bracket is populated and we have a clear view as to what the World Finals are going to be like in November. Here's one additional note. Players from the same group cannot compete against each other. If the same group is drawn for a matchup, or if the draw results would lead to players from the same group facing each other in the remaining matchups, a redraw will take place. All right, interesting. So if RNG aligns it so that 2 groups, the same group fights each other, we're going to get a redraw live. Interesting. So what do you think of the format, Sean?
This is going to be a long one, that's for sure. We have more players this time around qualifying for the World Final. So there's going to be 1 more quarterfinal, and we get more players to join us in the World Final here, which is going to be a tougher fight for pretty much everybody to get the World Champion title.
Yeah, here we go, guys. The first draw, seed 1. We're populating that second round here. Let's see. And it's Pooh, the winner from today. He's in there first.
Right off the
What a
bat, yeah, Pooh
coincidence.
is going to be waiting his opponent, and it'll be in the first match of the quarterfinals.
Awesome. There he is. Yeah, he earned that. He earned that slot. He gets the bye.
어떤
It's important to
선수가
remember too that being in that position means that you also get the luxury of seeing some games ahead of time, so you can research who your prospective opponent will be going into it. And then next,
Ooh.
Raigeki. Let's go, the America's Cup champion for SWC 2025.
We might be getting Pooh Raigeki in the semifinal.
There's a matchup that would get me doing mental backflips. We got two more.
Are we getting Guts? Oh, is it Rax?
Oh, it's Rax. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, Rax, and then I believe the last one will be Kangjing. I think Guts is actually qualified as a low seed, and we see that in the bucket that is a China and open qualifier there. So I believe Lest is the low seed from that, and that leaves Kangjing as the high seed for this final match of the quarterfinals.
Right. And now here we go into the first round of the quarterfinals after this.
I guess that's the perks for doing open qualifier.
All right, let's
All
see.
right.
So this is going to be to randomly determine which group it's pulled from. Let's see. And it's from the China Open qualifier group. So we have a draw for which one we draw from.
So we're going to have either List or Guts in this first quarterfinals round as the first player.
Oh, that's a lot of text. Oh, it's Lest. Oh, I thought it's Lest.
Wait, we could be seeing less against KELIANBAO, like how we mentioned.
Wait, yeah, that could actually happen.
And then the winner fights Pooh. Oh boy.
Oh my gosh, how stacked would that be? Okay, let's see. If he pulls APAC, we're in business. Let's see. Are we getting it?
Oh my God.
Wait a minute. Are we getting? Wait a minute.
We're hitting so many 50-50.
So now it's either Takuso or KELIANBAO that is going to be
Is this the
fighting against
caster's
List.
curse?
And the winner
Oh
will
my
be going
God.
up
Did
against Pooh.
Sean call it? Wait a minute.
We spoke it into existence.
Let's see. Let's see.
No,
It's
it's
Takuso.
Takuso.
Almost right there.
Narrowly
lost the
dodged
50-50.
the 50-50 at the end there. Wow, Sean, that was close.
Wow.
Almost.
All of these matches are going to be fire no matter how they're pulled. Look at that, dude. Okay, here we go. We're back in the group bucket again, so we're going to find the region with which we're pulling from. Oh, it's the Americas region. Okay.
Oh, no. So we're
Yo,
going to have
that's us.
Americas potentially into Raigeki. So
Yo, that's
might get a
us.
rematch here.
Oh, ZZI-SOONG coming in.
ZZI or Panda, like one of the two.
Let's go, team. And it's Panda-like.
Wow,
Round
all the
two.
champions dodging their rematch.
So the second round in the tournament will be Panda-like. Time to find his opponent.
Oh, can't do.
Can't do. Redraw. Trigger a redraw. There we go. Yeah, no, that's... We already have the...
Oh, could you imagine they let that slide? We have Americas fight Americas, and the winner fights another
And then
Americas.
the winner fights
Like, what?
Americas. Yeah, that's super stacked against the region. Already having a chance. Trigger the redraw. And it's Europe.
Ooh.
Okay.
So there are two players in the Europe region still in the drawing. So that is going to be either Golem Pichaga or Pathix that is going to be facing off against Panda Like.
And it looks like
Golem Pichaga.
Golem Pichaga is going to be fighting up against Panda Like in round 2, and the winner will face off against Raigeki. This is where it starts to get brutal in the world finals because there starts to be worlds where the same region knocks out their own region. You hate to see it, but it has to happen.
Hey man, there's no more region. It's me, you, myself, and I now. It's world champion, man.
We're back in the group bucket. And it's Europe again. Okay.
Ooh, so that is guaranteed to be Pathix now. And then, again, we might have, region clashing into its own region here. Or as Sean mentioned, there's no more regions, so that doesn't matter.
We're all a united people. United player base in Summoners War. Pathix.
And we already will know his opponent based on whatever region gets pulled from here. So it is going to be America. So that means Pathix will be playing off against ZZI-SOONG.
Nice.
And that leaves Guts, who is actually the home crowd for the last match against KELIANBAO. So that is quite a matchup for Guts in that match 4.
Oh, yeah. And that's a spicy way to round out the quarterfinals too. Getting to watch KELIANBAO again, seeing if he'll be able to defend his title. Going through the motions with these, there's only 2 more names left.
Just to be proper, there's no foul play going on here. They obviously reveal all the other names remaining. And as we know, that is going to be Guts revealed from the open qualifier bucket. And then the last ball, assuming that all has been done as planned, that should be Asia Pacific coming up here. And then KELIANBAO's name.
That's right. Dang Skippy. KELIANBAO up against Guts in that last round in the quarterfinals. Preliminary thoughts on the bracket there, Sean?
I mean, I think every player is like really strong. So it's really hard to like now say, oh, there's going to be like that one favorite because they are all champions of their own region. So I think it's going to be a tough battle for every single one of them.
Yeah, you're right, dude. Because once you get to this point, once you're at the world finals, you have the definitive best in the bracket. So we're kind of past that point. And now it boils down to history, to experience in the tournament scene, to what they mean with competitive Summoners War, like, how much they've been in it. So this is going to be great. Are we going to see people trailblaze? Are we going to see old champs get their title again? Now we have the bracket. We see the trail. We see the journey ahead of us. And again, guys, November 1st, that's the date. That's going to be in Paris, France for the World Finals. Here we go. So we got the quarterfinals. Lest versus Takuzo, Panda Like versus Golem. Got Pathix versus ZZI-SOONG, Guts, KELIANBAO. And the winners will go on to fight Pooh, Raigeki, Rax, and Kangjing. It's going to be stacked. These are the best of the best. We've finally gone through all of the narrowing. Everybody here is the best the world can offer when it comes to Summoners War. So look forward to that, the epic conclusion of SWC 2025. And today, this in APAC, guys, APAC has been spectacular. And it has been so much fun doing all this with you guys, Topa and Sean. This has been great, guys.
Yeah, it really has been, it was a blast, although it is quite a late night for us here, but still, we get to look forward to this amazing World Finals bracket. As Sean mentioned, no one is weak here. Everyone is super strong. We've narrowed the field down so much that only the best of the best remain. So in just 2 weeks' time, we will be in Paris for the grand finals, and I couldn't be more excited for that.
Oh yeah, it's like you said, it's energizing. You know, it's we're quickly approaching 4 a.m. At the time of streaming. I don't know if you're watching this in the future on the VOD, but we're quickly approaching that now. But it's definitely kept us up. And I am without coffee. You know, the rounds have just been that good. It's been really it's been great. That's it, guys. And also for the folks in chat wondering about the next code
자,
that is also
여러분들께
coming up. We have
드리커폰입니다.
one more
어떤
code
쿠폰이죠?
today before we depart as well. Check this out. Next, WF. That's World Finals 25, Paris. You can get yourself 10 win scrolls as well as more SWC emblems. So yes, guys, mark that down, redeem it. Make sure you get the best stuff from the SWC emblem event first. You know, we've highlighted the all attribute scroll as well as the LD scroll and Devilmon. So make sure you get all of those. This has been so much fun. It's always a pleasure casting with you guys.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you guys in Paris very, very soon here. It's going to be another fun trip.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it, you know, getting to see everyone there. It's going to be the big grand finale that definitely, you know, to crown off this amazing year of other tournaments and more once again.
Thank you all so much for watching with us. Thank you to the chat. Thank you to the folks there live in Busan. This has been so much fun. We'll see you all in Paris for the World Finals. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.